placed in the new Ram temple. Of course, there is the Ram Lalla Virajman, whose murti and also the murtis of all the brothers of Lord Ram will be brought from the makeshift temple to the new temple today. We've seen the new Ram Lalla idol adorned with a bow and arrow. Around is our Dashavatars of Vishnu that have been displayed, including Ram himself. There is Lord Hanuman. There is Lord Hanuman. There are others who've also been adorned on that pedestal. And of course, there are going to be purification rituals that are now going to be held as far as the sanctum sanctorum is concerned, according to Vastu and others. After that purification ritual, there are more ceremonies that are still planned ahead of the Pran Pratishthan. But as I mentioned, the old Virajman Murti of Ram Lalla will also be brought to the new temple very soon, including the murtis of all the brothers of Lord Ram. Let me also go across to my colleague Purnima, who is joining us from Rameshwaram. Interestingly, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Purnima, has been holding an 11-day Anushtan that has included visits to temples across the country, particularly South India, that have a special relevance in the life of Lord Ram and in Ramayana itself. Tell us more about the Prime Minister's program today.
Well, Prime Minister is currently at Sri Ranganatha Swami Temple in Trichy. Currently, scholars are reciting the Kamba Ramayana, and that program will conclude, after which Prime Minister will come to Rameshwaram. This is the Rameshwaram Temple, where Prime Minister will first take a snan and then will go inside, have a special darshan and puja, following which there will be Ramakatha recited in different languages, followed by bhajans that will be sung, that will cover, these temples have a Ramayana connect as well. For example, the Rameshwaram temple, from where we are reporting from, the Linga, which is a form of Lord Shiva, was installed and worshipped by Lord Rama and Sita, and that's the significance of this temple, which is why there is at least a 3-hour session planned. Prime Minister will arrive here anytime between 2:10 and 2:30, and then will take a snan and perform special puja here. After which there's a 3-hour program planned inside the temple. And the Ranganatha Swami Temple, where Prime Minister is currently there, the belief is that the idol, the Lord Shiva idol, which was worshipped by Lord Rama and his ancestors, were given as a gift, and that's the idol that was all said to be taken to Sri Lanka, but found its way at Sri Rangam, and the temple was built, and that's the belief around the Ranganatha Swami temple. And the famous Kamba Ramayana was in fact was recited there by the poet Kamban, and that's why Kamba Ramayana currently being recited by scholars. Tomorrow, yet again, half a day in and around in Dhanushkodi, which is about 25 kilometers here, where Prime Minister will visit the Ram Setu, where the Ram Setu place, and also another temple tomorrow. So clearly these have a Ramayana connect, and ahead of the grand ceremony that's planned, all these are significant. And here at Rameshwaram as well, by between 2:10 and 2:30, Prime Minister will arrive and visit the temple here.
Absolutely. There are multiple messages in the Prime Minister's visits. One, of course, in the 11-day Anushtan that he's practicing currently ahead of the Pran Pratishthan, for which he's going to be the Yajman. It's a very important role he's playing. He's actually taking a journey through the life and times of Lord Ram. In a way, it is also establishing the pan-India connect that Lord Ram has. Lately in Indian politics, we've seen some people denounce the effect or the impact that Lord Ram has, the worship that Lord Ram sees in southern India. And I think Prime Minister's visits through Andhra Pradesh, through Karnataka, through Kerala, through Tamil Nadu are displaying that there is actually a great connect of Lord Ram's in South India. Some would also infer that there is a political message here, given that South India remains the last barrier of sorts for the BJP. But speaking of that and more, let me also go across to my colleagues Aman Sharma and Payal Mehta, who've also been taking stock of the situations and the preparations around Ayodhya. Payal, you've got a special guest from the VHP with you, I'm told. The VHP has been very closely involved, not just in the invitations that have been sent out, but in the preparation for the Pran Pratishthan. What idea can they give us on what is planned for January 22 itself?
Yes, the VHP is actually their involvement with the Ram Janmabhoomi movement has been there from the start, and of course it's a huge occasion for them to really celebrate. Surendra Jain, National Joint General Secretary is with me. तैयारियां पूरी हो चुकी हैं क्योंकि अभी कुछ दिन में प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होने वाली है. क्या तैयारियां अभी बच गई?
जोरदार तैयारियां चल रही हैं और लगभग सब पूर्णता की ओर है. जिसको कहते हैं फिनिशिंग टच, बस वही देना बाकी है. और ये फिनिशिंग टच केवल हमारी तरफ से ही बाकी नहीं है, ये समाज की तरफ से भी बाकी है. क्योंकि हर समय हर पल एक नई चीज देखने को मिलती है. आज सुबह कश्मीर के लोग आए थे जो वहां की केसर लेकर आए थे रामलला के चरणों में अर्पित करने के लिए, और जो मुख्य यजमान हैं अनिल मिश्रा जी, उनको उन्होंने दिया. आज ही अफगानिस्तान की सबसे बड़ी नदी वहां का जल आया है वहां उनके चरणों में अर्पित करने के लिए. और वहीं तमिलनाडु से एक बहुत बड़ी शॉल आई है जिसको 10 लोगों ने मिलकर दिन रात एक करके केवल यहां के लिए 10 दिन में तैयार किया था. यानी इस कार्यक्रम ने केवल देश को नहीं जोड़ा, गुजरात से लेकर और सुदूर नागालैंड तक सब तरफ से कुछ ना कुछ आया है. कश्मीर से लेकर केरल तक पूरा देश जुड़ चुका है, लेकिन विदेश भी जुड़ रहे हैं. और हमारे को आज तक की जानकारी के अनुसार 57 देशों में 22 तारीख को जबरदस्त उत्सव मनाया जाएगा.
राम सबके हैं, सबके राम है. इसके बावजूद भी जिस तरह की पॉलिटिक्स यहाँ पे चल रही है, जैन साहब, कई पॉलिटिकल नेता कहते हैं कि वीएचपी, बीजेपी और आरएसएस का कार्यक्रम इसलिए वो नहीं आना चाहते हैं.
या तो वो ना समझ हैं या वो बेईमान हैं. आखिर 500 साल हिंदू लड़ा है, तब कौन सी बीजेपी थी, तब कौन सा वीएचपी था, तब कौन सी आरएसएस थी. हम सीन में आते हैं 1984 में, जब दिल्ली के अंदर संतों ने हमको यह काम दिया कि आप आंदोलन कीजिए वरना ये सूडो सेकुलर लोग मंदिर को नहीं बनने देंगे. हमें जनता की अदालत में संतों ने भेजा, और ये हमारा सौभाग्य है, ये हमारा गर्व है और राम के प्रति समाज की आस्था है कि हमने विश्व का सबसे लंबा आंदोलन 35 साल तक चलाया. 16 करोड़ लोगों ने भाग लिया. और इन लोगों को ये ध्यान में आना चाहिए, जब मंदिर के निर्माण का समय आया तो देश के 65 करोड़ लोगों ने मंदिर के निर्माण के लिए सहयोग दिया.
जिस तरह का अनुष्ठान प्रधानमंत्री कर रहे हैं, सुबह उठ के ब्रह्म काल में जाप करते हैं, सिर्फ सारे दिन नारियल पानी पी रहे हैं, लगातार मंदिरों में जा रहे हैं, एक तरह से आस्था और जिस तरह से विकास हम अयोध्या में देख रहे हैं, आस्था और विश्वास दोनों का एक समीकरण आपको दिख रहा है इसमें?
निष्ठा, समर्पण और आस्था, तीनों का अद्भुत मिश्रण प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस व्यवहार में, प्रधानमंत्री जी के इस सारे के सारे चिंतन में और अनुष्ठान में ये झलक रहा है, दिखाई दे रहा है. लेकिन आपने दूसरा जो प्रश्न किया है, आज अयोध्या को देखकर पूरी दुनिया की आंखें चौंधिया रही हैं. जो लोग ये कहते थे यहां मंदिर क्यों, अस्पताल क्यों नहीं बनना चाहिए, यहां मंदिर क्यों, पार्क क्यों नहीं बनना चाहिए, और कुछ मतिभ्रष्ट लोग तो ये भी कहते थे यहां शौचालय क्यों नहीं बनना चाहिए. आज मंदिर बन रहा है तो यहां हॉस्पिटल भी बन रहे हैं, यहां पार्क भी बन रहे हैं, पूरी अयोध्या जगमगा रही है. और इतने कम समय में किसी क्षेत्र का विकास ये तभी संभव है जब वहां राम भी विराजमान हो रहे हो.
जैसे राम चाहे वैसी होए. So Shivani, that's the message coming in from the VHP. It's a big occasion for them. Remember, they fought this battle for the longest. Several people have laid down their lives in this entire process, and today, when the world is looking at Ayodhya, probably they are the happiest in the lot, while they continue to prepare for the big day of celebration. Back to you.
I want to go across to my colleague Aman also. Aman, we're getting some indications that there's also going to be a public program that is going to be held in Ayodhya after the Pran Pratishthan, which is going to be a ceremony that lasts, specifically this Pran Pratishthan ceremony that lasts, possibly just around half an hour. And the Prime Minister is set to visit the Shiv temple at the Kuber Tila, which is in the complex of the Ram Janmabhoomi complex as well. There are actually multiple mandirs. There are 7 mandirs around the temple. There are 4 mandirs in the Parkota, the corners of the Parkota, and on the northern side and on the southern side. So there are multiple temples in the complex, and Kuber Tila is the historical Kuber Tila that is found in that complex, and it has been refurbished. The Jatayu sculpture, I believe, has been placed there as well. The Prime Minister is set to visit that. What more can you tell us about the program that is lined up for the Prime Minister on January 22?
Well, Shivani, I must say the program is still being finalized. My sources in Delhi are still saying that the Prime Minister's program is being finalized. What we know for sure is that he's coming on the 22nd. The Prime Minister will be here on the 22nd. There will be two particular programs at the Ram Temple. First, of course, is the Pran Pratishthan ceremony, which is expected to go on about 40 to 45 minutes. The start will be from the Pran Pratishthan ceremony. After that, about 60 to 75 minutes is this public program which we have been spoken about, which will involve the statements from the Prime Minister, from RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat, and statements made by UP Chief Minister Mr. Yogi Adityanath. The PM will be addressing the invitees who will be present there, 8,000 odd invitees, and that speech of the Prime Minister is very keenly awaited also Mr. Bhagwat and Yogi Adityanath, because that could the PM could go into the entire history of the Ram Janambhoomi movement, the sacrifices that were made, and what all efforts were made to build this temple in a record time within 3 years. We have seen the Garbhagriha of the temple and the first floor of the temple being completed. The second floor and the top floor of the temple will also be ready by the end of this year, and by the end of 2025. The entire 73-acre area of the temple would be complete. The Prime Minister, I believe, is also expected to visit the Hanuman Gadi temple before he reaches the Ram temple. Hanuman Gadi temple, the ritual always has been that you first pay obeisance at Lord Hanuman's temple, the famous Hanuman Gadi temple, and then you go to the main temple, the Sri Ayodhya temple, which the Prime Minister will be visiting. I am actually near one of the gates where the Sri Ram temple, one of the gates near that, and you can see the preparations which are going on. These whole flower arrangements, pictures of Lord Ram, you can see hectic activity on at this gate. This is one of the main gates which maybe the Prime Minister would be taking when he enters there. The VIPs may be taking this gate when they enter here. So you can see the arrangements which are happening here. And just 2 days left, so of course the workers are also working overtime, and a record quantity of flowers. In fact, the entire route of Rampath, Shivani, is being decorated with flowers, with flags, with the Prime Minister's picture, with the picture of Lord Ram. Hectic preparations are in Ayodhya, and the final plan of the Prime Minister, of course, will be ready, I believe, by tomorrow. But so far we know that he's coming to Hanuman Gadi, he's coming to the main temple, and he's going to give a speech after the Pran Pratishthan ceremony. Shivani.
Absolutely. It's quite likely he will take some stock of the larger complex, because a lot of our public may not know that actually the complex is 71 acres big. And there are, as I said, multiple other projects, including smaller temples, that are also part of that complex. I also want to talk about the significance of the idol. Now we're running two sets of visuals on our screen. One, of course, is the idol itself adorned in the finery. There will be, of course, clothes and more jewelry that has been sent from all across the country. Several people have sent bhog, chappan bhog for the idol. A lot of these things are going to be part of the ceremony that is going to take place. And on the side of our screen are also visuals of the mandir itself decked up. Last evening those preparations were happening. Flowers, lights, everything are being put up as far as the temple is concerned. I want to go across to Vedic speaker and scholar Dushyant Sridhar now joining us. Dushyant ji, we are seeing the description of the Ram Lala idol, the new idol, Sham Varn idol created in black granite that has the Dashavatars, the 10 avatars of Vishnu also adorning, the whole pillar besides the Ram Lala. I want you to talk about the significance of the Dashavatars.
Namaskaram Shivani, and namaskaram to all the viewers. Now that we are all ready to witness the beautiful event that's going to happen on the 22nd of January, the Moola Murti of Lord Sri Rama has arrived. And from what I see as visuals that appear in the media, it is a beautifully sculpted murti of Prabhu Sri Rama Murti of Ramachandra, and it has been done by the Shilpi Yogi Raj. When we look at Rama here, the hair tresses are curly, and they exactly match the description given in the Valmiki Ramayanam, where Valmiki says, Kakapaksha dharam veeram jeshtham me datumarhasi Kakapaksha dharam. So he had curly hair tresses. And you see, of course, since he's Balarama between the age of 5, 6, 7, you see those chubby cheeks. So he could be a Kaumara, Pauganda and so on. So, but he looks very handsome. Now coming to the Prabha, the arch that carries the images of Dashavataram. Of course, the word avatara itself means to come from the top to bottom, wherein the Lord chooses to be amidst us. And there are plenty of avatars which are attributed to the Lord. Of course, our Purvacharyas, our preceptors have chosen a set of about 10 avatars which is referred to as Dashavataram. In that we have Ichha Meena, we have Matsyavataram. Matsyavataram signifies the retrieval of the Vedas. So when the Vedas were lost, the quintessence were lost, retrieval of it is referred to as Matsyavataram. When the wealth was lost, be it Kalpaka Vriksham, Kamadhenu, Uchchaishravas, Chintamani and so on, the Lord incarnated as Kurma, Kachapa. Then comes the avatara of Varaha. Varaha or Sukara means the avatara that brought back the glory of Mother Earth. So, Shweta Varaha Mahishi says Vedanta Deshika. Then comes the very, very thunderous of all avatars called Nrisimha Avataram. Satyam Vidhatum Nija Bhritya Bhashitam. To exemplify the words of his very dear devotee called Prahlada, the Lord chose to emerge from a pillar that tore open or broke open like a dicotyledon, and he emerged in the form of Nrihari, a combination of Simha, which is lion, and Purana Purusha, the form of the Lord's body. So, Akantham Adi Purusham Kanthiravam Uparikunthitaratim, says Vedanta Deshika. So, we have Nrisimha Avataram. Then came the very beautiful Vamana Avataram. As a dwarf he came. So, this dwarf signifies Vamana, and when he went to the Yajnavatika of Bali Chakravarti, who performed the yagam by the banks of river, the northern banks of river Narmada, in a place called Bruguk Kacham, which is today called Baruch in Gujarat, the Lord sought some land, 3 measures of land. The king, out of sheer arrogance, said, how much ever you want to measure, you can measure. And the Lord measured the worlds and finally brought down the arrogance of the king Bali Chakravarti as well. Then came Parashurama Avataram. It has large references to Madhya Pradesh region, because we had a king called Kartavirya Arjuna who belonged to the Haihaya clan, and he was housed in a place called Maheshwar, from where we get the famous Maheshwari silk. So that is when, to avenge the death of his father Jamadagni, Parashurama wants to bring down the arrogance of Kartavirya Arjuna and has a huge war with him. Then comes the greatest of our avatars called Rama Avataram. In Rama Avataram, the Lord wanted to establish Dharma. So he is called Dharmo Vigrahavan. He is the personification of Dharma. Then comes Krishna Avataram. We have 2 avatars. One is Balarama Avataram. Second is Krishna Avataram. Balarama was the elder brother to Krishna. And Balarama does not have a huge role except in a few instances. Whereas when we come to Krishna Avataram, Krishna Avatara is yet another avatara that gives the essence of the Upanishad. Sarvo Upanishado Gavaha Dugdha Gopalanandanaha Partho Vatsaha Sudhir Bhokta Dugdham Geetamritam Mahat. So he gave the essence of the Upanishads called Bhagavad Gita. And then we have the Kalki Avatara, which is set to appear only when corruption and malice reaches its zenith. So it seems we are living in the best of the times. Then there is something very interesting where Buddha is also included. Many people have this question, why Buddha? Buddha historically refers to the 5th century BCE Buddha, Gautama Buddha. But we have had 4 other Buddhas, which many of the Sautrantikas and the Yogacharas in the Buddhist religion also agree who existed. In fact, in the Ramayana, we have the word Buddha as a reference when Rama listens to the speech of Jabali. And there are a few namas in Vishnu Sahasranamam like Ratnanavaha, Sulochanaha that are attributed to Buddha. Though the tenets of Buddhism may be diametrically opposite to Sanatana Dharma, later the Acharyas have also included Buddha as one of the avatars, Amshavataras of Vishnu. So it has been sculpted. Then we have 2 other people who are fervent servants to the Lord. One, during the Rama Avataram, it was Hanuman. And second, Garuda, who is present in all avatars. Even in the Rama Avatara, in Yuddha Kanda, he comes and retrieves Rama and Lakshmana from the poisonous snakes. So these are extremely 2 important pillars of devotion in Sri Vaikuntham. So they have been sculpted in the Prabha. So you can see a Hanuman and you can see a Garuda. And then you can also see some of the symbols that are very sacred and regarded very holy in Sanatana Dharma. One is Pranava, which is Omkara. It has A, U, Ma. So this makes Om. So Om, which is Pranava, has been inscribed. The other symbol, which is not very prominent in some of the eastern parts of the country and not much in the southern part of the country, but which is very important to the rest of the country, is the swastika symbol. So the swastika symbolizes something which is auspicious, good, Shubha Labham. When Krishna says, a yoga kshemam bahamyaham, whatever you want to achieve, you will achieve, and whatever you have achieved will stay with you. So this auspiciousness, what India desires, is indicated through swastik. So we have Pranava, we have swastika, we have Hanuman, we have Garuda, we have the Dashavatara, we have of course the incomparable image, the Murti of Prabhu Sri Ramachandra holding the bow and the arrow. Something very significant, Shivani, is there has been space given for the bow to come and the arrow to come. So there could be two ways. Either the bow and the arrow could have been made as detachables in Krishna Shila itself, or they could be keeping golden bow and golden arrow. That is another possibility, because when there is space given, generally another metal is also allowed. And of course the Utsava Murti is going to be the Ram Lalla, the very little Ram Lalla, who is being worshipped for many decades together now. So overall, Shivani, I feel both the Shilpi is blessed, and what we are going to witness on the 22nd of January, we don't have a comparison to it, and it will remain unsurpassed and unparalleled in the history of Bharatadesham post-independence. Over to you, Shivani.
Absolutely. Unprecedented moment it is, and what a joy and pleasure it is for millions and millions of people to be witnessing this moment. You know, the reality of Ayodhya today, what it is today, you know, people are imagining it, what it was supposed to be when Lord Ram returned to Ayodhya and Diwali was celebrated, which is why it is being celebrated as another Diwali, and I think January 22 will in itself carve itself as a day that is going to be celebrated every year now. It is not going to be forgotten in a hurry. I have Hari Shastri with me as well. कथावाचक हैं आप. आज राम लला की जो मूर्ति है उसके भी दर्शन हो गए हैं. राम लला की अब प्राण प्रतिष्ठान भी होने वाले हैं. 2 दिन का समय बचा है बस. तो उस हर्षोल्लास में क्या आप कहना चाहेंगे, या क्या पंक्तियां आपको याद आती हैं जिसका आप अब आज वर्णन करेंगे?
नारायण, इस समय अयोध्या को देख के ऐसे लगता है गोस्वामी जी की वो पंक्तियां हैं कि अवधपुरी सोहै यही भांति प्रभु ही मिलन आई जनु राती। जैसे जब भगवान का जन्म हुआ था तो रामचरितमानस में वर्णन आया कि 1 महीने तक रात ही नहीं हुई। मास दिवस पुण्य दिवस भा मर मन जानो कोय, रथ समेत रवि था क्यों निशा कवन विधि होय। सूर्य भगवान रथ के समय तो रुक गए, रात्रि नहीं हुई। वैसे मैं देख रहा हूं कि पिछले 1 महीने से अयोध्या में रात्रि हो ही नहीं रही है।
तो जैसा सोचा था वैसा ही हो रहा है सब?
नहीं, हम लोगों ने जैसा सोचा था उससे बहुत आगे हो रहा है
जी। और
इस सबका श्रेय उत्तर प्रदेश के यशस्वी मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान योगी आदित्यनाथ जी को जाता है, क्योंकि श्रेय लेने की तो आज होड़ मची है कि कौन कौन कितना श्रेय ले ले। मंदिर के साथ साथ अयोध्या का जो सर्वांगीण विकास किया है मुख्यमंत्री जी ने, मेरा किसी राजनीतिक पार्टी से कोई दूर दूर तक लेना देना नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी अयोध्या का जो विकास है वो सांस्कृतिक विकास हो रहा है। सड़कों पर ऊर्ध्वपुंड के चिन्ह बनाए जा रहे हैं, जैसा हम लोग तिलक लगाते हैं, शंख चक्र के चिन्ह बनाए जा रहे हैं। नागेश्वर नाथ की तरफ आप गई होंगी तो देखा होगा, उधर भगवान शंकर के त्रिशूल और डमरू हैं। हनुमानगढ़ी की तरफ हनुमान जी की गदा है। ऐसे चिन्हों को बना करके ये अयोध्या को उस तरह से सजाने का प्रयास हो रहा है जैसे त्रेता में सजी थी।
जी जी जी, नहीं, बहुत काम हुआ है, बहुत काम चल भी रहा है। मैं आपसे चाहूंगी कि आप कुछ सुना दे पंक्तियां आज के मौके पे, क्या आपको सही लगता है?
नहीं, पंक्तियां
रामायण से सुना दीजिए या किसी और कथा से सुना दीजिए।
नहीं, रामायण में राम जी के जन्म के जो विषय बताए गए हैं कि चारों तरफ अबीर गुलाल उड़ रही है, धूप जलाई जा रही है, लोग उत्सव कर रहे हैं। आप ये मानिए कि अयोध्या में लगभग 99% लोगों की मैं बात कर रहा हूं कि जिस दिन से ये कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ हुआ है, प्रधानमंत्री जी का अपना अनुष्ठान प्रारंभ हुआ, उसी दिन से अयोध्या के घर घर में यज्ञ हो रहे हैं, घर घर में भजन हो रहे हैं, घर घर में लोग आनंदित हैं। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे किसी के घर में बहुत ही इंतजार के बाद पुत्र पैदा हो, पुत्री पैदा हो, वो आनंदित होता है। मैंने तो देखा है कई घर में माताएं सोहर गा रही हैं, कई घर में सोहर गा रही हैं, ढोलक बज रहे हैं, रात में 2-2 बजे तक सोहर होते रहते हैं। ऐसा सोचा नहीं था और ना ही कभी ऐसा देखा था।
जी चलिए, हमारा जो टाइम बचा है बस 1 मिनट का, कुछ सुनाना चाहेंगे?
भगवान के बारे में मैं एक बात कहना चाहूंगा कि मंदिर तो बन ही रहा है, लेकिन जितने भी लोग अयोध्या आ रहे हैं वो लोग अयोध्या की शुचिता पर बहुत ध्यान दें कि अयोध्या को स्वच्छ रखें। माता शबरी ने अयोध्या को बहुत सुंदर सजाया था, क्योंकि भगवान राम के बारे में एक शब्द अगर मैं बोलूं तो जेहि सृष्टि उपाई त्रिविधि बनाई संग सहाय न दूजा। भगवान ने ये जितने भी लोक हैं, जितनी भी सृष्टि है, जड़ चेतन जो भी हैं, सब भगवान के द्वारा निर्मित हैं, भगवान के द्वारा पालित हैं और अंत में उन्हीं श्री राम के अंदर सबको समाहित हो जाना है। भगवान श्री राम को ये मान करके, ब्रह्म मान करके उनकी उपासना करें और अयोध्या के कण कण को राम माने। संपूर्ण अयोध्या का जो परिक्षेत्र है वो सिर्फ राम मंदिर तक न सीमित रह के पूरी अयोध्या में सरयू तक, सरयू के इस पार हम लोग बैठे हैं, उस पार अयोध्या है, ये सब कण कण राम है। और जब पूरी अयोध्या को हम राम मानेंगे तो फिर हम पूरी अयोध्या के साथ सम्मान कर पाएंगे, पूरी अयोध्या के साथ न्याय कर पाएंगे, अयोध्या को स्वच्छ रख पाएंगे और अयोध्या को धार्मिक, जो अयोध्या है धार्मिक नगरी है, उसके धर्म को बचा के रख पाएंगे।
चलिए, a new beginning is being made in some senses. Of course, this is a story which is about continuum. It is a story of the continuous struggle to reclaim the Ram Janmabhoomi, which is in a way culminating today with the Pran Pratishthan. From here on, this is the abode of Lord Ram, of Ram Lalla, the 5-year-old avatar in which the new idol has been carved. And from here on, the worship is going to take place here. Not in a makeshift temple, not in a tent, not in a chabutra, but in a proper Bhavya temple. And of course, we'll continue to get you all the build-up from Ayodhya. As I said, less than 48 hours to go. A big thanks to all of our guests for joining us. Dushyant Sridhar for explaining the significance of everything that has gone in, the symbols that have gone in making of the Ram idol. The vision that this new temple, the idol, all the rituals, all the programs really that they display, a lot of thought and planning has gone into it, and we'll get you the latest from on ground. So stay with CNN News 18. We'll keep getting you a live coverage.
हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम, पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम, राम सिया राम, पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम, पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम, राम सिया राम तेरा विश्व कल्याण भला, राम सिया राम सिया राम, राम सिया राम तेरा विश्व कल्याण भला, राम सिया राम सिया राम।
जय श्री राम।
Namaste, Jai Hind. Ladies and gentlemen, when you come here, you don't want to leave this place. That's how tranquil, that's how peaceful, and that's how full of love this place is. And we are at the ashram of Sri Sri Ravi Shankar in Kanakpura in Bengaluru South. Gurudev, Namaste.
Namaste, Anand.
Thank you so much. And such a pleasure to be able to meet you and speak with you. You are somebody who everybody wants a little bit of. And for you to spare time for us is very, very nice. Thank you so much. My first question to you, Gurudev. Pran Pratishtha is happening on the 22nd of January of Ram Lalla Virajman. You've played a key role in trying to bring resolution to more than 500-year-long conflict. Can you take us through the process and what you're going through right now, or what you're feeling right now?
Yeah, I got involved in this when our Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, then Prime Minister in 2001, asked me to go and start talking to people and bring mediation. And so at that time, 2003, I suggested the same thing, 5 acres to be given to mosque and that place to be relinquished. And then we continued from 2017. Then though I refused to be part of the committee, mediation committee, because I am not qualified for it. I am not a lawyer. My subject has been science and spirituality, nothing to do with the legal matter. So, but then Gogoiji said, you must, Gurudev, you have to be. In fact, I found out that I am part of the panel in an airport. Can you imagine that? Then one interesting thing I would like to share today is, when this was happening, I was in Chandigarh, and one night at 11:30 I got a call from PM, and PM said, Gurudev, ये आपका तपस्या का फल है, आप इसमें आगे बढ़िए, and दोनों समुदाय का सौहार्द से होना चाहिए. I mean, PM, he had this feeling that everyone should be part of a solution. He had such a concern for the country. I rarely talk to him once a year or sometime, and I don't call him much, and neither he. On one occasion he called when I was appointed as the mediator, then he said, "Aap kariye, aage badhiye." Sabka saath, sabka vikas. This is in his zahan mein hai. It's in his very nature. And even when the judgment came, he very clearly said it should not be seen as a victory over one community, because we're all one.
Yeah.
It's not victory over one, it's not credit to one and loss to someone else. So that the dard, the pain for the people of the country is something that one should appreciate. And now with this Ram Mandir, which has been a dream of people for so many years, is coming to a fructification, and there is such an excitement throughout the country. People want to be there. Of course, not everybody can go at the same time.
But Gurudev, Pran Pratishtha, what does this mean? There are those who would say Murti Puja is all pumkam, it's wrong. There are others who believe that the deity resides, divinity resides in the deity, and that's why our constitution gives the deity living rights, perennial living rights.
Correct.
So, why is this Pran Pratishtha important?
See, there is in our Shastra they say, Manishinam apsu devata, Manushyanam divi devata, ya balanam loshta kashteshu, yanino atmani devata.
Atmani Deva.
The devas reside in the Atma, in the self of a jnani. But for Bala, for the common people who are not jnanis, for just simple bhaktas, they will find the deity in in statues, in stone and in wood. And there is a whole vidhan, there is a whole prakriya, procedure for this in the agamas. There are 68 Shaktagama, 108 Vishnu agama, about Vishnu, Vaishnava agama, and 28 Shaiva agama. I have read all that, I have seen them all. I know Pran Pratishtha can be done. See, now there is a big hangama when the mandir is not complete. How can you do Pran Pratishtha?
Correct.
I can challenge them. I can tell them. Now Sri Ramchandra himself did the Pran Pratishtha of Shivji in Rameshwaram. He did not build the temple first and did the Pran Pratishtha. Now Kedarnath, Bhagwan Kedarnath, Murti has been there from before.
Yeah.
Mandir was built later on. So, temple can keep building. Yeah, the Garbhagriha is complete. That itself is a big thing. And then when the Kalash Sthapan happens, then another ceremony is there for that. There is a Kumbhabhishekam, like in the south we call it.
Correct.
That is a 12-day procedure. Even in the Pran Pratishtha, it's a very meticulous, beautiful science behind it. You know, there is Jaladivas, a stone, first stone is etched and then it is immersed in water for some time. And then in Dhanyadivas, it's put in all the grains.
Grains.
See, where the life is, it's in the water. And then it is in the grain. And then it's in the sprout. On top of it, you put several herbs. First you put mud on the Vigraha. And then you grow some trees so that the Prana Shakti is brought in. Then when the Prana Pratishtha is done and the rays of sun has to fall on that idol. So, I mean, it is mind-boggling if you just go through the procedure that the Agamas have enunciated in a Pran Pratishtha. And I feel it's a wonderful occasion for the country and people of this country, for the whole world in fact, that such a thing is happening in.
So who should conduct the Pran Pratishtha? There are questions about why is the PM the Yajman? Some people are saying Shankaracharyas are not going. So how is it going to be blessed?
Any acharan, there could be some flaws, doshas. But the Guru's job is to remove all the obstacles.
Yeah. True.
The Guru samarth होते हैं, वो सारे दोष को हटा देते हैं, निवारण करते हैं. See, any date you pick, I can show you there are some flaws in that date.
Correct.
There can never be 100% correct muhurta. Every muhurta, whether astrologically or numerologically, in whatever science you see, even karma, any action, there will be flaws.
Flaws.
And if you go on picking up the flaws, you'll be nowhere.
Correct.
Sahajam karma kaunteya sadosham api natyajit. Gita, Bhagavan Krishna said every karma has some doshas, there will be some flaws in it. But you have to see when the positive things are so much, that weighs more. And the Guru's job is to go and clear any of those negativity or negative influence that must have, that would have or could have come into that place.
So, is there anything wrong with the PM being the Yajman?
I don't know, not at all. You know, ancient days and PM, you know, he is doing so much tapasya, 11 days he is fasting.
Yeah, I wanted to come to the Anushthan also, yeah.
Anushthan, no, I would request him to please, you don't need to do any of that. You have so much sattva, you want the betterment of the people of this country. My request to PM through this media is, please don't strain yourself. You are pure, your intentions are pure, please you go ahead. And the sadhu, sant and tapasvis of this country, they are there to do, we are there to do the tapas and all. He doesn't need to do any tapas. He has to take care, he is taking care of the whole country, the poorest of the poor of the country. He is concerned about the, the nation and the culture. I tell you, nobody has done so much to our Sanatan Dharma or even our Indian culture as our PM has done. I mean, it's not to just put some praise, but it's a fact. We have to acknowledge it. Nobody can say, can deny this fact. Yes, as I said, there are many agamas. Many agamas give very different things.
Correct.
Some yagyas, of course, only dampatis can do. We sannyasis cannot do some yagyas. And some other puja, some other things, everybody can do. And here, PM is doing the Pran Pratishtha as representing the whole nation.
Country.
And moreover, it is someone who is really caring for the culture, who believes in it. That is more important. You know, if some PM doesn't even believe in the puja and he comes and does puja, Pran Pratishtha, that is not good. Here is someone who is deeply in love with it.
Yeah, he's an asthai.
He is an asthai, no bhakt. And every year he does Navratri, 9 days fasting.
Yes.
Even if he goes to America, he does it. So, for a Bhakt, there is no rules.
There is no rules.
I tell you, there is no rules.
The other aspect, Gurudev, many people are saying is, why a new Vigraha? There is a Ramlala who was in a tat. इतने वर्ष टाट में थे. उनका क्या होगा? Why do you have to bring a new Vigraha, do a new Pran Pratishtha and 5-year-old Ramlala?
See, that Ramlala who has already been there will continue to be there. I don't think they are going to discard that. That will be there. But it's nice to have another nice Pratima too.
Some say he may be the Utsava Vigraha. So,
Yeah, there are Charamurti and Sthiramurti, and in a temple, usually both are kept. And that they are doing the right thing. See,
ji.
if it's a new place, there is a different laws.
Correct.
I respect Shankaracharyas, they have their right, but there are different rules for different. If it's a new place, which is completely new, then you have to bring the Sanidhya, then you have to do a lot of other things. But this is a place which has been there from ages.
Yeah, Ramlala was always Virajman.
Always there.
Virajman there, yeah.
Ramlala was always Virajman. So you don't have to bring some other, energy there. Energy is already there in the place.
But do you think this conflict has been resolved, Gurudev? Do you believe that those who are now saying, Gyanvapi, Krishna Janmabhoomi, because you are somebody who spent years in conflict resolution, not just in Bharat, but the world over. For a conflict to resolve, both sides have to be amiable to a solution. But when we see Gyanvapi, when we see Krishna Janmabhoomi, one gets the sense that some actually want to continue to rub it in. They don't want the conflict to be resolved. Let me ask you your thoughts.
There are all type of people on this planet. And if one problem is solved, another 10 would arise. That's the nature of the world. That's the nature of samsara.
Yeah.
So you can never think that there will be a time where everything will be all right. Challenges do come, and samarth log hai, people who are capable, they will handle that. And we have to continue doing it. Yeah, there is no other choice.
Many believe that these contentious issues, especially for Hindus in Hindustan, Gyanvapi, Krishna Janmabhoomi, and some others, need to be resolved before we really take the turn towards moving in the direction that Bharat should move. A nation to grow, become Viksit. These innate conflicts have to be resolved.
If that was the case, our central government would have resolved this as soon as they came to power. In 2014-15. That's not the case. They have seen developmental work has begun since even before, but then only few years back, Ramlala Virajman, that conflict got solved. So, conflicts keep arising in this country with millions, with so many different languages, cultures, and caste. Where is the end to the conflict? They keep happening. But see, with one vision, with one vigor and enthusiasm, that people are coming together now and working together. That itself is something that's unique to India and laudable with the current leadership. I would say some of credit definitely, of course, it goes to the culture and the people, and the leadership also shares that credit.
Gurudev, are Ram and Krishna Kalpanik? Are they imaginary?
Those who say Kalpanik, it is their Kalpana only. They refuse to see the reality. When they could already find in Bet Dwarka all the ruins of so many years. Now, Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro civilization, they found it's much older than 8,000-year-old. Why would you not believe our own history, which has been enunciated in our own traditional Indian systems?
But
see, there is history written everywhere in Indian system as well. Itihasa itself means it so happened.
It so happened. So is it itihasa or is it mythology? History or mythology?
It is history, absolutely history. But see, in history also, there are kavis who can glorify it.
Yeah.
They could say, someone lived for 100 years, someone, say this, they lived 1,000 years. This is all the language of the poets. We must see, in the midst of the poetry, we should extract the history, which is very obvious thing.
So you're saying you should extract the tattva out of the entire imaginary leap that's been taken, or the creativity.
I mean, we are artists basically in India. We would like to see art everywhere.
Yeah.
So history also we have not depicted very dry. Even if you see the Mughal history, they've all glorified all the Mughal kings as
Yes.
Indra, Chandra, Devendra, like that.
Yeah.
Right. So the way of Eastern civilization telling history is more juicy. It's more decorative. It's more heartwarming. Because our history is connected to heart.
Yeah.
We take pride in the history.
Gurudev, the other contentious issue is Sanatan Dharma needs to be eradicated, because Sanatan Pratha, Hindu way of life, is discriminatory, casteist. We are stuck between Varna and Jati.
I just wonder, why don't they see the good things also in Sanatan Dharma? Is only caste system in the Sanatan Dharma? It's a complete ignorance. I don't usually comment on ignorant statements. It's people of ignorance. See, even if you have to say something is bad, you have to go into the depth of it. And these people don't look into the depth of a subject. And they just go on rattling something take mileage for a small, short-term political gain.
But Gurudev, in the US, they are actually trying to form laws. SB 403 and others, using the ancestral law, they are trying to say that people who come from India are ancestrally discriminated. I'm sure you would be aware.
I know, but that has been now nullified. The governor has already, cancelled that law which was about to be made. He vetoed it.
ये रुकेंगे नहीं, and you know that if it enters corporate culture in the US, it will come back to Bharat very soon.
It will be a disaster. See, in this country, in Sanatan Dharma itself, among the 1,000 rishis have come from all backgrounds.
Yes.
Even our main Sanaka, Sanandana, they are all Dalits. Ramayana, Mahabharata, Valmiki and Vedas, they are from that community. So, among the 1,000 rishis, if you count, you can count in fingers, 3 or 4 only Brahmin backgrounds. All other rishis are from all other castes. Even our devatas, even Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva is a Nishada. Nishada is untouchable. So, there was no such rigid caste system like we are being perceived. Of course, in the Middle Ages, it has become much rigid. If you go little beyond, go to the history of our caste system, there has been saints in every caste. They have been honored. And there have been Rakshasas or Asuras in every caste as well. Even Brahmins.
Ravana was a
Brahmin. So, Adhyatma is the wealth of this country. See, everything has a place, and definitely this has place when today the mental health is a big issue world over. 1 in every 3 person are affected by mental health issues. And every 40 seconds, 1 person is committing suicide on this planet. For this, definitely this is the answer. Meditation, spiritual knowledge, Vedanta, Yoga Vedanta principle is the answer. Today's Vedanta has been tod marod karke, it has been presented in all buzzy language, buzzy, linguistic quote karke, present kar dete hai. One lady said in America, we have sanitized yoga. Sanitized means what? They have removed Om, they have removed Om Shanti and everything. I said, you have robbed the yoga of its soul.
But when you have tried to teach Sudarshan Kriya, to people who have nothing to do with the Hindu way of life, who've got nothing to do with yoga. Haven't you and your teachers encountered this?
Oh,
You're
yeah,
trying to convert us. You're running a conversion.
No, we have faced many challenges, not one. Even when I went to Ayodhya dispute, resolution of the dispute. Oh, I have many brickbats were coming from both sides. Many Hindus were opposed to it. Many Muslims were opposed.
आपका क्या है इसमें?
आपका इसमें क्या है? आप कहाँ से आ गए? So, when you are in a public work, when you are into anything that you believe is the right thing, or when you know it is the right thing to do, you don't care for what others comment for you. इसमें मान अपमान ये सब का कोई मायने नहीं रखता.
Is it so easy to let go of it and not get affected, Prabhu? Because ahem always comes into play, no? Ego comes into play. No?
When it comes to play, you don't know it is coming into play. But once you know it is coming into play, you don't get bothered about it at all. That is the power of wisdom.
Because when Krishna says aham sarvasya prabhavo, it's okay. We cannot think that aham sarvasya. Then it becomes the aham becomes different.
Why do you say that? You look into the Gyan aspect inside of you. Jivanam sarva bhutanam. What does Krishna say? I am the life in everybody.
Life in everybody.
So are you living? Are you live?
Yeah.
And you are him, you are part of him.
Rama and Krishna, both are supposed to be upholders of dharma. But both have different...
Completely opposite.
That is exactly why I questioned you, Prabhu.
Ram and Krishna's personality is poles apart.
Yes.
So that's the most interesting thing. See, even Parashuram. Parashuram is considered an avatar.
Yes.
But if you look into Parashuram's life, it's very stunning.
Yeah.
So, मैं कभी फिर इसमें गहराई से मैं बात करूँगा. But what I'm saying is, see, every avatar, everybody has lived on this planet and have shown something very unique. और वो सब हमारे साथ है, जीवन में है. उन सबको आत्मसात करके आगे बढ़ेंगे.
But you would believe that all of them stood to uphold dharma?
Absolutely. और क्या?
Despite the varying methods and polarities in their personalities.
नहीं तो इतने सारे आगम शास्त्र क्यों बनते? Why we have so many scriptures, so many Upanishads, and even Rigveda. There are 21 shakhas of Rigveda.
Yes.
101 shakhas of Yajurveda, 1000 shakhas of Samveda. So even Vedas are Anantavai Veda. So many of them are there. So that is the beauty of Sanatana Dharma. There is place for everybody here.
Is Murti Puja okay?
As I said,
I'm coming back to that because many are saying this is being constantly attacked. It's been attacked. Oh, you're idol worshippers, idolatrism. You're pushing this. This is not supposed to be in modern society, today's world. You're not supposed to do it.
No. Who can say that? I don't need idol. Someone who has passed through that stage. You come out of this. There is a difference between one graduating out of school and a school dropout. A school dropout says, I have come out of the school, doesn't mean much.
Yeah.
But a graduate can say, I've come out of the school.
Come out of the school. So the steps of graduation have to be. My final two questions, Gurudev. One is with the kind of work that you are doing. You're present in over 180 countries and something phenomenal happened. It was history created on American soil with the World Culture Congress. Are we going towards a more peaceful, sustainable Bhumi, or are we just going to witness so much more conflict? Even as we speak now, there are 3 or 4 wars going on.
Correct. Anand, the world history, recorded world history of 6,000 years, you know what it says? Only 268 years in the human history have been there without conflicts.
Without conflict.
So if we have a few days in between here and there, we are lucky, I tell you. Conflict is part of the world. And our nature is to see, calm it down, douse it down, douse the fire. That's our nature. And we should continue to do it. See, the World Culture Festival we had in the National Mall,
Ji.
you know, it was though it's a cultural and spiritual event, 1.1 million people sat together, meditated 3 days,
Wow.
did yoga. It was first time in the American history that so many people congregated. For India, million people is not much.
But collective conscience, does that help?
Definitely, it helped. You know what happened? That 1 week there was no homicide in the whole of Washington DC.
Wow.
Every day there used to be 2-3 killings there. In those 1 week there was no homicide, and the police were surprised by that. And they said, we have never witnessed a program that's so peaceful, where we had nothing to do. So that's the power of meditation. You know, it can reform people, it can uplift the spirit. And more of that is necessary. You know, I'm glad that our Home Minister introduced in India, Ghar Ghar Dhyan.
Yeah, Ghar Ghar Dhyan. Yeah.
This is really caring for people. घर घर में इतना क्लेश है, मानसिक तनाव है, उसको दूर करने के लिए which country really looks after that everybody should prevent mental illness? Tell me. So we have certain very good things in this country that we need to pay attention to. Of course, there are a lot of issues. I'm not saying it's all rosy. There are issues which we need to keep attending to. World also same thing. Conflicts keep rising, but we also see on the other side the good things are also happening.
How are you able to keep politics outside of the spiritual realm, especially when events like 22nd January are going to happen? Everybody says it's all to just, polarize votes for May 2024. My final question is, what should people do on the 22nd of January, and how are you able to keep these two aspects separate?
See, 22nd January, Sri Ram Lala Pran Pratishtha is happening. It's a moment of celebration. Actually, people were in a mood to celebrate when the judgment came at that time itself. And it is the wisdom of this country, the government and our Prime Minister, to not to let that fire come along, and which would obviously would have hurt others. So people have been holding this wish to celebrate for so long, and now is the chance. 22nd January, now unleash that pressure that you have been holding in order to celebrate. There are 11 lakh Ram temple in this country.
Yes, Prabhu.
I said this, when the judgment comes, if it has come amicably with everybody's approval, we should have a grand celebration everywhere. And it's very wise that now that celebration is happening, and also they have been called for cleaning the temple. This is also an occasion.
The Safai Abhiyan.
To Safai Abhiyan. Temple should be clean. Every temple should be clean, and it's happening good. So I would say everyone should celebrate. Keep aside the politics for a little while. Later on you can take it. It's going to come anyway after a few months. But now be united. Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, Jains, everybody should come together, the whole world, because it's a moment of celebration after 500 years.
True.
Yeah?
Sarva Dharma Samabhava. That's why the magic of art of living. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great conversation, Gurudev. Thank
Very
you so much,
good.
Gurudev.
The battery car's also eco-friendly, not non-polluting. The modern green.
A very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18's mega coverage on the Ram Mandir. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Now, while preparations are in full swing in Ayodhya, the politics surrounding the Ram Mandir consecration ceremony has also been heating up in the past few months. And News 18's Amish Devgan has spoken exclusively with Samajwadi Party's chief Akhilesh Yadav on the Ram Mandir and the politics surrounding it in the News 18 conclave that's being held in Lucknow. Let's listen in to this exclusive.
देश का माहौल, प्रदेश का माहौल राममय हो गया है। आपको ये राममय माहौल देखकर कैसा लग रहा है?
मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं आपको। जो माहौल की बात आपने कही है
जी,
हालांकि आप लोग लगातार माहौल हो ना हो, लेकिन आप लोग माहौल बना के रखते हैं।
लेकिन आपको लग रहा है कि माहौल ये जबरदस्ती बनाया जा रहा है या ये राम युग की शुरुआत हो गई है? क्योंकि 550 साल बाद रामलला अपने घर वापस आ रहे हैं।
कल मैं एक बहुत ही प्रतिष्ठित देश का सबसे तेज चलने वाले चैनल को मैं रात को देख रहा था
जी।
तो जब उन्होंने माइक लगाया, एक नौजवान वहां आया हुआ था, जब उसके माइक लगाया उसकी तरफ, उससे पूछा कि आप अयोध्या आए हैं, क्यों आप आए हो? तो उस नौजवान ने बहुत सीधी सादी भाषा में कहा कि मैं गोंडा से आया हूं, मैं आपको देखने आया हूं। सोचो, न्यूज एंकर को देखने आया वो। तो माहौल बना के रखिए, लेकिन सवाल ये है
जी,
जिस स्थान पे हम लोग बैठे हैं आज, ये देश का प्लैन्ड हाईटेक सिटी अगर सबसे बड़ा कहीं है तो वो आपके लखनऊ में है, जिसमें आज हम लोग बैठ करके चर्चा कर रहे हैं
जी। लेकिन अब तो अयोध्या का प्लान भी दिख रहा है। सवाल ये उठता है कि चलिए, राम मंदिर तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश पे बन रहा है, लेकिन अयोध्या में एयरपोर्ट तो बन सकता था, रेलवे स्टेशन का तो विकास हो सकता था, सरकारें आपकी भी थी, कई सरकारें सपा की रही। क्या आपको लगता नहीं है कि वहां पर एक चूक हुई?
मैं आपसे ये बात कहना चाहूंगा कि विकास को कोई नहीं रोकता, विकास के पक्ष में है। और जहां आपने एयरपोर्ट स्टेशन की बात कही है, एयरपोर्ट जरूर बना है, हवाई पट्टी पहले से थी, और इस पुण्य काम के लिए किसी ने मना नहीं किया, वहां के किसानों ने भी नहीं मना किया, किसान भी आगे आए। लेकिन किसान की ये शर्त थी कि अगर इतने पुण्य काम के लिए उनकी जमीन ली जा रही है तो कम से कम 6 गुना सर्किल रेट का उन्हें मुआवजा दिया जाए। आपको ये सोचना चाहिए, क्या जिन किसानों की जमीन लेकर के वो एयरपोर्ट बना है, क्या इस पुण्य काम के लिए उनको इतना मुआवजा दिया गया? क्या आपने मुआवजे में भेदभाव नहीं किया? दूसरा, स्टेशन तो बनते ही हैं, बनेंगे। मुझे खुशी है कि उन्होंने स्टेशन बनाया, लेकिन आज मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, जितने भी बड़े बड़े कथावाचक
जी
या रिलीजियस प्रीचर आए हैं
जी,
आप आज भी पता कर लीजिए, सब वहीं पर जाकर के अपनी बात रख रहे हैं जो कभी समाजवादी सरकार में बना था, एक स्थान बना था, भजन स्थल बना था, जहां पर आप परफॉर्म कर सकें, कह सकें। आज जितने लोग भी आ रहे हैं, सब के सब जाकर के वहां अभी तक कार्यक्रम किए हैं। वहां
अखिलेश जी, आपने बोला कि रेलवे स्टेशन, एयरपोर्ट बनने की आपको खुशी है, मंदिर बनने की कितनी खुशी है?
नहीं, वो क्योंकि आपने पहले ही कह दिया कि कोर्ट के फैसले से बना है, और कोई भी हिंदुस्तानी होगा जिसको हिंदू मुस्लिम एकता की बात करनी है, किसी भी धर्म का कोई भी बनेगा, उसमें खुशी होगी। किसको खुशी नहीं होगी?
तो पहली प्रार्थना राम के दरबार में क्या लगाएंगे अखिलेश जी?
लेकिन खुशी के साथ साथ हमें यह भी सोचना पड़ेगा
जी,
अगर आप जाएं अयोध्या में जाकर के, आप यूपी में आए, तो क्या नौजवानों को नौकरी रोजगार मिल रहा है? एक अयोध्या के कार्यक्रम में एक नौजवान खड़ा हो गया और कह रहा है कि बताइए, मैं सीवी लेकर के घूम रहा हूं, अपना बायोडाटा लेकर के घूम रहा हूं, मुझे कहीं नौकरी नहीं मिल रही, और नौकरी के लिए वेटर की नौकरी मैं करूंगा, मैं रेस्टोरेंट में जाकर के नौकरी करूंगा। आप अगर इतना बड़ा काम कर रहे हैं तो कम से कम नौजवानों को सम्मान का रोजगार नौकरी तो दे दो। आप सम्मान का रोजगार नौकरी नहीं दे रहे।
जी, मेरा एक सवाल है कि निमंत्रण तो आपको भी मिला और आपने कहा कि ये बीजेपी और आरएसएस का कार्यक्रम है। विपक्ष भी इस बात को कह रहा है, निमंत्रण अस्वीकार करा, वो कहानी किस्सा क्या है पूरा?
अगर निमंत्रण में भी राजनीति करेंगे, मुझे याद है आपके ही किसी साथी ने मुझसे पूछा कि विश्व हिंदू परिषद के बहुत बड़े एक नेता ने आपको निमंत्रण दिया है
जी,
और आपसे मिले हैं। मैंने उसी समय कहा कि मुझे किसी से निमंत्रण नहीं मिला, न मुझे कोई नेता मिला है। तो जब उन्होंने जाकर के विश्व हिंदू परिषद के नेता से पूछा तो उन्होंने कहा कि मैं निमंत्रण देने नहीं गया था, मैंने कोरियर से भिजवाया। जब मैंने अगले दिन उनसे पूछा कि आपने कोरियर से भिजवाया, उसकी कम से कम रिसिप्ट तो दे दें, तो जब मैंने रिसिप्ट मांगी तो उन्होंने कोरियर से नहीं, अयोध्या से स्पीड पोस्ट से मुझे भिजवाया था। तो सोचो राजनीति कौन कर रहा था इस पर? जो लोग निमंत्रण में राजनीति कर सकते हैं, तो वो सोचो राजनीति और जगह क्यों नहीं करेंगे।
And with that, let's now keep politics aside. Remember, a lot of rituals have been taking place since Tuesday in the run-up to the Pran Pratishtha consecration ceremony, which will be taking place on 22nd of January. And we will be telling you all about that's happening in Ayodhya in just a bit.
पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम तेरा विश्व कल्याण भला, राम सिया राम सिया राम। राम सिया राम तेरा विश्व कल्याण भला, राम सिया राम सिया राम।
Before the Pran Pratishtha ceremony with golden bow and arrow, Ram Lalla's first complete look has finally been revealed, and today, following the purification of the temple's sanctum sanctorum with the holy water from the Saryu river, Vastu Peace and Anadivas rituals will also be performed. The original idols of Ram Lalla Virajman and his brothers will be installed in front of the new idol inside the Garbhagriha. On Monday, a floral ceremony is also scheduled at the newly built Ram Temple. Uttar Pradesh is formulating a 6-month plan for the post-22nd of January period, anticipating a significant influx of daily pilgrims to Ayodhya. A high alert in Ayodhya in view of the ceremony has also been issued. All entry routes of Ayodhya have also been sealed. A ban has been imposed on entry of vehicles of Ram devotees in Ayodhya from today. CNN News 18 continues to bring you ground reports from the Ram Nagri.
The entire mood in Ayodhya is Ram sabke hai aur sabke liye Ram hai, and everybody is trying to bring in whatever they can to contribute to this big Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is coming here on the 22nd of January, but before that, his home state is already here. There are 550 volunteers who have come in from Baroda, from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was elected to Parliament in 2014. And what they brought with them is something very, very landmarkish. They brought flowers from various states as well. They have bought about 25,000 kgs of flowers, and these flowers have been sourced from as many as 7 to 8 states. And what they plan to do is they plan to decorate the whole of Ayodhya as well. A very, very well coordinated effort that you can see. Actually, there is a lot of people around, youth there. They've come in from Baroda. They want to actually decorate the whole town of Ayodhya. In a way, make their own contribution as far as this Ram Mandir push is concerned. तैयारियां पूरी हो चुकी हैं क्योंकि अभी कुछ दिन में प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होने वाली है। क्या तैयारियां अभी बच गई हैं?
जोरदार तैयारियां चल रही हैं और लगभग सब पूर्णता की ओर है। जिसको कहते हैं फिनिशिंग टच, बस वही देना बाकी है। और ये फिनिशिंग टच केवल हमारी तरफ से ही बाकी नहीं है, ये समाज की तरफ से भी बाकी है, क्योंकि हर समय हर पल एक नई चीज देखने को मिलती है। आज सुबह कश्मीर के लोग आए थे, जो वहां की केसर लेकर आए थे रामलला के चरणों में अर्पित करने के लिए, और जो मुख्य यजमान हैं अनिल मिश्रा जी, उनको उन्होंने दिया। आज ही अफगानिस्तान की सबसे बड़ी नदी वहां का जल आया है वहां उनके चरणों में अर्पित करने के लिए, और वहीं तमिलनाडु से एक बहुत बड़ी शॉल आई है, जिसको 10 लोगों ने मिलकर दिन रात एक करके केवल यहां के लिए 10 दिन में तैयार किया था। यानी इस कार्यक्रम ने केवल देश को नहीं जोड़ा, गुजरात से लेकर और सुदूर नागालैंड तक सब तरफ से कुछ ना कुछ आया है।
कई पॉलिटिकल नेता कहते हैं कि वीएचपी, बीजेपी और आरएसएस का कार्यक्रम इसलिए वो नहीं आना चाहते हैं।
या तो वो ना समझ हैं या वो बेईमान हैं। आखिर 500 साल हिंदू लड़ा है, तब कौन सी बीजेपी थी, तब कौन सा वीएचपी था, तब कौन सी आरएसएस थी। और इन लोगों को ये ध्यान में आना चाहिए, जब मंदिर के निर्माण का समय आया तो देश के 65 करोड़ लोगों ने मंदिर के निर्माण के लिए सहयोग दिया।
All right, and with that, let's also get you the visuals of the Ram Mandir, which is all set for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony on 22nd. Those are the visuals we are bringing to you of the Mandir. As you can see, the walls have been heavily adorned with carving. We are also learning that Muslim artisans were also an integral part of the carving that's been done on the Mandir. These are the inside visuals that CNN News 18 is bringing to you. That is also the dome, as you can see, heavy carving done on the walls. And this is how the Ram Mandir has been beautifully decked up with flowers. As you can see, the horticulture department in Uttar Pradesh has very actively participated in decking up not just the Mandir premises but also all of Ayodhya. While most of Ayodhya Nagari has been in fact decorated with marigold, as you can see, there's a whole variety of flowers over here. I can see orchids, roses and even guldavlis, which of course, as we all know, are also a speciality of winters. And with that, let's quickly cut across to the News 18 conclave where KP Maurya is also addressing. Let's listen in.
जो हमारा विरोधी भी है, चाहे वह राजनीतिक रूप से, वैचारिक रूप से, तो यह सारे के सारे लोग दिन भर में विरोध में ही सही राम का नाम अनेक बार लेते हैं।
अभी कुछ देर पहले अखिलेश जी मंच पर थे, तो उन्होंने बोला कि राम की बात तो होती है, विकास की बात भी होनी चाहिए। वो भी राम के साथ हैं, वो श्याम के साथ भी हैं। उन्हें राम में कृष्ण और कृष्ण में राम दिखते हैं।
देखिए, उनको विकास की बात गुंडागर्दी करने वाले, माफियाओं का संरक्षण करने वाले, राम भक्तों के खून से जिनके हाथ रंगे हुए हैं, वह राम और श्याम की बात करके जो गुमराह करने का प्रयास करते हैं, उससे उन्हें कुछ हासिल होने वाला नहीं है। बल्कि आज मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि पूरी तरह से इनकी भावनाएं, इनको भगवान को जैसे जनकपुर में अलग रूप में सब देख रहे थे, लेकिन जो भगवान के रूप में देख रहे थे, भगवान उनको भगवान के रूप में दर्शन दे रहे थे। लेकिन ये उसी श्री रामचरितमानस की एक चौपाई है, जाको प्रभु दारुण दुख दीना, ताकि मति पहले हर लीना।
लेकिन एक सवाल बार बार खड़ा हो रहा है कि मंदिर अधूरा बना है, उसकी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा कैसे हो सकती है? विपक्ष के कई नेता इस पर सवाल खड़ा कर चुके हैं।
मुझे लगता है नेताओं को सवाल खड़ा करने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है, और वही नेता इस पर सवाल खड़ा कर रहे हैं जो श्री राम जन्मभूमि मंदिर निर्माण के विरोधी थे, जो कारसेवकों पर गोली चलाने को जायज ठहराते हैं, जो भगवान श्री राम को काल्पनिक बता करके शपथ पत्र देश की सर्वोच्च अदालत में दे करके आते हैं, वही इस प्रकार की बातें करते हैं। अगर रामलला ठाठ से अपने भव्य मंदिर के अंदर पहुंच रहे हैं जी, तो उनके पेट में दर्द क्यों हो रहा है? क्या उनको इसलिए दर्द हो रहा है कि रामलला?
वो कह रहे कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में रहेंगे, आपने बीजेपी और आरएसएस का इवेंट बना दिया है उसको।
ये दृष्टि दोष है। राम विरोध का एक अलग तरीका उन लोगों ने निकाला है। अगर भगवान सोमनाथ के मंदिर का जीर्णोद्धार हो सकता है, उस समय के उप प्रधानमंत्री लौह पुरुष सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल 1947 में भगवान सोमनाथ के मंदिर के निर्माण, जीर्णोद्धार का और फिर प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का कार्यक्रम देश के प्रथम राष्ट्रपति कर सकते हैं। तो आज यह शुभ अवसर आया है, तो इनको क्यों इतनी बेचैनी हो रही है?
लेकिन एक सवाल खड़ा हो रहा है कि जहां गर्भगृह है वहां प्राण प्रतिष्ठा नहीं हो रही। विपक्ष के कई नेताओं ने सवाल खड़े करे हैं इसको लेकर।
जो सवाल खड़ा कर रहे हैं वो स्वयं राम भक्तों की नजर में सवाल बनते जा रहे हैं। देश का विश्वास है, एक राम भक्त का विश्वास है। अयोध्या में जहां रामलला का जन्मस्थान है, जहां पर रामलला विराजमान होने जा रहे हैं, वही मान्यता के अनुसार, और जो मान्यता है चाहे वो श्री रामचरितमानस के अनुसार, चाहे वाल्मीकि रामायण के अनुसार, चाहे जो अयोध्या धाम है उसके अनुसार, उसी मान्यता के अनुसार रामलला उस स्थान पर विराजमान हो रहे हैं। और उसमें तमाम हमारे पूज्य साधु संत, पूरा बहुत सारे आचार्य महामंडलेश्वरगण, धर्माचार्यगण, बहुत सब विचार विमर्श करने के बाद पूरे वास्तुशास्त्र के हिसाब से जहां पर रामलला विराजमान थे वहीं पर रामलला विराजमान हो रहे हैं। मैं तो कारसेवक के रूप में 6 दिसंबर को भी था, ढांचा ढह गया था, किस प्रकार से मेरे रामलला टाट
अफसोस है, जो ढांचा ढहा उसका अफसोस है,
कहे का अफसोस होगा, गर्व है हमको।
लेकिन कई नेता कहते हैं कि मस्जिद गिराकर मंदिर बनाया गया।
वो कलंकित ढांचा था, गुलामी की निशानी थी, और उसको कारसेवकों ने मिटा दिया, इसका हमें गर्व है। और मैं भी एक कारसेवक के रूप में वहां पर था, इसका भी मुझे गर्व है।
लेकिन क्या आपको लगता है विपक्ष के नेताओं का इस पूरे कार्यक्रम का बॉयकॉट करना? अखिलेश जी के पास निमंत्रण आया, लेकिन उन्होंने बोला मैं जाऊंगा, लेकिन बाद में जाऊंगा, अभी नहीं जाऊंगा।
देखिए, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के लोकप्रियता से घबरा करके ये मोदी विरोध करते करते भगवान श्री राम के विरोध पर उतर आए। 2024 में इनको जमानत बचाना मुश्किल हो जाएगा, क्योंकि आप भाजपा का विरोध कर सकते हो एक दल के नाते, आप सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता का विरोध कर सकते हो क्योंकि वह एक दल की ओर से चुनी गई सरकार के माननीय लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री हैं, लेकिन उनका विरोध करते करते भगवान श्री राम के विरोध पर उतर आओगे तो इसका जवाब राम भक्त भी देंगे, राष्ट्रभक्त भी देंगे।
आपको लगता है 2024 के चुनाव में राम एक मुद्दा रहेगा?
हमारे लिए भगवान श्री राम आस्था के, श्रद्धा के, विश्वास के केंद्र हैं। रामलला के मंदिर निर्माण का संकल्प हमारा 22 जनवरी 2024 का नहीं है, यह हमारा संकल्प हिमाचल प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की राष्ट्रीय कार्य समिति में डंके की चोट से कहा गया था, जहां राम ने जन्म लिया है मंदिर वहीं बनाएंगे, और जो भी करना होगा वह करके दिखाएंगे। और जो हम लोग उस समय नारा लगाते थे सुगंध राम की खाएं, मंदिर भव्य बनाएंगे, तो यही विरोधी लोग कहते हैं, लेकिन ये तारीख नहीं बताएंगे। 22 जनवरी की तारीख आ गई, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा का निमंत्रण ठुकरा रहे हो, राम भक्त तुमको ठुकरा देंगे।
लेकिन कांग्रेस के नेता राहुल गांधी शिवधाम जाएंगे आसाम में, और ममता बनर्जी भी एक मंदिर में जाएंगी। वो कहते हैं कि हम इस कार्यक्रम में नहीं जाएंगे, लेकिन बाकी मंदिरों में जाएंगे।
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विचारधारा की जीत है। जो कभी रोजा अवतार की पार्टी छोड़ करके किसी मंदिर में शीश झुकाने नहीं जाते थे, आज उन्हें मंदिर में माथा टेकना पड़ रहा है। ये मेरे लिए गर्व की बात है।
एक सवाल कि राम मंदिर को लेकर आपके परम मित्र असउद्दीन ओवैसी की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, वो कहते हैं कि सत्ता में बैठे लोग, आप जैसे लोग मस्जिदों को ललचाई भरी नजरों से देख रहे हो। अभी तो अयोध्या हो गया, आप काशी मथुरा पे शुरू कर दिए कहानी आप लोगों ने।
ये काम तो जब भगवान सोमनाथ जी का मंदिर का जीर्णोद्धार हो रहा था, कांग्रेस उस समय देश में नेतृत्व कर रही थी सरकार का, अयोध्या, मथुरा, काशी तीनों मामला उसी समय एक साथ हल हो जाना चाहिए, या तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति के कारण से 1947 में जो समस्या हल होनी चाहिए वो 2024 में जब देश के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी बने हैं तब उसका समाधान हो रहा है, तब भव्य मंदिर का निर्माण हो रहा है। भगवान रामलला टाट से अब ठाठ में आ रहे हैं, और जो अभी तक ठाठ में थे अब उनके टाट में जाने का समय आ रहा है।
लेकिन पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ राम मंदिर जो है, जो राम मंदिर को लेकर राजनीति है, वो भी कम नहीं है। आप लोग क्लेम करते हैं, यानी बीजेपी क्लेम करती है कि राम मंदिर वो बनवा रही है।
पल पल में, युग युग में, हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में, हर मन में, कण कण में राम। पल पल में, युग युग में, हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में, हर मन में, कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम।
जय श्री राम।
Vehicles which will be used, and it will be, I think, a pleasure to drive them also. If we can't drive them, but I can see a very, very comfortable ride for people who are informed, because it's quite a walk till the Ram temple, and people can easily go in this once these battery cars start running from the 23rd of January when the temple opens for public viewing. Behind me is the path which goes to the Ram temple premises, and if you don't want to walk till the Ram temple premises, these battery carts will now take you inside the Ram temple. This walk of almost a kilometer till the Ram temple will be easy with these new brightly saffron colored battery carts with Lord Ram's picture right in front. And this will the disabled, anybody who is not able to walk, anybody who's old, even normal people, if there is space, can take these battery carts and go right up till the Ram temple. And we have the excited people here who are waiting for them to start. They will start maybe by tomorrow. तो ये कहाँ से कहाँ चलाएंगे आप?
जय श्री राम।
तो कैसे मदद करेंगे लोगों की से आप?
सर, हमारे स्टेट बैंक ने ये राम जन्मभूमि को दान में दिया हुआ है, और टेस्ट वाले और जितने श्रद्धालु आएंगे उनके लिए है, और वो अंदर ही चलेंगे।
अंदर ही चलेंगे?
हाँ, अंदर ही चलेंगे। जितने लोग बाहर से आएंगे उनके लिए फ्री सेवा होगी।
फ्री सेवा है
जी।
तो ये फ्री सेवा है. This is free service for anybody who wants to take a ride till the new Ram temple premises from January 23rd. These new battery carts, and there are many of them, in fact, lined up here in the behind me just before the Ram temple entry, which will be used by pilgrims here to go to the Ram temple. And the battery carts also eco-friendly, not non-polluting. The modern green vehicles which will be used, and it will be, I think, a pleasure to drive them also. If we can't drive them, but as I can see, a very, very comfortable ride for people who are informed, because it's quite a walk till the Ram temple, and people can easily go in this once these battery carts start running from the 23rd of January when the temple opens for public viewing. Behind me is the path which goes to the Ram temple premises.
As the Grand Ram Temple rises, CNN News 18 gets you the biggest voices.
Devotees in great number. I mean, we are thinking about 1,25,000 every day.
From temple vision to execution,
एक अनोखी शैली में बनाने की कोशिश की है. भगवान का दरबार में आप जाएंगे तो लगेगा कि नहीं, एक अच्छी जगह पे हम लोग आए.
From objections to obeisance,
राम जी प्रतिष्ठित होंगे तो राम राज्य का मार्ग भी प्रशस्त होगा.
This Ram Mandir, which has been a dream of people for so many years, is coming to a fruition.
Thanks to everybody who made that happen, and I'm sure this means a world to multitude of people.
The symbolism, the significance. All stakeholders choose CNN News 18.
Brought to you by
Walk till the Ram Temple premises. These battery carts will now take you inside the Ram Temple. This walk of almost a kilometer till the Ram Temple will be easy with these new brightly saffron colored battery carts with Lord Ram's picture right in front. And this will the disabled, anybody who is not able to walk, anybody who's old, even normal people, if there is space, can take these battery carts and go right up till the Ram Temple. And we have the excited people here who are waiting for them to start. They will start maybe by tomorrow. तो ये कहाँ से कहाँ चलाएंगे आप?
जय श्री राम।
तो कैसे मदद करेंगे लोगों की से आप?
सर, हमारे स्टेट बैंक ने ये राम जन्मभूमि को दान में दिया हुआ है और टेस्ट वाले और जितने श्रद्धालु आएंगे उनके लिए है और वो अंदर ही चलेंगे।
अंदर ही चलेंगे? हाँ,
अंदर ही चलेंगे। जितने लोग बाहर से आएंगे उनके लिए फ्री सेवा होगी।
फ्री सेवा है
जी।
तो ये फ्री सेवा है. This is free service for anybody who wants to take a ride till the new Ram Temple premises from January 23rd. These new battery carts, and there are many of them, in fact, lined up here in the behind me just before the Ram Temple entry, which will be used by pilgrims here to go to the Ram Temple. And the battery carts also eco-friendly, not non-polluting. The modern green vehicles which will be used, and it will be, I think, a pleasure to drive them also. If we can't drive them, but I can see a very, very comfortable ride for people who are informed, because it's quite a walk till the Ram Temple, and people can easily go in this once these battery carts start running from the 23rd of January when the temple opens for public viewing. Behind me is the path which goes to the Ram Temple premises, and if you don't want to walk till the Ram Temple premises, these battery carts will now take you inside the Ram Temple. This walk.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Building up to the Pran Pratishtha of Ram Lalla at Ram Lalla Virajman in Sri Ayodhya, we are also trying to talk and dive deeper into our own culture, our own civilization ethos, and this way of life, as the Honorable Supreme Court has called it, the Hindu way of life in Hindustan or in Bharat. Taking the conversation forward, let's try and understand what is the bedrock of our society and this way of life. Is it a belief system? Is it a knowledge system? Is it gender neutral, or is it patriarchal, or is it matriarchal? How does society define itself in its current shape, and how was it actually envisaged over the eons? Let's try and understand that. Swami Vigyananand is with us, scholar, और बहुत सारे आप कैप्स पहनते, पर अभी मैं आपको स्कॉलर पर ही सीमित रखूंगा. विज्ञानानंद जी, स्वामी जी, आभार. Professor Nachiketa Tiwari, professor at IIT Kanpur, is with us. And we also have Dr. Sonia, who is a PhD in Sanskritam, and she is also a professor at IGNOU. आप पंडिता भी हैं, प्रोफेसर भी हैं, सो यू गॉट सम रियली एनलाइटेंड माइंड्स विद अस, सो लेट्स आस्क। सोनिया जी, मैं आपसे स्टार्ट करना चाहूँगा।
हाँ जी।
हमारा जो ये वे ऑफ लाइफ है, इज दिस जेंडर बायस्ड? ये क्या पुरुष प्रधान है?
बिल्कुल भी नहीं। इसमें मैं ये भी कहना चाहती हूँ कि जैसे अभी आपने पुरुष शब्द ही लिया, जहाँ से ये संस्कृत का ये जो शब्द लिया है और जिसको देख करके केवल हमने एक मेल बॉडी तक ही इसको सीमित कर दिया है, इसी शब्द की ही जब एटमोलॉजी अगर हम देखते हैं वेदों में, पुरी शेते इति पुरुष, कि जो पुरी किसी शरीर में निवास करता हो उसको पुरुष कहा गया। तो शरीर में तो कोई भी आत्मा, तो वो चाहे किसी स्त्री फीमेल बॉडी में है आत्मा, वो भी पुरुष, और चाहे जो मेल बॉडी में है वो भी पुरुष है।
तो जब आत्मा जिस शरीर में भी वास करे तो वो पुरुष हो जाता है।
इस शरीर में पुरी में रहने वाला जो
पुरी
भी
में रहने वाला, अच्छा, तो शरीर उसके लिए पुरी हो गया, घर हो गया। अच्छा,
तो जो भी ज्ञान परंपरा बोली गई है संस्कृत में, जहाँ पुरुष कह करके आया है, वहाँ पर वो उस एक चेतना जीवित उसके लिए कहा गया है। चाहे हम पुरुष सूक्त की बात करें, जिसमें कि पूरी एक सृष्टि प्रक्रिया के उदाहरण से बताया गया है कि पुरुष का शरीर ऐसा, तो पुरुष का शरीर केवल मेल बॉडी नहीं, तो बाइस्ड नहीं है अपना वे ऑफ लाइफ।
तो पुरुष का मतलब ही आप ये कह रहे हैं कि एनीथिंग दैट हैज कॉन्शियसनेस, तो ये शरीर एक बॉडी हो गया, लिविंग स्थान हो गया आत्मा के लिए, तो इसीलिए मैं पुरुष हूँ,
इसलिए आप पुरुष,
मेरा जेंडर मेल है इसलिए मैं पुरुष नहीं। तो पुरुष शब्द आपके लिए भी है और मेरे लिए भी है, दैट्स व्हाट यू आर ट्राइंग टू से।
भाषा भी।
ये जो सोनिया बताएगी, द प्रॉब्लम क्या है कि संस्कृत का ओरिजिनल जो टर्मिनोलॉजी है, उसको सही तरीको न समझ करके बहुत सारे लोग बहुत सारे गलत मीनिंग निकाल लेते हैं और उसको अपने दृष्टि से मैनिपुलेट करते रहे। सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम यही है।
तो असली डिक्शनरी छोड़ के अपनी डिक्शनरी निकाल ली लोगों ने, ऐसा आप कह रही हैं? बताइए। तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि पुरुष का मतलब ही वो है,
पुरुष का मतलब आत्मा के लिए। और जहाँ शरीर के भेद पर आकर के दोनों के कर्तव्यों में, कार्यों में जहाँ अंतर आता है, वहाँ पर अलग अलग भी बताया है कि महिला के लिए इस तरह के कार्य, या नर नारी पुरुष, जहाँ पर वो एक शरीर पर आकर के सीमित हो जाते हैं, उस शरीर भेद के कारण जो उनके कार्य गुण या कैसे उनका वे ऑफ लाइफ, क्योंकि अंतर तो आता ही है, उसका भी अलग से वर्णन है।
पर तो फिर ये कहते हैं कि देखिए आपके शास्त्रों में लिखा है कि बेटियों को घर पे रहना चाहिए, पढ़ना नहीं चाहिए, आप शास्त्रार्थ नहीं कर सकते, आप विद्वान नहीं हो सकते। इज दिस ट्रू और फॉल्स? ये सही है कि गलत है?
नहीं, जस्ट हियर ऐड करता हूँ मैं, सोनिया ज्यादा एक्सप्लेन करके, क्योंकि खुद गुरुकुल में पढ़ी है। देखो क्या
आप भी तो पढ़े हैं?
हाँ, मैं भी गुरुकुल में पढ़ा हूँ। मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ कि क्या है कि व्याकरण का एक नियम है, एक शेष है ना। जैसे सोनिया बाद में आपको बताएगी, पुत्रश्च इति पुत्रिश्च इति पुत्र, पुत्र और पुत्री दोनों को अगर आपको कहना होगा एक वर्ड में, तो कहोगे पुत्र से। क्यों कहोगे? क्योंकि पुत्र शॉर्ट है, पुत्री बड़ा है ना, तो व्याकरण का नियम है शॉर्ट से बोलना। तो पुत्र हमारे संस्कृत में जहां पर भी आता है तो वो इम्प्लाइड है कि उसमें पुत्री इंक्लूडेड है।
तो इट्स नॉट दैट इट इज ओनली के मेल, इट्स नॉट द मेल, इट्स द संतान।
हाँ, संतान के
ऑफस्प्रिंग।
कई बार कहते हैं ऑप्सिस, इंग्लिश में कह सकते हो ऑफस्प्रिंग के लिए, उसी के लिए में है।
जैसे कई बार एक क्रिटिसिज्म होता है दैट शतपुत्रवती भव, तो बोलते हैं कि वो मे यू बियर 100 sons, दैट ट्रांसलेशन इज इनएक्यूरेट बिकॉज देयर द वर्ड पुत्र
100 children है।
हाँ, इट्स इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ 100 children।
100 children।
इसका एक और चीज मैं बता रहा हूँ, गांव में चले जाओ, कोलोकियल लैंग्वेज में जैसे मैंने देखा है, हम लोग के पिताजी वगैरह कभी अपनी बेटियों को बेटी नहीं बोलते थे, बेटा ही बोलते थे। बेटा
पंजाब में पुत्र,
सभी जगह अभी भी बोलते हैं। उसका कंटेक्स्ट वही है कि उसके अंदर बेटी इम्प्लाइड है, अलग से नहीं है,
उसको एस्टैब्लिश करने की आवश्यकता नहीं
है। लेकिन ये लोग जो आजकल इस तरह के जो हिस्टोरिकल कंटेक्स्ट में इसको ना समझते हैं, वो इस तरह की व्याख्या करने लगते हैं।
पर आप गुरुकुल में पढ़ी हैं?
हाँ, मैंने गुरुकुल में अध्ययन किया।
शिक्षा तो एक ये भेदभाव होता है जो नॉलेज देने में, कि आपको क्या सिखाया जाएगा और एक मेल को क्या सिखाया जाएगा। मैं पुरुष नहीं बोलूंगा आपसे मेल को क्या सिखाया जाएगा, इसमें क्या डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है?
डिस्क्रिमिनेशन, आज वाला पक्षपात, ये शब्द नहीं कहूंगी मैं। मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि हाँ, दोनों के लिए अध्ययन क्षेत्र अवश्य अलग अलग होते हैं। कि एक महिला को क्या पढ़ना चाहिए, उसके शरीर आधारित कुछ प्रायोरिटी अलग रहती हैं। अगर उसको उस दिशा में उसको प्रारंभिक शिक्षा दी जाए, स्वयं की भी इच्छा रहती है, अगर वो दूसरे विषय भी पढ़ना चाहती है, तो कुछ विषय ऐसे हैं कि जो स्त्री अगर ज़्यादा जानती है जिससे वो अपने शरीर का भी स्वास्थ्य का भी ध्यान रख सकती है और उससे आधारित जो भी उससे संबंधित हैं उनका भी वह ध्यान रख करके एक अच्छा समाज की ओर निर्माण कर सकती है।
लड़कियां कमजोर हैं, लड़ नहीं सकती, ट्रेनिंग नहीं ले सकती।
इसमें ऐड हियर क्या है, सोनिया उसको समझ नहीं बता रही। देखो हम व्याकरण पढ़ते हैं ना, हम भी गुरुकुल में पढ़ते हैं, ये भी पढ़ते हैं, हम दोनों की व्याकरण पढ़ते, हम दोनों का व्याकरण अलग नहीं है। हमारा वेदांग जो है दोनों एक ही पढ़ते हैं, हम दोनों वेदांग में हमारा अंतर नहीं है। हम उपांग पढ़ते जिसमें 100 दर्शन है, हम सब चीज वही पढ़ते हैं। यहाँ तक कि जहाँ लड़कियों का गुरुकुल है वहां पर घुड़सवारी है, तीरंदाजी है, सभी चीजें हैं। कुछ चीजें मान लो अब जैसे है जहाँ नाट्य होगा ना, नृत्य होगा, तो हो सकता है स्वाभाविक रूप से लड़कियां ज्यादा उससे एक्सपर्ट होंगी ना, तो वो करेंगी, लड़के नहीं करेंगे, है ना। आप समझ, इस तरह का है, सोनिया करे। लेकिन जो बेसिक फाउंडेशनल नॉलेज है तो सब एक ही है, उसमें कोई भेद नहीं है।
ऐसा ही जैसे शुरू से ही वेद पढ़ना है, मैंने भी वेद पढ़ा है और व्याकरण पढ़ी है, जैसे स्वामी जी ने गुरुकुल लड़कों के गुरुकुल में पढ़ा होगा, ऐसे लड़कियों के में भी।
तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि सिर्फ मेल ही पंडित बन सकते हैं, हाँ, शादियां सिर्फ मेल करा सकते हैं, महिलाएं नहीं करा सकती, ऐसा कुछ है हमारे इसमें रीति रिवाजों में? ऐसा कहीं लिखा है हमारे
में लिखा? मैं अगेन वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि जहां पर भी लिखा है पंडित का वर्णन है वहां पर तो शब्द वही है ना, लेकिन हाँ शब्द तो वही है, लेकिन जो न समझ करके लोगों ने उसको कर दिया।
जो पढ़ा हुआ है वो पंडित
है,
चाहे वो स्त्री हो या पुरुष
है, वो सब करा सकते हैं।
ये एक विशेषण बन जाता है उसका, जिसने अध्ययन कर लिया। अब वो जैसे कि हम कहते हैं दही जम गया कि दही जम गई, तो वो मेल और फीमेल होने से उस दही शब्द में अंतर नहीं आ रहा है, जो दूध चेंज होकर के दही
तो दही
है। ऐसे ही जिसने भी उस तरह की योग्यता प्राप्त कर ली है वह पंडित है, वह संस्कार करा सकता है। तो कोई भी पंडिताई का काम, जिसको विवाह संस्कार भी मैं भी कराती हूँ।
तो आप कराती हैं विवाह संस्कार?
हाँ, वो भी कराती, कोई भी यज्ञ इत्यादि, इस तरह का कोई भी प्रतिबंध नहीं है कि केवल पुरुष ही कराए।
नहीं,
पर आपको उसका ज्ञान होना।
एक और करना हो, उसको बताना चाहिए। जैसे हम लोग गुरुकुल में पढ़े हैं तो हम लोग डेली हवन करते थे, यज्ञ जिसको बोलते करते थे, ये लोग भी करते थे। कोई किसी तरह का कोई डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं है, कोई
तो यज्ञ आप भी करते हैं, हवन भी,
डेली का नियम था।
तो नियम ये कहता है कि जिसको आता है वो करे।
हाँ जी,
वो आता और आती में भेदभाव
नहीं है। ये तो केवल कम्युनिकेशन में आ गया है। हम पुरुष शब्दों के साथ भी जब लिंग लगा करके बोलते हैं, उससे उसके यथार्थ अर्थ में अंतर नहीं आता है।
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं, तो यानी आप भी कह रहे हैं कि कोई आपको, अगर आपको ज्ञान है और आप जानती हैं, प्रक्रिया जानती हैं, विवाह करना जो करवाना आप जानती हैं, तो आप कर सकती हैं।
बिल्कुल कर सकती हैं।
और ये आपको कोई रोकता नहीं?
कोई नहीं रोकता है।
तो असली क्या हुआ, मुस्लिम पीरियड में जब अटैक हो गया, अटैक कहाँ से प्रॉब्लम हुआ मैं आप बता रहा हूँ। मुस्लिम पीरियड में अटैक होगा तो समाज में सिक्योरिटी नहीं थी। जो बता रहा हूँ, पुरानी परंपरा क्या थी कि लड़कों को और लड़कियों दोनों को यज्ञोपवीत किया जाता था। उपनयन करने के बाद का नियम पुरानी परंपरा है कि आप उसको गुरुकुल में भेज देते हो पढ़ने के लिए, है ना। जिसको आज भी जब उपनयन होता है तो वहां होता है काशी गमन, है ना, काशी गमन, है ना, एक प्रकार काशी जा रहे हैं। तो अब क्या हुआ कि समाज में सुरक्षा नहीं थी, सिक्योरिटी नहीं थी, क्योंकि मुसलमानों ने हरम में अपनी लड़कियां, हमारी लड़कियों को ले जाने लगे। तो हमारे समाज के लोगों ने क्या किया, लड़कियों को यज्ञोपवीत नहीं करो। जब यज्ञोपवीत नहीं करोगे तो उनको भेजना नहीं पड़ेगा गुरुकुल। गुरुकुल बंद, उन लड़कियों के गुरुकुल बंद हो गए, सेफ्टी नहीं है, तो यज्ञोपवीत नहीं करूं तो उनको।
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि शिक्षा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की वजह से बंद हो गई?
लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के अंदर से।
तो अब जैसे वो तो आज भी हम देख रहे हैं कि स्कूल इसीलिए बंद हुआ है क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की वजह। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ठीक हुआ तो बेटियां वापस स्कूल जा रही हैं
ना। आप देख लो ना, कश्मीर में जा रही है ना, आज देखो क्या प्रॉब्लम हो गया।
तो आप मुझे ये कह रहे हैं कि मुझे तो ये बताया गया सिर्फ बच्चों, बेटे का यज्ञोपवीत होता है, बेटियों का नहीं। आप ये कह रहे मेरी बेटी है और मेरा बेटा, मैं दोनों का यज्ञोपवीत करा सकता हूं।
आप जाके देखो, आप अगर देखो उत्तर भारत में तो कोई मंदिर नहीं है ना, सब टूट गए, सब मॉडर्न मंदिर हैं सब। आप दक्षिण भारत के मंदिरों में चले जाओ, ऊपर गोपुरम पर मूर्तियां बनी हुई है ना जी, जो देवी देवता यक्ष बहुत सारे मूर्तियां बनी हुई। तो आप उनमें लेडीज मूर्तियों को ध्यान से देखो, उनमें सब में यज्ञोपवीत है, उपनयन है, इससे बड़ा है क्या होगा। और आप जो शिल्प शास्त्र वाले हैं, जो दक्षिण में उनको कहते हैं स्थपति, वो स्थपति के पुस्तक में भी लिखा हुआ है कि आप जब ये मूर्ति बनाओगे तो उसके अंदर उपनयन होना चाहिए,
उपनयन होना चाहिए।
तो ये सब चीज तो
प्रमाण है। तो यानी अगर मैं अपनी बेटी का भी उपनयनम करना चाहूँ तो कर
सकते हैं, करना चाहिए। अब हम
कि आज स्वामी जी मैं कहती हूँ कि स्कूल जाने से पहले बच्चे की मॉडर्न उसमें भी एक सेरेमनी करते हैं कि स्कूल जाएगा पहली बार उसको भेजने के लिए, जैसे बाद में भी सेरेमनी। तो ये भी ये जो पवित्र संस्कार जो होना उपनयन कि गुरु के पास पढ़ने से पहले की जो ये प्रक्रिया है उसमें ये सबका ही होता था जो भी पढ़ता है। ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं, अब उसका माता पिता भी तैयार है कि अब इसकी पढ़ने की आयु आ गई है, इसको भेजना है, वो संस्कार करके ही उसको भेजा जाता है।
देखिए कई सारी भ्रांतियां आपने अभी 10 मिनट के अंदर आपने चित्त कर दी
इसको एक दूसरे तरीके से देखना चाहिए कि आफ्टर 1947 हिंदू समाज में कितनी तेजी से जो एक्सपेंशन हुआ है एजुकेशन का, एंड द सोसाइटी एट लार्ज हैज नॉट हेजिटेटेड टू एजुकेट देयर गर्ल्स एट ऑल।
और इसमें
why is this attitude in other societies it took them hundreds of years to get to this state।
अभी भी अफगानिस्तान में भी नहीं हुआ है, देखो तालिबान के आते बंद हो गए। देखो हमारे यहाँ देखो जैसी समाज ओपन हुआ, जो हमारा समाज सनातनी पौराणिक समाज जो मूर्ति पूजा जो इन सब चीजों में विश्वास, उन लोगों ने देखो अब सनातन धर्म कन्या विद्यालय सबसे ज्यादा है,
करेक्ट
है ना। तो उन्होंने सबको एक्सेप्ट किया हमारे, क्योंकि ये हिस्टोरिकली हमारे समाज में इंग्रेन था। हम तो जिसको बोला ना लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के कारण से, जिसको हम लोग बोलते हैं डिफरेंट टाइम, जिसको कहते हैं डिफिकल्ट टाइम, जो में डेस्परेट टाइम है, तो उसमें डेस्परेट मेजर थे। तो कुछ हमने ऐसे डेस्परेट मेजर बनाए थे अपने आप को बचाने के लिए। जैसे ही वो लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का सिचुएशन खत्म हुआ, हमने
तो ये कहने पिछले 1200 साल की ये विकृति है, उससे पहले हमारी प्रकृति में ये था कि हम सबको समान तरीके से शिक्षा दें।
भाई उसी कारण से तो देखो कि साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में ही देखो, इवन भले ही पाकिस्तान बांग्लादेश बन गया, हमने विमेन प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनाए, विमेन प्रेसिडेंट बनाए, और कहीं आज तक अमेरिका में कोई वुमेन प्रेसिडेंट नहीं बन पाया, मुझे बता दो नहीं। तो क्योंकि वो हमारे संस्कृति में
so are we a belief system or are we a knowledge system?
So the fundamental fulcrum of our society is knowledge. It's knowledge.
So you're saying vidya and different forms.
Knowledge. And it is embedded, this idea is embedded in the terminologies themselves. So you look at the Hindu society at large, and there are 4 parallel streams running. One is the Vedic stream. The other one is the Bodh stream. The third one is the Jain stream. Fourth one is the Sikh stream. Now you look at these terms: Vedic, Ved,
knowledge;
Vidya, knowledge; Bodh. Gautam first acquired wisdom or Gyan,
Bodh,
and then he became Buddha. So the followers of Gautam should have been called Gautamists, but they call themselves Bodh because they are following the Buddhi and the understanding and the realization of Gautam Buddha.
Consciousness, enlightenment, that's what they follow.
Then you have this term Jain. It comes from this root Jin. And Jin is a person who has conquered himself or herself. How do you conquer yourself? I can conquer an outsider by beating you up. But I cannot conquer myself by beating myself up. So you have to know about yourself. Again, knowledge. So again knowledge. And then the fourth word is Sikh. Sikh, Shiksha. Kiski Shiksha? Shiksha of all the gurus which have been compiled in that book. Guru Granth Sahib. They don't call it Guru Granth book. वो उसको साहिब की संज्ञा दे रहे हैं. That knowledge is at the topmost level. It is the topmost level. This is a very fundamental difference. And then you compare this with other traditions. This has nothing to do with demeaning or other things. But then in other traditions you have beliefs. So if you believe in a particular system, you are a good believer. If you do not believe and you may have the best conduct possible, you are not a good believer.
You're still a non-believer.
You are a non-believer.
Kufr
or disbeliever.
Or
non-believer.
Infidel.
So भारतीय संस्कृति, हिंदू संस्कृति का अधिष्ठान ज्ञान है. और लास्ट पॉइंट बोलूंगा, हमारे एक शब्द होता है सच्चिदानंद.
सच्चित आनंद.
3 उसके धातु हैं. सत, ट्रूथ. ईश्वर का एक रूप ट्रूथ है. उसकी अवेयरनेस जब आएगी वो चित्त है. तब आपको आनंद की प्राप्ति होगी, ब्लिस होगी. एंड यू कैन रियलाइज इट एवरी डे. जैसे मैं व्हेन आई सॉल्व अ मैथमेटिकल क्वेश्चन, और उसके बाद मुझे कई बार बहुत खुशी होती है, or when I solve a complex intellectual problem, I feel really happy. उसमें मेरे को पैसा नहीं मिल रहा है, यश नहीं मिल रहा है, कीर्ति नहीं है, but I feel happy. It connects to this idea of Satchidanand. That is what I want.
नहीं, यहाँ पर ऐड करता हूँ. देखो हमारे यहाँ बार बार हर जगह, चाहे उपनिषद में, अन्य सारे ग्रंथों में, स्वाध्याय में प्रमद, स्वाध्याय में प्रमाद मत करो, अध्ययन में प्रमाद मत करो. ये हमारा बेसिक चीज है कि ज्ञान जो है ना प्राप्त करने का हर समय प्रयास करते रहो, है ना. भगवान गीता में कहते हैं नहीं ज्ञान सदृशम पवित्र में विद्यते, ज्ञान ही है जो मुझे पवित्र करता है. तो उसके अलावा ऐसा चीज, इसलिए हमारा समाज पूरा ज्ञान के ऊपर आधारित, नॉलेज के आधार पर है. विद्या हम डॉग
पर है जिस तरीके से अयोध्या में रामलला की प्राण
Bringing to you live visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As we know, he is currently making his southern reach in Tamil Nadu today, and he's just arrived in Rameshwaram. Earlier we know that Prime Minister was also visiting Trichy, where he visited the Sri Swaminatha temple, and today he's now in Rameshwaram to pay a holy visit to the Sri Ramanatha Swami temple. And as we all know, Prime Minister Modi's outreach to southern India is extremely significant, because through these temple visits that he's already made, not just in Tamil Nadu but also Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Maharashtra, he's trying to unify the entire nation in the run-up to the grand Ram Mandir consecration ceremony, which will be taking place on 22nd of January. And this temple run of the Prime Minister is only as a part of the build-up to that grand Pran Pratishtha ceremony that will be taking place today. Prime Minister has reached Rameshwaram just a while ago. He's also all set to perform darshan and puja at the Ramanatha Swami temple. For more details, let's quickly go across to Purnima, who's joining me live on the newscast. Purnima, take us through what is Prime Minister's schedule now in Rameshwaram after his visit to Trichy.
Well, as you can see, Prime Minister is en route to the Ramanatha Swami temple here in Rameshwaram, and this is you can see heavy police presence here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi right now is en route to this temple and is receiving a grand reception en route to the temple. As you can see, any time now Prime Minister will arrive. After Prime Minister reaches the entrance of the Ramanatha Swami temple, he will take a snan and then will be escorted inside. There will be a special puja and darshan, after which there will be Ram Katha in 8 different languages, following which there will be bhajans in different languages, and it will be in praise of Lord Ram. So this is the schedule of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. 3 hours after he reaches the temple, this is the plan of action, and then tomorrow Prime Minister will leave for Dhanushkodi, which is about 25 kilometers from Rameshwaram. So this is the plan of action, and this Ramanatha Swami temple here also has an Ayodhya Connect, a Ramayana Connect. The idol was made by Sita using sand when Hanuman had gone to the Himalayas to get the shivling. Because the auspicious time was in fact getting over, they started worshipping the linga, which is a form of Shiva, which was made by Sita using the sand. So there are, and then when Hanuman brought it back, they were not able to move the shivling that was made by Sita. So the linga here was made by Sita, worshipped by Lord Rama, and that's the significance of this temple, and that's the Ramayana Connect.
All right, Purnima, very interesting to have highlighted that bit about the Ramayana and the Ram Connect with all the temples that Prime Minister has been visiting of late. Do throw light on how this is also part of Prime Minister's very inclusive outreach that he's been making to southern India. We all know that Prime Minister, the Bharatiya Janata Party, whether it is also including the VHP and the RSS, their own base north of the Vindhyas has already been cemented, and in an election year now, what and how significant is Prime Minister's southern reach as far as visits to Tamil Nadu, Kerala or even Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra are concerned? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Purnima, but as I was highlighting, Prime Minister has been making conscious efforts to sort of make that Southern India outreach, and important to highlight that this is a perfect combination that has always worked like a winning formula for the Bharatiya Janata Party. When you talk about Prime Minister's temple runs, his spiritual sojourns as well, teamed with the kind of developmental schemes that the Bharatiya Janata Party has been launching. It has been expanding the canvas of its best-selling combination, which is a formula of cultural nationalism, which is teamed with a beneficiary bonanza, and all that, as we know, is also being made to seek a third term in office by running these two parallel mass outreach campaigns, and that is being fronted by Prime Minister Modi at the moment. Those visuals that we are bringing to you are live from Rameshwaram. Prime Minister Modi currently in a roadshow in Rameshwaram. He is all set to visit the Ramanatha Swami temple, as our correspondent Purnima was also highlighting that this is going to be another temple which also is going to be Prime Minister's homage to Lord Ram in the build-up to the grand consecration ceremony. Let me also tell you what Prime Minister's earlier schedule was. At around 11 a.m. Prime Minister participated in a program at Sri Ranganatha Swami Temple in Tiruchirappalli in Tamil Nadu just a while ago. Prime Minister also listened to various scholars reciting verses from the Kamba Ramayana in the temple. He was seen in a shawl and in a dhoti. Vedic recitals happened. The Prime Minister, as you can see on the right side of your window, seeking blessings of Lord Vishnu, because remember, the Ranganatha Swami temple in Trichy is a temple devoted to Lord Vishnu, and the Ramanatha Swami temple, where he is now in Rameshwaram, is the one in fact devoted to Lord Ram. And at the Ranganatha Swami temple, Prime Minister Modi also was greeted by an elephant. He seeked blessings of the elephant as well. As you can see, Prime Minister over there clad in a dhoti and shawl. This is a massive, huge temple where Prime Minister was, and now he's already in Rameshwaram. As I was highlighting earlier, we've seen Prime Minister make temple runs not just to Tamil Nadu, but as we all know, this is the third visit to Southern India that Prime Minister is making in just the last few days. Let's also tell you what's been on Prime Minister's agenda when we talk about the kind of hard-selling schemes that are also part of the religious cultural formula that's being pitched by the Bharatiya Janata Party. We've seen the BJP's focus on Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Andhra Pradesh. These are also states where, remember, the BJP picked up the least number of seats in the last two Lok Sabha polls. In Maharashtra this time, the BJP is going to be up against a united opposition. Of course, we know that seat sharing has also been a topic of discussion over there. Henceforth, the Prime Minister making conscious efforts to make a southern outreach to the south of India. As we know how the cultural popularity has sort of cemented the BJP, RSS, VHP base in the north of India, as you can see already, that's taking place, whether it is Rajasthan or states like Uttar Pradesh. We will also be witnessing on Monday the kind of clout that the BJP and the RSS, this entire Sangh Parivar, has in Ayodhya on 22nd of January, on the day of the consecration. But in fact, in the build-up to that consecration ceremony, we've already seen how those rituals are panning out, and the opposition's already been placed on the back foot with the kind of popularity that the Ram Mandir is already garnering, goes by the number of visitors that the Mandir is getting. It's in fact now a Mandir which has global appeal. People all over the globe have been following that. And so Ram largely has been viewed as a god which has more appeal in North India. But now, as you can see, Prime Minister is visiting all those temples, making an outreach to people from southern India as well. We've seen how Ram has now become a pan-India figure. He's become a god which the entire nation has been worshipping. As we've seen how much the kind of contributions have poured in for the Ram Mandir. We've seen laddus come in from Hyderabad. We've seen all kinds of tributes coming in for Lord Ram from all over the nation.
सनातनी है धर्म हमारा, सनातनी सब सच्चे हैं, सेवा करना कर्म हमारा, श्री राम के बच्चे हैं। राम नाम की गंगा में बहेंगे। बहुत अच्छी लाइन, कुछ लाइनों को जीना है। आप तो खुद शब्दों के बहुत धनी हो, और न्यूज 18 के जो एंकर्स को मैं सुनता हूं, मैं अमीश देवगन जी को भी सुनता हूं, सब लोगों को सुनता हूं। आपका एक जो है ना वो एक लाइन, तो हम सबको इस पे चलना है मेरे भाई बहन, कि राम की गंगा में हम सब बहेंगे। कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। अगर राम की गंगा में बहना है तो समझ लीजिए मर्यादा की गंगा में बहना है। क्या बात है। राम की गंगा में बहना है तो सत्य की गंगा में बहना है। राम की गंगा में बहना मतलब प्रातः काल उठ के रघुनाथा, क्या बात। मातु पिता गुरु नाम महिमा। आप हिंदू हो, मुसलमान हो, सिख हो, ईसाई हो, बौद्ध हो, जैन हो, पारसी हो, आपको अपने माता और गुरु के पैर छूने की जो बात करते हैं वो राम कैसे आपसे अलग हो सकते हैं। जेही पर जेही कर सत्य स्नेहु, सोते ही मिला ही न कछ। वाह वाह वाह। राम जी कहे हैं कि जिस पे आपका सच्चा प्रेम है, वो दोस्त हो, वो जीवन साथी हो, वो आपको मिल के ही रहता है। तो राम की गंगा में हम सब बहेंगे। फिर तो सब कह सकते हैं कि राम के थे राम के हैं, हम राम के रहेंगे। राम के थे राम के हैं, हम राम के। पहले कहते थे खुद से, अब दुनिया से कहेंगे। राम के थे राम के हैं, हम राम के रहिए। राम के थे राम के हैं, हम राम के रहेंगे। बाबा बहुत अच्छे, बहुत सुंदर म्यूजिशियन बुला रखे हैं आप। हम लोग का और जो जोश आ गया, जोश और बढ़ गया।
और आपको सुनाना होगा, ऐसे नहीं जाने देंगे इनको। नहीं, आपके आने से हमारा जोश बढ़ा है कि नहीं बढ़ा है? तो इनके लिए एक बार जोर से बोलिए जय श्री।
नहीं, हमने
हाँ, क्या बात है।
देखिए एक बात आपसे बताऊं, तो खड़े हो गए तो खड़े ही रहते हैं।
हाँ जी, ये ऊर्जा ऐसे निकल के आ रही है ना।
खड़े हो गए तो खड़े रहते हैं। वैसे भी
अभी रामलला भी खड़े ही हैं 5 वर्षीय।
और क्या सूरत है। देखिए अभी गाना तो हम लोग पहले गा दिए थे, लेकिन गाने की एक लाइन ऐसा मिला है, हमने तो मूर्ति नहीं देखी थी। वो क्या लाइन है? भगवा रंग पहचान हमारी, सूर्य अग्नि सम भगवा धारी, जितनी मूरत जग में देखी, राम लला की सूरत प्यारी।
क्या बात। अब एक बार और सुना दीजिए।
ये गाना, ये शब्द हम लोग पहले गा चुके हैं, और मूर्तियां जब देखली हैं तो हमके लागल कि बाप रे, तो रामे जी लिखवा दिले बड़े। भगवा रंग पहचान हमारी, सूर्य अग्नि सम भगवा धारी, जितनी मूरत जग में देखी। ये जो भैया गमछा ओढ़े हैं, जो टीका लगाए हैं, कुछ लोग इस टीके से भड़क जाते, कुछ लोग इस गमछे से सरक जाते। शायद सरक जाते शब्द ठीक नहीं है, कुछ लोग इस गमछे से सनक जाते लेकिन याद रहे कि जो सूर्य का रंग है, जो अग्नि का रंग है, उससे कहां तक बच के जाओगे। बनाना होगा जब भोजन इसी भगवे को जलाओगे। वहां कैसे बचोगे? आंच कैसे आएगी?
सूर्य की आंच है,
सूर्य की आंच या अग्नि की आंच। तो भगवा रंग
पहचान हमारी,
सूर्य अग्नि सम भगवाधारी।
जितनी मूरत जग में देखी,
राम लला की सूरत प्यारी।
धर्म के मार्ग पे सब दुख सहेंगे,
राम के थे
जोर से
राम के, हम राम के रहेंगे।
राम के थे राम के हैं, हम राम के रहेंगे। राम के थे राम के हैं, हम राम के रहेंगे।
पहले कहते थे दादी से,
पहले कहते थे
दादी, पहले कहते थे दादी से,
पहले कहते थे दादी से,
दादी से कहते थे ना। दादी कहती थी बाबू तनी रामायण सुना दो, तो हम दादी को रामायण सुनाते थे। अपने नहीं भी सुनना होता तो पढ़ते जाते थे। मंगल भवन मंगलहारी, नवमी तिथि शुभ मास पुनीता, शुक्ल पक्ष अभिजित प्रिय बीता। सुनते?
हाँ सुनते थे, पढ़ते थे।
मध्यकाल अति शीतल घामा, पावन काल पावन जन्म लोक विश्व। दादी को सुनाते थे, अब दादी को भी सुनाएंगे।
क्या बात है। रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए। राम सिया राम जय जय राम। राम सिया राम जय जय राम।
अब मैं सोचता हूं कि इसमें कौन धर्म आड़े आता है? जो कहना है वही करना है। इसमें कोई धर्म आड़े आता है क्या? अब ये कोई अखिलेश जी को समझाए। अखिलेश भाई आए तो मेरी भेंट नहीं हुई उधर, मैं आज उनसे मिल लेता, क्योंकि हम लोग तो बीजेपी वाले हैं। हम पार्टी के नेता के आधार पे नमस्कार बंदगी बंद नहीं करते। जो लोग आज भटके हुए हैं, कल राम जी उनको रास्ते पे ला देंगे, ये हमारा विश्वास है। प्रविसी नगरी की जय सबका जा, हृदय राखी कौशलपुरी राजा।
राम सिया राम जय जय राम। राम सिया राम जय जय राम।
बहुत अच्छे, क्या ये बहुत अच्छे म्यूजिशियन लोगों के लिए ताली बजा दीजिए, बहुत प्यारे हैं। देखिए हम लोगों ने जरा इसको एक चौथा काला दीजिएगा, 5 से 4 कर दीजिए। ये सुरों का युद्ध है। देखो रामचरितमानस में एक शब्द आता है, और जैसे ही कहा शैलेश लोढ़ा जी आ गए। हमारे बड़े प्रिय भाई हैं, बहुत विद्वान आदमी हैं, उनके लिए तालियां बजाइए।
स्वागत उनका। शैलेश जी सभा बांध रहे हैं, मनोज तिवारी जी राममय हो गए हैं, आप भी आ गए। देखिए राम युग में
ये तो अभी तो हम लोग ऐसे ही, ये धुल और तिवारी ही थे, एक लोढ़ा भी आ गए हैं। और बिना लोढ़ा के राम जी का प्रतिष्ठापना नहीं हो सकता।
तो हम इस भाव के साथ एक हम लोग गीत जब जिस दिन नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो पहली बार जिस दिन शिलान्यास हो रही थी जी, तो मैंने उस दिन एक गीत गाया था और मैं सभी लोगों को जितने इस राम मंदिर के प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में बोलते हैं कि हम प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में नहीं जाएंगे, कब जाओगे भैया? तो बोलते हैं हम उसके बाद जाएंगे। हमने कहा इसका मतलब आप राम जी की उस मूर्ति में प्राण नहीं डालना चाहते हो? वो कल भी नहीं चाहते थे कि राम जी की मूर्ति में प्राण हो, वो आज भी नहीं चाहते हैं कि राम जी की मूर्ति में प्राण हो, क्योंकि राम का मतलब मर्यादा, राम की मतलब सत्य, राम का मतलब राजा कैसा हो, राम का मतलब शिष्य कैसा हो, राम का मतलब संतान कैसी हो, सब कुछ है ना
जी। और वो आदर्श भी है ना कि हम सबको भी वैसा ही होना चाहिए।
हम मेरे हिसाब से राम जी, आपने पूछा ना कि राम क्या है, हमारे लिए राम जी मानव व्यवहार की दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी पुस्तक है, ऐसा मैं राम जी को देखता हूं।
क्या बात,
मानव व्यवहार की। इसीलिए हमने उनसे कहा, कभी एक बात कही, हम लोग आजकल एक भोजपुरी में गीत गा रहे हैं, अमित
हो जाए
या पांचवा नहीं, पांचवा, अच्छा पांचवा कर दो भाई। ये हरियाणा के हैं, मैं बिहार का, पूर्वांचल का,
और मैं दक्षिण भारत का।
आप दक्षिण भारत के और हम लोग गीत गा रहे हैं। अरे अवध में बाजे खूब बधाई,
घड़ी मंदिर बनने की आइल
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 भोजपुरी
कि अवध में बाजे खूब बधाई,
घड़ी मंदिर बनने के आइल,
कई बरिसन के कठिन तपस्या राम
भगतन के रंग है लाइल,
देश के राम राम के देश राम के महिमा बान्यारी, ईंट ईंट पे राम लिखल बा,
जयकारा श्री राम लिखल बा।
और फिर आते हैं, ये आपके नाम में क्या लिखा है? अयोध्या पर्व राम युग। तो राम युग के बाद फिर बारी,
त्रेता युग के तैयारी, राम युग के बाद फिर बारी, त्रेता युग के तैयारी, राम युग के बाद फिर बारी, त्रेता युग के तैयारी। अवध में बाजे अनक बधाई, मंदिर
घड़ी मंदिर दर्शन के आए,
कई बरसन के कठिन तपस्या
राम भगतन के वाले आए,
देश के राम राम के देश राम के महिमा बाजारी, ईंट ईंट पे नाम लिखल बा, जयकारा श्री राम लिखल बा।
राम युग के बा फिर बारी,
त्रेता युग के तैयारी,
राम युग के बा फिर बारी,
त्रेता युग के तैयारी।
और एक बहुत अच्छी लाइन है, पत्थर पत्थर पूजे वाला भू पर साज रहल बा,
पत्थर पत्थर पूजन वाला भू पर साज रहल बा, राम विरोधी की छाती पे डंका बाज रहल बा,
राम विरोधी के छाती पर डंका बाज रहल बा।
पत्थर पत्थर पूजन वाला भू पर साज रहल बा, राम विरोधी के छाती पर डंका बा।
और एक लाइन बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बा कि हजारों रावण पे पड़ गईल, अकेले बजरंगी भारी।
गाइए
अब हमरा से,
हजारों रावण पे पड़ गईल।
भाई
आइए
पहले तो चले,
आइए
ये शैलेश लोढ़ा जी, हम लोग जब महाराष्ट्र में रहते थे तब से भैया को ये बड़े मित्रता निभाने वाले लोग हैं, चाहे इनकी ख्याति कितनी भी हो जाए, ये मित्रों को नहीं भूलते। तो हमने कहा है शैलेश भाई
जी
कि हजारों रावण पे पड़ गईल अकेले बजरंगी भारी। ईंट ईंट पे नाम लिखल बा, जयकारा श्री राम लिखल बा। ईंट ईंट पे नाम लिखल बा, जयकारा श्री राम लिखल बा। राम युग के बा फिर बारी, त्रेता युग के तैयारी। राम युग के बा फिर बारी, त्रेता युग के तैयारी। राम युग के बा फिर बारी, त्रेता युग के तैयारी। ओ हजारों रावण पे पड़ गई अकेले बजरंगी भारी। ईंट ईंट पे नाम लिखल बा, जयकारा श्री राम लिखल बा। राम युग के बा फिर बारी, त्रेता युग के तैयारी। राम युग के बा। इस लाइन के साथ हम लोग एक लाइन और जोड़ रहे हैं। अब वो किसी को अच्छा लगे चाहे न लगे। हाँ। किसके आभारी हैं हम लोग? भगवाधारी मोदी जी का सारा भारत आभारी। अब आप इसको भोजपुरी में गा दीजिए। भगवाधारी मोदी जी का सारा भारत आभारी। ईंट ईंट पे नाम लिखल बा, लोहारा श्री राम लिखल बा। राम युग के बा फिर बारी, त्रेता युग के तैयारी। राम युग के बा फिर बारी, त्रेता युग के तैयारी। हमारे गुरुजी आए जी, हमारे गुरुजी भी हैं। तो हमें परम पूज्य रितेश्वर जी महाराज जी हमारे गुरुजी भी हैं। उसी समय आ गए।
मनोज जी, अमित जी, आपने तो समा बांध दिया और इस समा को आगे ले जाने के लिए शैलेश लोढ़ा जी हमारे साथ
अब यहीं रहेंगे।
हम नीचे चलते हैं।
हमने आपको बेटन थमा दिया, यहाँ से आप लेके जाइए। और देखिए सही बात है कि 5 सदी के इंतजार को मिलकर हमें सजाना है। जहां जगत में राम पधारे उसी अयोध्या जाना है, उसी अयोध्या जाना है।
बहुत जोरदार तालियां मनोज तिवारी जी के लिए, अमित धूल जी के लिए बहुत बहुत आभार। और स्वागत कीजिए शैलेश लोढ़ा जी का।
मेरा स्वागत तो आनंद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। पर मनोज जी भाई हैं, हमारे मित्र हैं, ये सांसद हैं, बड़े लोकप्रिय सांसद हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी चीज ये कलाकार कितने गुणी हैं। तो मैं चाहता हूं वो मनोज तिवारी जो भीतर से अद्भुत गीतकार है, कवि है, गायक है, अभिनेता है और नेता है, न जाने कितने रोल कर रहे हैं, इनके लिए जरा जोरदार तालियां एक बार बजा दीजिए मनोज तिवारी जी।
बहुत धन्यवाद मनोज तिवारी जी। लेकिन आपसे अनुरोध है मनोज तिवारी जी, आपसे अनुरोध है कृपया मंच पर बने रहें, क्योंकि न्यूज 18 आपको धन्यवाद करना चाहता है। कृपया मंच पर बने रहें। और उसके लिए मैं इन्वाइट करना चाहूंगी अरुण पांडे जी को, सीनियर एडिटर न्यूज 18। मनोज जी आपसे अनुरोध है, कृपया मंच पर पधारे। न्यूज 18 आपका धन्यवाद करना चाहता है।
पल पल में, युग युग में, हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में, हर मन में, कण कण में राम। पल पल में, युग युग में, हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में, हर मन में, कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम सिया राम, कल्याण वाला राम सिया राम सिया राम। राम सिया राम सिया राम, कल्याण वाला राम सिया राम सिया राम।
बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी लोगों का। अयोध्या के वासी राम, रघुकुल के कहलाए राम, पुरुषों में है उत्तम राम, तो जोर से बोलो जय श्री राम। अयोध्या पर राम युग के संवाद में अब हमारे साथ जुड़ने जा रहे हैं एक ऐसे शख्स जिनके कई रूप हैं। वो कवि भी हैं, हास्य अभिनेता भी हैं और लेखक भी हैं। मैं स्वागत करना चाहूंगी शैलेश लोढ़ा जी का। कृपया मंच पर आए। जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत। शैलेश लोढ़ा जी हमारे बीच में पहले से उपस्थित हैं और उनके साथ सेशन को आगे बढ़ाएंगे अमन चोपड़ा, सीनियर एडिटर न्यूज 18 और मेरी सहयोगी अपर्णा। जोरदार तालियों के साथ सबका स्वागत कीजिए।
पल पल में, युग युग में, हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में, हर मन में, कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम सिया राम।
A kilometer till the Ram temple will be easy with these new brightly saffron colored battery carts with Lord Ram's picture right in front. And this will the disabled, anybody who is not able to walk, anybody who's old, even normal people, if there is space, can take these battery carts and go right up till the Ram temple. And we have the excited people here who are waiting for them to start. They will start maybe by tomorrow. तो ये कहाँ से कहाँ चलाएंगे आप?
जय श्री राम।
तो कैसे मदद करेंगे लोगों की आप?
सर, हमारे स्टेट बैंक ने ये राम जन्मभूमि को दान में दिया हुआ है और टेस्ट वाले और जितने श्रद्धालु आएंगे उनके लिए है और वो अंदर ही चलेंगे।
अंदर ही चलेंगे? हाँ,
अंदर ही चलेंगे। जितने लोग बाहर से आएंगे उनके लिए फ्री सेवा होगी।
फ्री सेवा है
जी।
तो ये फ्री सेवा है. This is free service for anybody who wants to take a ride till the new Ram temple premises from January 23rd. These new battery carts, and there are many of them, in fact, lined up here in the behind me just before the Ram temple entry, which will be used by pilgrims here to go to the Ram temple. And the battery carts also eco-friendly, not non-polluting. The modern green vehicles which will be used, and it will be, I think, a pleasure to drive them also. If we can't drive them, but I can see a very, very comfortable ride for people who are informed, because it's quite a walk till the Ram temple, and people can easily go in this once these battery carts start running from the 23rd of January when the temple opens for public viewing. Behind me is the path which goes to the Ram temple premises, and if you don't want to walk till the Ram temple premises, these battery carts will now take you inside the Ram temple. This walk of almost a kilometer till the Ram temple will be easy with these new brightly saffron colored battery carts with Lord Ram's picture right in front. And this will the disabled, anybody who is not able to walk, anybody who's old, even normal people, if there is space, can take these battery carts and go right up till the Ram temple. And we have the excited people here who are waiting for them to start. They will start maybe by tomorrow. तो ये कहाँ से कहाँ चलाएंगे आप?
जय श्री राम।
तो कैसे मदद करेंगे लोगों की आप?
सर, हमारे स्टेट बैंक ने ये राम जन्मभूमि को दान में दिया हुआ है और टेस्ट वाले और जितने श्रद्धालु आएंगे उनके लिए है और वो अंदर ही चलेंगे।
अंदर ही चलेंगे?
हाँ, अंदर ही चलेंगे। जितने लोग बाहर से
Thank you for staying with our live and rolling coverage on the Ram Mandir. Now remember, as far as the consecration ceremony that's all set to take place on Monday is concerned, several invites have been sent to dignitaries, celebrities, intellectuals and seers as well. And my colleague Swastika Das spoke with Dr. Tony Nadar, a renowned neuroscientist and spiritual guru on Ram Mandir, and about being invited to Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Listen in.
India has always been special to you. You've been visiting this country since 1978, I believe. Now, on the 22nd of January, there's going to be a historic moment with the inauguration of Ram Mandir. This has been a special ambition of you as well. Talk to us about that.
Well, Ramayana for me has been not only a story, of course, it's a real thing, and it is real also on the level of the laws of nature. It's real on the level of the physiology. I've written a book about Ramayana, how it is actually part of our development and the human physiology. So for me, Ram is about Ram Raj. It's about creating like a heavenly life on earth. And what is that? That is when everyone is fulfilled from inside, independently really of the work they do. The Mandir is a symbol of Ram. If we take it only as a physical structure, then it has only that value. But if it is really to create a society in which everyone, no matter what their belief, no matter where they come from, no matter their education, are able to live their full potential and be happy in what they are doing, then we have created a heavenly life on earth. And that is the most attractive thing that every one of us has to aim at.
Have you been eagerly waiting for this day for the inauguration of Ram Mandir?
Very much so, and I'm very honored to have been invited to attend, and we look forward to be there hopefully.
And that's all I have for you in this newscast. Thank you so much for watching. Do stay tuned for all the latest news and updates coming in from Ayodhya. And with that, it's a wrap from my end.
स्वागत गान गाए जिसके लिए मन में गंगा जिसके हाथ में है जीते भी मरते भी काम काज करते भी सुख में दुख में हर एक मुख में गर जाएगी राम पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम राम सिया राम सिया
उनके लिए फ्री सेवा होगी।
फ्री सेवा है
जी,
तो ये फ्री सेवा है। दिस इज फ्री सर्विस फॉर एनीबडी हु वांट्स टू टेक अ राइड till the new Ram temple premises from January 23rd. These new battery carts, and there are many of them in fact lined up here in the behind me just before the Ram temple entry, which will be used by pilgrims here to go to the Ram temple. And the battery carts also eco-friendly, not non-polluting, the modern green vehicles which will be used, and it will be, I think, a pleasure to drive them also. If we can't drive them, but as I can see, a very very comfortable ride for people who are informed, because it's quite a walk till the Ram temple, and people can easily go in this once these battery carts start running from the 23rd of January when the temple opens for public viewing. Behind me is the path which goes to the Ram temple premises, and if you don't want to walk till the Ram temple premises, these battery carts will now take you inside the Ram temple. This walk of almost a kilometer till the Ram temple will be easy with these new brightly saffron colored battery carts with Lord Ram's picture right in front. And this will the disabled, anybody who is not able to walk, anybody who's old, even normal people, if there is space, can take these battery carts and go right up till the Ram temple. And we have the excited people here who are waiting for them to start. They will start maybe by tomorrow. तो ये कहाँ से कहाँ चलाएंगे आप?
जय श्री राम।
तो कैसे कैसे मदद करेंगे लोगों की से आप?
सर, हमारे स्टेट बैंक ने ये राम जन्मभूमि को दान में दिया हुआ है और टेस्ट वाले और जितने श्रद्धालु आएंगे उनके लिए है और वो अंदर ही चलेंगे।
अंदर ही चलेंगे?
हाँ, अंदर ही चलेंगे। जितने लोग बाहर से आएंगे उनके लिए फ्री सेवा होगी।
फ्री सेवा है
जी।
तो ये फ्री सेवा है. This is free service for anybody who wants to take a ride till the new Ram temple premises from January 23rd. These new battery carts, and there are many of them, in fact, lined up here in the behind me just before the Ram temple entry, which will be used by pilgrims here to go to the Ram temple. And the battery carts also eco-friendly, non-polluting, the modern green vehicles which will be used. And it will be, I think, a pleasure to drive them also. If we can't drive them, but I can see a very, very comfortable ride for people who are informed, because it's quite a walk till the Ram temple, and people can easily go in this once these battery carts start running from the 23rd of January when the temple opens for public viewing. Behind me is the path which goes to the Ram temple premises, and if you don't want to walk till the Ram temple premises, these battery carts will now take you inside the Ram temple. This walk of almost a kilometer till the Ram temple will be easy with these new brightly saffron colored battery carts with Lord Ram's picture right in front. And this will the disabled, anybody who is not able to walk, anybody who's old, even normal people, if there is space, can take these battery carts and go right up till the Ram temple. And we have the excited people here who are waiting for them to start. They will start maybe by tomorrow. तो ये कहाँ से कहाँ चलाएंगे आप?
जय श्री राम।
तो कैसे कैसे मदद करेंगे लोगों की से आप?
सर, हमारे स्टेट बैंक ने ये राम जन्मभूमि को दान में दिया हुआ है और टेस्ट वाले
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to yet another conversation around Ram Mandir for India, but with somebody who's not just a personal favorite of mine as an author, but he's also a lovely human being, and it's good to sit one-on-one and not via virtually. So, should I say Jai Shri Ram or Jai Baba Bholenath?
Jai Shri Ram.
Or should I say Namaste?
Jai Shri Ram, Har Har Mahadev.
Har Har Mahadev.
You must remember, Lord Ram was also a devotee of Lord Shiva.
Lord Shiva. So, but let's start there. See, when you say Ram and Ravan, both were Shiv Bhakts, correct? And Ravan is counted amongst the foremost of Shiva Bhaktas. What was different between the two of them?
Good question. I think one of the key differences was in the devotion that Ravan had towards Lord Shiva. There was a lot of ego. I don't know if you remember that story. There was one thing where Ravan decided that Lord Shiva should not live on Kailash mountain. He has to live with me.
Yeah.
In Lanka. Now, okay, there's some love and devotion in that. I don't deny that. But the arrogance, that he asked Lord Shiva that, you have to come. He said, no, I'm happy with my wife out here. He actually picked up that full mountain and was trying to, take it back.
That's where the Shiv Tandav Stotram
exactly.
happened. Yeah.
Now, that shows arrogance, right, in devotion. Whereas Lord Ram, I think one of the key traits that he had, despite such tremendous capability, was his humility and calmness. Think of the way he worshipped Lord Shiva at the Rameshwaram. The calmness and humility, that he had. I remember there was a documentary I was shooting once called Legends of the Ramayana, which was Ram Vangaman Path. And we stopped at Lanka, where again Lord Ram had prayed to Lord Shiva for cleansing him of the sins of killing all these people. And again, the humility that he had. And to me, that's something that we can learn from Lord Ram, the value of humility. So Ravan had capabilities, but his ego was a curse to not just to those around him, but to himself also. Whereas Lord Ram, because he was humble, he was an inspiration to everyone around him.
You spoke about the entire Ram Rath and the Ram Yatra, the whole thing from Ayodhya all the way to Sri Lanka, right? The Vanagaman and all of that. So, what did that convince you of? Was this a myth? Was this Kalpanik? Or is Ram real?
Look, it's like this. Look, I'm not a scholar. We need proper scholars to research this. The real scandal is this has never been researched properly, right? But just as a lay individual, as a storyteller, as a public intellectual, whatever you want to call it, there are things that I found and that our entire crew found which actually shocked us. Like, for example, you would have read also in the Valmiki Ramayana, Valmiki ji had said that in Chitrakoot there was an underground river. Now, when you read that, I'm sure you must have thought, at least I thought, कि यार underground river, ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो रहा है. What is this? We actually in Chitrakoot, we found a cavern with a river, with a tiny river, a stream flowing underground. And we actually shot out there. This there in the documentary, right? And you really can't. And then we got a geologist along, and he was trying to explain कि भाई पानी आ कहाँ से रहा है, जहाँ कहाँ रहा है. And there are various other things like this which showed that Valmiki ji was actually describing actual places.
So is it Ram Setu or not?
Well, actually we showed that in the documentary as well, and this was released a year and a half back. So, there are, like for example, we were told that there are stones which float.
Correct.
Right? On the sea. And again, everyone has stones that float, like, yeah, sure, I'm not really so sure. Okay, we found stones at Rameshwar. Again, we had a geologist, right, out there, explaining it to us. You've heard of coral, of course.
Yes.
And when coral die, they dry up and become rocks. And because of the very nature of coral, they are very light rocks because they're porous inside, but they are very strong. Right? They can be load bearing. So in Rameshwaram, for example, this geologist took us to churches that had been built there during a colonial era, where these stones had been used. And these stones were strong enough, they were load bearing for these churches. But they were so light that such a big rock, I picked it up, just like that. Right? And these stones are found only in that area. Now, the point is this needs scholarly research. That's all that I'm saying. There's enough things in there.
So if churches were built, then it's Adam's Bridge. How is it Ram Setu then?
That Adam's Bridge is very clearly, the British came up with that name. But the point is that parts of the Valmiki Ramayana, you can clearly see evidence of it. What I would request is scholars should study it and then tell us, that is this true or not. At least I find enough evidence to think that perhaps the core of the story was, it did take place, and to me I find that very inspiring. That Lord Ram, was in a way our ancestor, and we should be worthy of that blood. I find that very inspiring.
As an author and someone who's diving into history, plus also doing a certain level of objective research, did you ever question this fact that why are Mahadev, Durga, Ganesh, Ram so integral to Bharat and also beyond? There must be kuch to reason hoga na? Have you ever been able to put a finger on? Because on the other hand, people would say, and from there we'll come into the book, the latest one, but people would say, this is all somebody's figment of imagination, you're just fanning the flames. how would you respond to that?
No.
Have you ever been able to put a finger to why these people and these deities, these entities, continue to be among our consciousness and amongst our culture thousands of years down the line, if not lakhs?
You know, I had made this speech recently at the Oxford University, in the Oxford Union debate. And we were debating, this is the same one that Dr. Shashi Tharoor had spoken at the British Rajwan. So there was a debate on whether God is a delusion or not. And I was obviously on the side saying, God is not a delusion. We won the debate. Not bad in Oxford University, quite left-wing place. You can imagine the audience. But the point that I made was that the Hindu conception of God is very different from the Abrahamic conception of God. And there is of course a Nirgun Nirakar God who exists outside of the universe. But we also believe that the divine comes close to us to work as a role model for us, to work as an archetype for us, to help us evolve. Because the true journey is for us to discover the divine within us.
Correct.
That's what it's at the root of Aham Brahmasmi.
And
I am
Tattvamasi.
God, Tattvamasi, you are that. Or Namaste, I bow to the divine within you. This thought that there is a divine in every single one of us, and our spiritual journey is to discover the divine within, is at the heart of all the dharmic religions. And so therefore the gods work for us like role models. You know, Lord Ram works on the role model of the Maryada Purushottam. Sita Ma works on a different role model. Lord Shiva works on a different role model. Lord Krishna works on a different role model, which is why they connect to us so much. Because all of us find the archetype that we get inspired by. So those of us who are slightly anti-elitist and rebellious, as I am, we naturally get attracted to Lord Shiva. And that is the path for us to discover the divine within. I think this is why all our gods and goddesses animate us so deeply. And it's also the reason why our culture has remained alive.
This is the latest book. I've not plugged it in so far because we're building up to it. And he's called it Idols, but it's all about Murti Puja. Idols, Murti, Vigraha, Pran Pratishtha. Many would say what's happening on the 22nd of January, a lot of them are calling it consecration, whereas it's not. The place is holy already, so it's Pran. So what's the difference? And why the need to write this?
Look, consecration is a Western concept where a place is made sacred. Right? And what is the philosophy at the heart of that? That the universe, the world, is actually not sacred. It's a product of original sin. Because what is sacred, the divine, is outside of the universe. The earth is a product of the original sin. All of us human beings are carriers of the original sin. So consecration means at least this part you make it sacred. That's not the dharmic way. The dharmic way is that everything is already divine. You and I are divine. The animals, birds, trees, the earth, everything is already divine. So it's not that we make that place divine or we make the murti divine. We essentially bring the force of Lord Ram into that murti.
And when you say that you are infusing life via a particular vidhi and vidhan into a vigraha or into a murti and turning it into a vigraha, a living deity, but which is achal, it is one place. You mention it also in your book. So are you expecting people to take that jump and say, take it in the name of faith?
Good question. Part of it can be you choosing to follow it on faith. Part of it is actually use real life examples. There are many of us who sadly may have lost one or both parents, right? Many of us keep their pictures with us at our homes and everywhere, and at least most Indian kids will not do something like smoking in front of their parents or drinking you won't do that. There are many you will find even in front of the pictures of their parents they will not do it, or they pass by the pictures of their parents or those they idolize and look up to. Could be their brothers-in-law, could be their father. They'll touch the feet. Now someone can say, bhai ye to picture hai, what's wrong with you, right? But your emotions are invested in that picture. you draw strength from that picture. It's your devotion which gives that divinity into that picture. Right? And what happens in a temple, in a vigraha, is that over centuries, millions of devotees put their faith, put their energy,
Astha.
their jagruti, their astha into that vigraha, into that murti. And then when you go out there, you get the benefit of that too. You'll find that there are temples you go to, for some reason, they just deeply just connect with you. There's no logic to it, it just does, right? Because it just happens that you resonate with that murti at that point of time.
So there is that. So you're saying there is a science also in
there's
this,
a
because
resonance.
the energies and the frequency match.
That's a belief in the dharmic way. So, for example, this is school physics. You remember when an army marches over a suspension bridge, they break step. You know that, right?
Yeah, correct.
Why do they do that? Because when they are marching, if their frequency matches the natural frequency of the bridge will start resonating even more strongly. Right? And then the bridge might break, people will fall, now they may drown, etc., etc., right? It's the same thing with a murti. It's the same thing with being in love. You know, you meet someone and there's that strong resonance, right?
वही इसलिए कहते हैं दिल के तार जुड़ गए. अब ये तार हैं कहाँ? वो frequency matching is a scientific.
It's something that you just feel, right? So there's a Sankat Mojan temple in Kashi. I'm not the kind who cries very easily. But at the Sankat Mojan temple, the morning aarti is at 4:30. I just
आंसू आ गया.
It all just comes out.
But you also say that a lot of our deities, our vigrahas, are Ishta Devata. So you lean towards or gravitate towards somebody and eventually even move on. So you hold on to somebody, but you also start. It's happened with me personally.
Yes.
But you also say that this is perhaps a manifestation of some of our own qualities. Why do you say that?
It's not just a manifestation of your own qualities. It's also what you're going through in life.
Going through in life. Okay.
My sister, for example, our entire family, we passed through very difficult 7-8 years in our personal lives. We lost a lot of people, some very tragically. It was a very, very difficult phase. And for all of us, bizarrely, the career kept going better and better. But the personal life, what is most important to us, we were really suffering. And there was no one to blame. It was just fate, hitting us. It's not that, that there was someone, we were fighting with someone or something. It's just cancer hits or arthritis. What do you do, right? There was this phase when my sister was, her husband, my brother-in-law, he fought cancer very bravely for 2.5 years. And my sister was very devoted to Lord Shiva. And for those 2.5 years, Mata was giving her peace because she was just, she was desperate, she was grief-struck, but she couldn't show anything in front of her husband, right? And they were both fighting, this terrible disease. She used to keep going to a Mata temple. And she would just cry continuously for half an hour. All her desperation.
So the outpouring of emotion happened with Shakti.
It was like Mata was just helping her, And then she would come back and then, and get into the battle once again. And she said this, that her husband, she lost her, and we lost him in 2018. And then she found herself drawing back to Lord Shiva. It's like the Mother Goddess was there, and there was just, at that point of time, that is what she needed. And that's the entire point, that you get the God or the Goddess who can help you at that point of time. And if that gives you the strength to go through life, I don't see what's wrong with it. In fact, I find it something very beautiful.
So the best part is you've written it in a very conversational style of family, from friends, doctors. So there is a scientist, there is a cop, there is a educator, husband, wife, all of this. Then they're having it's written in very conversational style. But somewhere through the course, did you realize that there is a lot of science to our philosophy and also our faith? Because I remember Immortals had a yantra that you had used. And you make a mention of it here also, and I was wondering if it would be answered. So you've done a little bit of a plug of Amish also. It's smartly, but
it's a balance. Our way of life was a balance of science and spirituality. You don't actually have to pick one or the other. And this is This is a paradigm that the West tries to thopo on everyone else. We need to reject that paradigm. It's not that you have to reject science to be a religious person, or it's not that you have to start breaking temples to prove that you're a scientist. That's kind of stupid. And in our way, you can find a balance of both.
And it comes towards the end. It's not right at the beginning. It's towards the end.
And the reason why we put this book as a conversation as well, because if we wrote it like a textbook quoting Sanskrit, it would just scare people, right? What happens with a conversation is that it just comes across to you in an easy, relaxed way. It's like a drawing room conversation.
And you have also given chat breakers.
Yeah.
So यहाँ पर I can also go get myself something and take a break from the book, internalize it, and then come back and sit down.
Correct. And we followed what was actually the Upanishadic traditions. The Upanishads, practically all our Upanishads, are structured as conversations. They are not structured as textbooks. One, it becomes much easier to absorb. Secondly, you can show different points of view. Because in this, if you notice, we don't try and say this is the right point of view, you better believe it or you'll burn in hell. We don't make that point. There are different people expressing different points of view.
You're working on a documentary. What is that about? And through the course of understanding the entire fight, struggle, etc., have you been able to figure out why is it that Ram Lalla has to prove his legitimacy even in the court of law in a Bharat that is steeped in Astha and respects all religions?
Look, this documentary is essentially the story of the Ram Janmabhoomi temple from the beginning to now. So from the birth of Lord Ram till now. And we go through the entire pace and how different groups look at him from across castes, across communities, Hindus, Muslims, transgenders, right? The lessons were, for me, the following. One, the fact that it was proven in court. I think Chief Justice Bobde in our documentary put it perfectly, that this in a sense becomes a role model because there are other disputes like this across the world. I'm sure you're aware of the dispute of Hagia Sophia and various others, because remember there were pagan temples across the world, idol worshipping temples, they were all destroyed largely by European Christians and Turkic Muslims. And then there were fights between European Christians and Turkic Muslims, and things were, destroyed or built over. Now this is across the world.
Yeah, even in Latin America, so many.
These are wounds of history. And these wounds of history have to be addressed. If you address them through aggression and violence, it just leads to an endless cycle of violence, counter-violence, right? But if you address them through truth, through proof, through debates, as was done here, then you hopefully solve that problem to the satisfaction of everyone. Because when the evidence proves it, even one of the litigants is convinced. Right? And you have a solution where everyone is happy. And we go through the court case as well in this documentary, all the evidence that was presented. And you'll notice that the people who presented the evidence on the side of Ram Lalla were Hindus and Muslims, by the way. K.K. Mohammed Saab, his work actually helped. And he made this very beautiful sentence in this line in the documentary, I'm paraphrasing. He had said that I'm an Indian Muslim. Babar and Mir Baki were foreigners. What do I have to do with them?
वो हिंदी में कहते हैं ना प्रत्यक्ष को प्रमाण क्या? If you go there and stand, whether it is Gyanvapi, whether it is Ram Janmabhoomi, or whether it is Krishna Janmabhoomi, or even at Qutub Minar, Vishnu Stambha, it's all there. Point is, why does that have to be what is visible to the naked eye? Why does that have to be proven in a court of law? Why I'm asking you this, Amiji? Because you write this in the last, that those who worshipped or who believed in Murti Puja never tried to eradicate those who didn't believe in it. It's the other way around. That means, and even Upanishad means, come, let's sit and talk. So there has to be reception. If it is one-way traffic and the other person is blocking and saying, I see it but I don't want to accept it, how do you resolve it?
One of the things that we discovered in this documentary is how much of the evidence was hidden. I remember, and in this documentary we discovered there were Muslim leaders in the 1980s who said, provide us evidence and we ourselves will give this site up. And there were some, regrettably, some historians who hid that evidence or misled the investigation. And that's the benefit of a court process, because the process itself ensures that the truth emerges, right? So, and there are things that many people aren't aware of, even now in the mass space. Like, for example, there was a stone discovered, at the site. It's written in Sanskrit. It begins with Om Namah Shivaya. It says this was a temple built to that Vishnu who killed Dashanand, the 10-headed
king, and who also killed Bali.
Yeah. Who is that? Lord Ram. Now this is an evidence that's there.
In Hindustan, a Hindu has to prove what is their Ishtadev's place. In 1993, till 1993, the Nyas was there, present at Gyanvapi. Shringar Gauri Puja is chronicled. It's all stopped. Everybody knows. But still, what is then the mindset of the person who says, I know it is your place of Astha, but I am going to continue to sit on it. I know if I pray here, my prayer is not going to be accepted as per my own scripture and my own holy book, but I will still continue to do it. That is not Bharatiya way. That is not somebody who wants to resolve conflict. And then you have statements which is saying, Masjid Shaheed ho gaya. That itself is idolatry. Because you are making Masjid a living being when you say Shaheed. But that kind of comments are coming.
Look, there are comments made by some silly comments made by some silly people, that I'll not deny that. Why, and this was a learning for me from this documentary, why this process was good. It's longer, right? But essentially, what is dharma? You try, and dharma is that which sustains.
Correct.
That which lasts, that which balances. If you go about it this way, which is longer and harder, but in a way actually balances everyone along, then the solution will actually last. If you think about it, even the way Lord Ram fought Ravan, according to how invaders used to be in ancient times and even in medieval era, if they conquered a kingdom, they would pillage everything, destroy everything, and remove that royal family. Lord Ram did nothing of that, right? Ravan had done adharma, so he defeated him. But even Ravan's body was treated with respect. Ravan's brother was made the king. Ravan's royal family was, and that to me is the example of Lord Ram, which is why even the king who replaced Ravan, Vibhishan, was a follower of Lord Ram. That is a dharmic way of doing things. That's why I think what Chief Justice Bobde said in the documentary, you'll see it in the documentary, was very insightful. He said this can be a role model for the resolution of such disputes across the world.
My final question, Amishi, you're also the author of Suhail Dev, so there is a vision of Bharat. The Prana Pratishtha, is this a turning point? Is there a Bharat moment? Would you want to see it like that? Or where does Bharat go from here? Or is this largely a political and a matter of Astha, and beyond that, let's not talk too much about it?
Let me say the turning point for India was around the late 80s, early 90s. Through some of those television serials and through, most importantly, the economic liberalization. Because at the root, and this Chanakya had said that, Acharya Chanakya, that the heart of everything is artha. If you don't have wealth, if you don't have power, nothing else matters really. Your culture, this thing, everything gets destroyed. That was our turning point. I see this Jan 22nd, 2024 as our takeoff point. It's been a long turning point. We are actually rising. Just in the 1980s, our GDP was smaller than the turnover, gross sales turnover of a few American car companies. Today, we are number 5 in the entire world. Very soon, we'll be number 3. Our research, our culture, everything is at takeoff point. And which is why I genuinely believe this is one of the best times to be born an Indian. But at that same time, we shouldn't assume that this success is just written. We all have to work hard. We shouldn't assume that, ye to ho hi jayega. We all have to be united. We all have to work hard with dedication. And we can take India back to the way it was. Mother India can be in the Committee of Nations, be right at number 1, the way she was for most of human history.
Well, let's hope, and here's to that.
Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, do have a read. It's a nice conversational one which you can spread over a few days and perhaps chew upon. Murti Puja, it actually works. Thank you very, very much, Amishi. Lovely conversation.
Pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
श्रद्धालु आएंगे उनके लिए है और वो अंदर ही चलेंगे।
अंदर ही चलेंगे?
हाँ, अंदर ही चलेंगे
जी।
जितने लोग बाहर से आएंगे उनके लिए फ्री सेवा होगी।
फ्री सेवा है
जी।
तो ये फ्री सेवा है. दिस इज फ्री सर्विस फॉर एनीबडी हु वांट्स टू टेक अ राइड till the new Ram temple premises from January 23rd. These new battery carts, and there are many of them in fact lined up here in the behind me just before the Ram temple entry, which will be used by pilgrims here to go to the Ram temple. And the battery carts also eco-friendly, not non-polluting, the modern green vehicles which will be used, and it will be, I think, a pleasure to drive them also. If we can't drive them, but as I can see, a very, very comfortable ride for people who are informed, because it's quite a walk till the Ram temple, and people can easily go in this once these battery carts start running from the 23rd of January when the temple opens for public viewing. Behind me is the path which goes to the Ram temple premises, and if you don't want to walk till the Ram temple premises, these battery carts will now take you inside the Ram temple. This walk of almost a kilometer till the Ram temple will be easy with these new brightly saffron colored battery carts with Lord Ram's picture right in front. And this will the disabled, anybody who is not able to walk, anybody who's old, even normal people, if there is space, can take these battery carts and go right up till the Ram temple. And we have the excited people here who are waiting for them to start. They will start maybe by tomorrow. तो ये कहाँ से कहाँ चलाएंगे आप?
जय श्री राम।
तो कैसे मदद करेंगे लोगों की आप?
सर, हमारे स्टेट बैंक ने ये राम जन्मभूमि को दान में दिया हुआ है, और टेस्ट वाले और जितने श्रद्धालु आएंगे उनके लिए है, और वो अंदर ही चलेंगे।
अंदर ही चलेंगे?
हाँ, अंदर ही चलेंगे
जी।
जितने लोग बाहर से आएंगे उनके लिए फ्री सेवा होगी।
फ्री सेवा है
जी।
तो ये फ्री सेवा है. दिस इज फ्री सर्विस फॉर एनीबडी हु वांट्स टू टेक अ राइड till the new Ram temple premises from January 23rd. These new battery carts, and there are many of them.
Very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18's live and rolling coverage on the Ram Mandir. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Now, a host of rituals have been taking place in Ayodhya in the run-up to the grand consecration ceremony that's all set to take place on 22nd of January. We'll be bringing you all the live news and updates from Ayodhya and across India, because remember, this Ram Mandir is not just for Ayodhya but all of India and for the world to see.
पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम।
Before the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, with golden bow and arrow, Ram Lalla's first complete look has finally been unveiled. The original idols of Ram Lalla Virajman and his brothers will be installed in front of the new idol inside the Garbhagriha. On Monday, a floral ceremony is scheduled at the newly built Ram Temple. Uttar Pradesh is formulating a 6-month plan for the post-January 22nd period as well, anticipating a significant influx of daily pilgrims to Ayodhya. A high alert in Ayodhya has also been issued in view of the ceremony. All entry routes of Ayodhya have been sealed. A ban has been imposed on entry of vehicles of Ram devotees in Ayodhya starting from today. And CNN News 18 continues to bring you all ground reports from Ayodhya. Let's have a quick look.
क्योंकि अभी कुछ दिन में प्राण प्रतिष्ठा होने वाली है, क्या तैयारियां अभी बच गई?
जोरदार तैयारियां चल रही हैं और लगभग सब पूर्णता की ओर है। जिसको कहते हैं फिनिशिंग टच, बस वही देना बाकी है। और ये फिनिशिंग टच केवल हमारी तरफ से ही बाकी नहीं है, ये समाज की तरफ से भी बाकी है, क्योंकि हर समय हर पल एक नई चीज देखने को मिलती है। आज सुबह कश्मीर के लोग आए थे, जो वहां की केसर लेकर आए थे रामलला के चरणों में अर्पित करने के लिए, और जो मुख्य यजमान हैं अनिल मिश्रा जी, उनको उन्होंने दिया। आज ही अफगानिस्तान की सबसे बड़ी नदी वहां का जल आया है वहां उनके चरणों में अर्पित करने के लिए। और वहीं तमिलनाडु से एक बहुत बड़ी शॉल आई है, जिसको 10 लोगों ने मिलकर दिन रात एक करके केवल यहां के लिए 10 दिन में तैयार किया था। यानी इस कार्यक्रम ने केवल देश को नहीं जोड़ा, गुजरात से लेकर और सुदूर नागालैंड तक सब तरफ से कुछ ना कुछ आया है।
कई पॉलिटिकल नेता कहते हैं कि वीएचपी, बीजेपी और आरएसएस का कार्यक्रम, इसलिए वो नहीं आना चाहते हैं।
या तो वो ना समझ हैं या वो बेईमान है। आखिर 500 साल हिंदू लड़ा है, तब कौन सी बीजेपी थी, तब कौन सा वीएचपी था, तब कौन सी आरएसएस थी। और इन लोगों को ये ध्यान में आना चाहिए, जब मंदिर के निर्माण का समय आया तो देश के 65 करोड़ लोगों ने मंदिर के निर्माण के लिए सहयोग दिया।
Ahead of Pran Pratishtha, the meal boxes are being prepared here in the city of Ayodhya. Approximately 8,000 people have been invited to participate in the historic Pran Pratishtha, and the meals for them are going to be arranged by the temple trust and other volunteers. Right now I am at an inter-college. This is Saraswati Vidya Mandir Inter-College, where behind me you can see the meals are being prepared for 22nd of January. In fact, you can see a lot of volunteers have come here to contribute and participate in this large process of preparing meals for the special invitees, VIPs, VVIPs, those who are going to come to Ayodhya on that very day. Approximately 10,000 people are going to participate, which also includes police officers, people from administration, media, and also the special invitees, those who are going to be inside the temple. For them, meal is being prepared. These women are right now packing achar for that meal, and in fact, some spices also they are packing in the box, and that is how the meals are being prepared. On my left, you can see barfi is being prepared. That is badam barfi, which is right now being prepared, and that will also be kept in the box along with some kachoris. I can see some matra. I can see, so delicious delicacies are being prepared here along with thepla. That will be the part of the box. Well, right now I'm at Kar Sevakpuram, and in fact, this very special lock and key has arrived from the city of locks, which is Aligarh, and this lock is of 400 kgs, and these two keys are of 30 kgs each. Now, this is a special gift that has been brought in to Ayodhya for Ram Lala ahead of Pran Pratishtha. I am being joined by Sadhvi ji. Will speak to her. आप कहाँ से आए हैं और ये क्या कल्पना थी, ये ताले और चाबी को राम लला को भेंट करने की जो कल्पना थी, ये कहाँ से ये आइडिया आया?
हमारे यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री भी अलीगढ़ को ताला नगरी के नाम से संबोधित करते हैं। डेफिनेटली अलीगढ़ जो है वो ताले के लिए फेमस है, तो ऐसे में हमें यही लगा कि अलीगढ़ वासियों की ओर से जो है ये जो एक वर्ल्ड का सबसे बड़ा ताला है हमारी जानकारी में, वो बनाया जाए।
ये वर्ल्ड का सबसे बड़ा ताला है?
जी जी जी, हमारी जानकारी।
रिकॉर्ड में दर्ज करवाया अभी तक?
नहीं, अभी तक तो सबसे पहले तो प्रभु श्री राम के चरणों में करेंगे, उसके बाद पता चलेगा। तो प्रभु श्री राम के चरणों में अर्पित करने के लिए लेके आए हैं, और इसका जो उद्देश्य है वो यही है कि भगवान श्री राम का आशीर्वाद समूचे अलीगढ़ वासियों को मिले, वहाँ के उद्योग जगत को मिले, क्योंकि वो ताले के लिए फेमस है। इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर जो है इसको एक पहचान मिले जब यहाँ के म्यूजियम में ये रखा जाएगा। और अब क्योंकि अयोध्या जो एक इंटरनेशनल धार्मिक स्थल बन चुका है, अंतर्राष्ट्रीय है, तो ऐसे में इस ताले को जब लोग देखेंगे तो हमारे अलीगढ़ को भी जो है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पटल पर एक पहचान मिलेगी।
Alright, and with that, let me also bring you the first visuals of the Ram Mandir. Remember, it's been decked up with flowers and lights, and this is what it looks like. This is the grand Ram Mandir for you. As you can see, it's been adorned with flowers of all kinds. Do notice the special intricate carving that's being done, not just at the entrance, but also in the inside premises of the Ram Mandir. This is going to be the center of all attention on 22nd of January, where not just Prime Minister, but dignitaries from not just India but all over the world will be flocking together. As you can see, those are the flowers and the beautiful lighting not to be missed on the entire Ram Mandir premises. There you can see the carvings and of course all those idols that have been intricately carved into the walls of the entire Mandir. As we all know, it's not just the Mandir but also Ayodhya, the city which has been adorned with flowers. And with that, let me also bring to you the special kind of tributes that are coming across to the Ram Mandir as a form of devotion for Lord Ram. That is the 400 kg lock for you that's come all the way from Aligarh. As we all know, Aligarh being the famous town known for its manufacturing of locks and keys, a special lock and key has been made for Lord Ram by an Aligarh artisan, and he's been toiling to make this, and it's being touted as the world's largest lock and weighs 400 kgs. So that is the kind of devotion that you're seeing, and those are the kind of gifts you're seeing pouring in for Lord Ram from all across the country. And with that, let me also bring you ground reports that have come in from Ayodhya. This one is being sent by Aman.
So behind me you can see the ISKCON Bullock Cart Yatra. This started 41 days ago from Delhi, from Indraprastha, and it is going all the way to Ayodhya. It is now in Ayodhya, and we are seeing ISKCON's devotees, ISKCON saints dancing in front of the bullock cart. They will culminate this journey on January 22nd, the day of the grand opening of the Ram Temple, a 41-day journey which has been done over 635 kilometers. The mode of transport was the bullock cart. The idea, was to go slow. The idea of ISKCON was to go slow, touching villages and towns where they could spread the teachings of Lord Ram. They have gone through villages, towns, all the way. And this is the bullock cart on which this bullock cart Ram Pad Yatra from Delhi Indraprasth to Ayodhya Dham has been carried out. It started on 10th December last month and it is culminating on 20th January today. The Sri Ram Pran Pratishtha Samaroh ke uplaksh mein ISKCON on this bullock cart yatra from Delhi to Ayodhya, and you can see the enthusiasm behind me of the ISKCON devotees, of the ISKCON people. Why this new bhajan for Lord Ram? फिर हमें आप कुछ लाइनें गा के सुना पाएं, उनकी गुनगुना के सुना पाएं जी।
क्योंकि 500 बरस की तपस्या के बाद प्रभु श्री राम का भव्य मंदिर बना है और प्रभु श्री राम एक भव्य रूप में स्थापित हो रहे हैं, दिव्य मंदिर है। इसलिए ये एक स्वागत गीत है, अभिनंदन है प्रभु श्री राम के लिए, जो अल्ट्रा म्यूजिक के जय श्री राम यूट्यूब चैनल पर रिलीज हुआ है। अवध करे अभिनंदन, बहुत ही प्यारा सॉन्ग है, वेरी ब्यूटीफुल लिरिक्स। तो मैं इसको जरूर सुनाना चाहूंगी कुछ लाइंस। जय नर उत्तम जय पुरुषोत्तम, जय जय दशरथ नंदन, जय नर उत्तम जय पुरुषोत्तम जय जय दशरथ नंदन। अवध करे अभिनंदन प्रभु जी, स्वागत है रघुनंदन प्रभु जी। अवध करे अभिनंदन प्रभु जी, स्वागत है रघुनंदन।
Immersed in the devotion for Lord Ram, that is the mood of the entire nation, and CNN News 18 continues to bring you all the live news and updates from Ayodhya and all over India. Do stay tuned for our live and rolling coverage on Ram Mandir.
Here in the behind me, just before the Ram temple entry, which will be used by pilgrims here to go to the Ram temple, and the battery carts also eco-friendly, non-polluting, the modern green vehicles which will be used, and it will be, I think, a pleasure to drive them also. If we can't drive them, but I can see a very, very comfortable ride for people who are informed, because it's quite a walk till the Ram temple, and people can easily go in this once these battery carts start running from the 23rd of January, when the temple opens for public viewing.
चींटी को कण भर, हाथी को मन भर, उदर भूख सबकी बुझाता। राही का तरवर, प्यासे का सरवर, सकल प्राणियों का जो दाता। कष्टों का करता है जो भंजन, महादेव करते हैं जिनको नमन। दुष्टों को ताड़ना और संतों को देता है मान। वो है राम राम राम, मेरा राम राम राम। न्यूज़ 18 के भी राम है। आपने भी बहुत सुंदर भजन बनवाया है, मैं सुना मैं इसको। हाँ, देखिए हमने तो बस इतना कहा है कि पल पल में, युग युग में, कण कण में राम, हर क्षण में, हर तन में, हर मन में राम। प्रणाम सिया राम, प्रणाम सिया राम। ये जो आपने प्रणाम कहा ना, ये प्रणाम कहा था जनकपुर ने। जब ससुरारी में आए राम, हम उसी धरती के एक वासी, मेरे तो पहुना है श्री राम। हम हंसते हंसते पहुना को कुछ हंसी सुना भी देते हैं। हमसे बखान के करी भैया, हम राम जी को कभी कभी गरिया भी देते हैं। हम तो जनकपुर वाले हैं ना भैया। प्रणाम प्रणाम राम, ये सुंदर भाव है, बहुत अच्छा भाव।
मैं आपसे पूछने ही वाला था कि मिथिलांचल में राम जी को कैसे उनका स्वागत, उनको
मंगल न कोनो भयो राम के बियाह नियर, सुनली नहीं कान से न नैना निहारी हैं। हमसे बखान के करी हो राम रघुबर के, हम त राम पहुना के रोज देत गारी हैं। हम तो बसिंदा हैं जी राम के ससुरारी के, सिया जी हमार बहिना, राम पहुना हमारे हैं जी सरकार। हम तो पहुना भाव में रहते हैं।
पर अब थोड़ा सा एक सियासी रंग इसमें क्योंकि आप बीजेपी से भी जुड़े हैं, तो आस्था का तो विषय राम है, पर राम राज की अगर हम परिकल्पना करते हैं तो उसमें विकास, हर किसी को, किसी के घर में अंधकार ना हो, किसी को भी रोटी की दरकार ना हो, इस तरीके का राम राज्य की परिकल्पना हम कहते हैं, मानते हैं। तो क्या वो हो रहा है? पिछले 9 साल में ऐसा दिख रहा है?
नहीं, थोड़ी सी नजर घुमा लीजिए। आज आपके कार्यक्रम का नाम है अयोध्या पर्व राम युग। राम जी की ज्योति स्थापित होने जा रही है। 11 दिन का एक अद्भुत यम नियम के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी तैयारी कर रहे हैं। जमीन पे सो रहे हैं, अपने खाने से पहले गौ माता को खिला रहे हैं, मंदिर मंदिर जा रहे हैं, यम नियम का कठिन पालन कर रहे हैं। और याद रखिए, मैं तो न्यूज 18 के कार्यक्रम में कहूंगा, ये जो राम ज्योति है ना, केवल घी और दिया से नहीं जली है। ये राम ज्योति इस देश के 52 करोड़ लोगों को पहली बार बैंकों से जोड़ करके जली है। ये राम ज्योति मेरे भैया 4.25 करोड़ बेघर को उनको छत दे करके तो जली है। ये राम ज्योति 13 करोड़ लोगों के घर में पहली बार शौचालय बना करके, इज्जत घर दे करके जली है। ये राम ज्योति 55 करोड़ लोगों को 5 लाख रुपया सालाना इलाज देकर के बनी जली है। इस ज्योति का कितना लौ होगा, जो ज्योति न जाने कितने लगभग 12 करोड़ माताओं की आंखों से धुआं हटा करके जली है। उस ज्योति पर विपक्ष को गर्व हो न हो, हमें गर्व था, गर्व है और गर्व रहेगा साहेब, हमें रहेगा सर।
क्या बात है। तो जो लोग पहले कहते थे कि मंदिर वहीं बनाएंगे पर तारीख नहीं बताएंगे, आप पर यह आरोप लगता था कि आप कह रहे हैं कि मंदिर तब बनाएंगे जब आप कुर्सी पर बिठाएंगे। अब कहा जा रहा है कि 24 के लिए कह रहे हैं, प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करा दी, अब हमें वोट बनाकर फिर से सरकार बनवा दो।
वो
इतिहास बन रहा है और इस इतिहास के साक्षी हैं हम और आप सब। सभी को नमस्कार, मैं हूं पूजा और मेरे साथ है मेरे सहयोगी आनंद नरसिम्हन।
नमस्ते नमस्ते। देखिए, हम एक बहुत खास जगह और आपको बताते हैं हम कहां हैं। देखिए वो दूर आप देख रहे हैं ना, वो है राम मंदिर, भव्य और दिव्य, विशालकाय। जब यह मंदिर अपने पूर्ण रूप में साकार होगा तब शायद ऐसा ही दिखेगा। अभी प्रभु राम का मंदिर अपनी निर्माण अवस्था में है, लेकिन हम उसे आपको पूर्ण रूप में दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। यही हम टेक्नोलॉजी का भी प्रयोग कर रहे हैं। हम उसे जहां से देख रहे हैं, ये वो जगह है पूजा जिसका नाम मणि पर्वत है। अब मणि पर्वत की बहुत सारी कथाएं हैं, आपने सुना होगा मणि पर्वत के बारे में।
बिल्कुल
आपने सुना है। जी हाँ, मैं और पूजा इस वक्त अयोध्या में मौजूद मणि पर्वत पर हैं। और ये कैसे संभव हुआ?
ये सब संभव हुआ है टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से। टीवी के इतिहास में हम आपको अयोध्या का ऐसा दुर्लभ दर्शन कराने जा रहे हैं जो हमारी टीम ने बहुत मेहनत से तैयार किया है। और आनंद, जब हम कह रहे हैं बहुत मेहनत, तो वाकई यहाँ बहुत मेहनत लगी।
जी हाँ, टेक्नोलॉजी है, एआई है, ग्राफिक्स है और इतिहास भी तो है। पहले तो इस जगह के बारे में जान लीजिए जहां हम खड़े हैं। ये जगह है अयोध्या का मणि पर्वत और इसके बारे में कई सारी मान्यताएं हैं। इस पर्वत के बारे में यही माता सीता और प्रभु राम झूला झूला करते थे और कहते हैं पर्वत माता सीता के पिता राजा जनक की मणियों से बना है, इसीलिए इसका नाम मणि पर्वत पड़ा है। और भी इसके बारे में कथाएं हैं पूजा।
बिल्कुल, और भी कथाएं हैं, वो भी दर्शकों को बताते हैं। मान्यता तो ये भी है कि जब हनुमान जी लक्ष्मण के लिए संजीवनी बूटी की पहाड़ लेकर जा रहे थे तो उसी का एक टुकड़ा यहाँ पर गिरा और यही वो टुकड़ा है आनंद जहां हम इस वक्त खड़े हैं। लेकिन दर्शकों को ये भी हम बता दें कि असली अयोध्या की यात्रा तो अभी बाकी है। टीवी के इतिहास में आज आप पहली बार अयोध्या धाम के दर्शन करने वाले हैं और ये यात्रा आपको कराएंगे मेरे सहयोगी आनंद। कैसे करेंगे ये यात्रा, ये वही आपको बताएंगे।
जी हाँ, बताऊंगा, लेकिन आपको भी बताऊंगा पूजा, आपको धीरे धीरे यहाँ आना है क्योंकि हम आपको वहां नीचे नहीं, वहां ऊपर देखना है क्योंकि कुछ बहुत खास आ रहा है।
ये कोई पक्षी है? जी
नहीं, ये पक्षी नहीं, पुष्पक विमान है, वो भी लघु पुष्पक विमान। इतिहास में, पौराणिक कथाओं में आपने सुना होगा इसके बारे में, लेकिन हम देखिए धीरे 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 ये भव्य सुंदर टेक्नोलॉजी से निर्मित पुष्पक विमान आ रहा है। आराम से भैया, धीरे से लैंड करना, टच डाउन। ये देखिए ठीक हमारे बगल में आके लैंड हो गई। आ जाइए, देखिए सुंदर लग रहा है ना?
बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है आनंद, लेकिन करने क्या वाले हम इस पुष्पक विमान का?
सबसे पहले तो मैं उसके अंदर जाने वाला हूँ, कैसे जाऊंगा वो भी देखिए। मैं वहां जाऊंगा और द्वार खुल जाएंगे, खुल गए देखिए। अब इसकी एक खासियत है पूजा
जी।
पुष्पक विमान के बारे में पौराणिक कथाओं में क्या कहा जाता था कि इसमें कंट्रोल्स नहीं होते, ये मन से जुड़ा होता था चालक के। मेरे भी ये मन से जुड़ा है, ट्यूनिंग की गई। अब बताइए क्या कर रहा हूं, मेरा मन क्या सोच रहा है?
क्या सोच रहा है आपका मन? अरे ये तो दरवाजे बंद हो गए, क्या अब ये उड़ान भी भरेगा?
भरेगा, जरूर भरेगा, बहुत जल्दी भरेगा।
तो आपने देखा यहाँ पर कैसे दरवाजे बंद हो गए। आनंद इसमें सवार हैं, लघु पुष्पक विमान के अंदर वो मौजूद हैं, और जब विमान के अंदर मौजूद हैं तो जाहिर तौर पर आपको कहीं लेकर भी जाएंगे। कहां लेकर जाएंगे ये जरा हम आनंद से पूछ लेते हैं। आनंद, पुष्पक विमान में मौजूद हैं आप, कैसा महसूस कर रहे हैं, कहां जाने वाले हैं?
देखिए पुष्पक विमान की अलग ही फीलिंग है। यहाँ मुझे किसी सीट बेल्ट की आवश्यकता नहीं, क्योंकि एक बार हम यहाँ खड़े हो गए तो एकदम फर्स्ट क्लास फिट हो गए। और मन की बात है, ये जानता है, और एक बहुत खास जगह लेके जा रहा हूँ आपको।
खास जगह जा रहे हैं आनंद, और यहाँ देखिए ये विमान तो ऊपर आसमान में जा रहा है, और अच्छा है कि आनंद के मन की बात को यहाँ पर भांपकर इस विमान ने उड़ान भरी है। कहां आपको लेकर जाएंगे? जाहिर तौर पर हमने कहा कि अयोध्या दर्शन आपको कराएंगे, तो अयोध्या दर्शन आनंद आपको कराएंगे, और उस मंदिर के दर्शन कराएंगे जिसका इंतजार राम भक्त कर रहे हैं। 500 सालों के इंतजार के बाद यह मंदिर निर्मित हुआ है, और आपको बता दें कि निर्माण जो हुआ है तो कितना खूबसूरत है, कैसे इसके बनाया गया है, क्या कुछ खासियत है। लेकिन उससे पहले जरा कुछ खास तस्वीरें आपको दिखा दे, प्रभु श्री राम के इस मंदिर की खासियत आपको बता दे। इस ग्राफिक्स के जरिए आप समझिए, 360 पिलर है यहाँ पर मंदिर में, इसकी जो ऊंचाई है 161 फीट की है। भव्यता आप देखिए यहाँ, साथ ही इसकी हम लेंथ की बात करें तो 360 फीट की इसकी लेंथ है। अगर हम चौड़ाई की बात करें तो 235 फीट इसकी चौड़ाई है। यहाँ पर कुछ और जानकारी भी हम आपको दे देते हैं इस मंदिर से जुड़ी हुई। यहाँ पर 5 पवेलियन बनाए गए हैं, 12 द्वार बनाए गए हैं इसके अंदर, जो कि इसकी भव्यता को और निखारते हैं। 57.4 एकड़ ये टेंपल का कॉम्प्लेक्स है, यानी परिसर है। यहाँ 3 साल में इसका निर्माण हुआ है, हालांकि अभी ऊपर के हिस्से का निर्माण बाकी है। जब बन जाएगा तो मंदिर कुछ ऐसा ही दिखेगा। तो 3 फ्लोर है यहाँ पर, 5 डोम्स इस मंदिर के अंदर, जो कि इसकी खूबसूरती को दिखाते हैं। लेकिन जैसा कि हमने आपसे वादा किया था कि अयोध्या दर्शन हम आपको कराएंगे, तो आनंद कहां पहुंचे हैं अपने लघु पुष्पक विमान पर? सीधे उनके पास चलते हैं, जानते हैं उन्हीं से। आनंद, कहां पहुंचे आप?
भी ला रहे हैं इस आस्था
वो प्राण प्रतिष्ठा में कभी नहीं आते, वो तो राम का प्राण हरने में विश्वास करते हैं, राम को प्राण देने में विश्वास ही नहीं करते हैं। अभी जो लोग भी आपके मंच पे आएंगे, जो इंडी अलायंस से होंगे, आपको राम जी के प्राण प्रतिष्ठा से क्या दिक्कत है? 500 साल से राम जी के मंदिर को तोड़कर, और ये बात जब मैं कह रहा हूं तो आप याद रखिए, माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह फैसला दिया है
जी।
अगर आज का कानून उस समय होता ना, तो बाबर को फांसी की सजा होती। आप किसी दूसरे, आज भी मैं इस शो में कह रहा हूं, मैं एक सांसद के रूप में भी कह रहा हूं, किसका मजाल है जो किसी भी धर्म के किसी देवालय को गिरा दे? मंदिर हो, गुरुद्वारा हो, गिरजाघर हो, मस्जिद हो, क्या कोई तोड़ सकता है? हमारा कानून ऐसा है कि हम सभी धर्मों का सम्मान करते हैं, लेकिन सभी धर्मों का सम्मान करने में राम का सम्मान क्यों छूट जाएगा?
Behind me is the path which goes to the Ram temple premises, and if you don't want to walk till the Ram temple premises, these battery carts will now take you inside the Ram temple. This walk of almost a kilometer till the Ram temple will be easy with these new brightly saffron colored battery carts with Lord Ram's picture right in front. And this will the disabled, anybody who is not able to walk, anybody who's old, even normal people, if there is space, can take these battery carts and go right up till the Ram temple. And we have the excited people here who are waiting for them to start. They will start maybe by tomorrow. तो ये कहाँ से कहाँ चलाएंगे आप?
जय श्री राम।
तो कैसे मदद करेंगे लोगों की से आप?
सर, हमारे स्टेट बैंक ने ये राम जन्मभूमि को दान में दिया हुआ है और टेस्ट वाले और जितने श्रद्धालु आएंगे उनके लिए है और वो अंदर ही चलेंगे।
अंदर ही चलेंगे?
हाँ, अंदर ही चलेंगे।
जी।
जितने लोग बाहर से आएंगे उनके लिए फ्री सेवा होगी।
फ्री सेवा है
जी।
तो ये फ्री सेवा है. This is free service for anybody who wants to take a ride till the new Ram temple premises from January 23rd. These new battery carts, and there are many of them, in fact, lined up here in the behind me just before the Ram temple entry, which will be used by pilgrims here to go to the Ram temple. And the battery carts also eco-friendly, not non-polluting. The modern green vehicles which will be used, and it will be, I think, a pleasure to drive them also. If we can't drive them, but I can see a very, very comfortable ride for people who are informed, because it's quite a walk till the Ram temple, and people can easily go in this once these battery carts start running from the 23rd of January.
पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम। जय
Modi for public viewing.
चींटी को कण भर, हाथी को मन भर, उधर भूख सबकी बुझाता। राही का तरवर, प्यासे का सरवर, सकल प्राणियों का जो दाता। कष्टों का करता है जो भंजन, महादेव करते हैं जिनको नमन। दुष्टों को ताड़ना और संतों को देता है मान। वो है राम राम राम, मेरा राम राम राम। न्यूज 18 के भी राम है। आपने भी बहुत सुंदर भजन बनवाया है। मैं सुना मैं उसको।
हाँ,
देखिए
हमने तो बस इतना कहा है कि पल पल में युग युग में कण कण में राम।
युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम सिया राम।
Namaste, Jai Hind and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, in continuation with our series in trying to understand Hindutva, the Hindu way of life, and more importantly, what it means in the current context of Bharat, where we stand, because there are many who believe that this way of life needs to be eradicated. It's fully discriminatory, it's not inclusive. Are we an inclusive society, Hindus in Hindustan, or are we exclusive? Are we intolerant? Let's try and understand this in a deeper context as to our way of life, this oldest living civilization, and also the people who have come here adopted various ways, and are we really inclusive or not? And this is all in the context of Ramlala Virajman on the 22nd of January. And of course, rising consciousness of Bharat, the new face of Naya Bharat. Professor Jagmohan is with us. Thank you very, very much. Scholar, PhD in Sanskrit and also a professor at Hindu College. Professor Nachiketa Tiwari is with us, a professor at IIT Kanpur. And we also have Subui Khanji. So she is the national convener of the Rashtriya Janajagran Abhiyan. Rashtra Jagran Abhiyan. So waking up of the country. But Subui ji, let me ask you, Bharat as a nation, are we inclusive or are we intolerant?
देखिए, मुझे बड़ा ही दुख होता है जब ये सवाल हम लोगों से पूछा जाता है, क्योंकि हमारे तो जो सोर्स है हमारी संस्कृति की, हमारे वेद ही, हमारे वेदों का जो महावाक्य हैं वो ही यहाँ से शुरू होते हैं कि अहम ब्रह्मास्मि तत्त्वमसि, यानी कि वो यूनिवर्सल कॉन्शियसनेस मेरे अंदर भी विराजमान है, आपके अंदर भी विराजमान है.
I am this and you are that.
Yes. तो भारतीय संस्कृति कभी भी भाषाओं में, जातियों में, क्षेत्र में, संप्रदाय में, इवन लिंग में फॉर दैट मैटर नहीं बटी होती है, क्योंकि हम मानते हैं कि हम शरीर नहीं, हम आत्मा हैं. मैं इंक्लूसिविटी का आपको, अगर मुझे अनइंटरप्टेड आप सिर्फ कुछ 2 मिनट दीजिए, तो मैंने एक दिन अपने गुरुजी से एक बात पूछी थी जिससे मुझे हिंदू होने का मतलब समझ आया. वो मैं आपके चैनल के माध्यम से पूरे देशवासियों तक पहुंचाना चाहती हूँ. मैंने एक दिन कहा, मेरे गुरुदेव आदरणीय श्री KN गोविंदाचार्य जी हैं, मैंने उनसे पूछा कि गोविंद जी, आप कहते हैं हिंदू इज नॉट अ रिलीजन, हिंदू सभी पूजा पद्धतियों का संघ है, हिंदू इज अ कॉमनवेल्थ ऑफ ऑल मोड्स ऑफ वर्शिप, यानी कि पूजा पद्धति की या आराध्यों की, रिलीजन्स की कोई लड़ाई नहीं है. तो मैंने उनसे पूछा कि अगर किसी बच्चे को भी समझाना हो कि हिंदू होने का मतलब क्या है, तो हम उनको क्या बताएं, व्हाट एग्जैक्टली आर वी फाइटिंग फॉर. तो उन्होंने जो कहा वो मैं आपको बताती हूँ, और ये कंप्लीटली वर्ड बाय वर्ड मेरी गुरुवाणी है, इसमें एक भी शब्द मेरा अपना नहीं है. गोविंद जी कहते हैं हिंदुत्व यानी क्या, देश की कलेक्टिव स्मृति का परिपाक. वो क्या है? 5 बातें नमूने के तौर पे बताता हूं. पहला, सभी उपासना पद्धतियों में अखंड श्रद्धा, सभी उपासना पद्धतियों से उसी परमात्मा की प्राप्ति होती है, यह विश्वास. दूसरा, एक ही सत्य सभी जड़ चेतन में अनुस्यूत है, सेम कॉन्शियसनेस परमिएट्स इन ऑल एनिमेट एंड इनएनिमेट मैटर. तीसरा, मातृत्व के गुण होने के कारण महिला यानी नारी का समाज में विशेष आदर. चौथा, मनुष्य प्रकृति का विजेता नहीं, प्रकृति का अंग है, इसी कारण हम प्रकृति के संरक्षण और संवर्धन की बात करते हैं. और पांचवा, खाओ पियो और मर जाओ, यही जीवन का अंतिम उद्देश्य नहीं है, इससे ऊपर भी जीवन का एक उद्देश्य है. मुट्ठी बांधे आए थे, हाथ पसारे जाएंगे, यह विश्वास. तो जो इन 5 बातों को मानता हो वो हिंदू है. कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता वो भगवान राम को मानता हो, भगवान श्री कृष्ण को मानता हो, पैगंबर मोहम्मद को मानता हो, बाबा नानक को मानता हो, महात्मा बुद्ध को मानता हो, या किसी पेड़ को मानता हो, या किसी को ना मानता हो. हिंदुइज्म इज अ वैल्यू सिस्टम. ये जीवन जीने का एक गुण होते हैं, कुछ स्किल्स होती हैं, कुछ वैल्यूज होती हैं. आप खुद सोचिए, आज पूरा विश्व ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, क्लाइमेटिक चेंज, वाटर शॉर्टेज, अपराध, आतंकवाद, साइकोपैथी, युद्ध, एक देश दूसरे देश से लड़ रहा है, सिर्फ और सिर्फ इन वैल्यूज से दूर जाने के कारण. अगर ये 5 वैल्यू हम ना ही सिर्फ भारत बल्कि पूरे विश्व में स्प्रेड करते हैं तो सारी समस्या का समाधान हो जाता है. तो मैं तो कहती हूँ कि हिंदू राष्ट्र या सनातनी ना ही सिर्फ भारत बल्कि पूरे विश्व को होना चाहिए. उससे बड़ा समंजसता वाला विचार, उससे बड़ा अपने अंदर समा लेने की क्षमता रखने वाली स्ट्रॉन्ग वैल्यू सिस्टम, थॉट सिस्टम कहीं नहीं है.
बट प्रॉब्लम तो यही है कि हमारे समाज में ही प्रोफेसर साहब, दैट द पॉइंट इज दैट इट्स नॉट जस्ट अहम ब्रह्मास्मि, इट्स ओनली अहम ब्रह्मास्मि. आई एम दिस एंड यू आर नथिंग. तत्वम नासि इज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन सोसाइटी. सो can we go ahead and tell others to be inclusive if we ourselves are not inclusive? हम खुद ही समाज में inclusive नहीं है, या आप भारत पे ये नहीं मानते कि लार्जली लोग ऐसे नहीं हैं? आप क्या कहें?
नहीं, जैसे कि मैडम ने जो बात रखी है, यहीं से भारत का जो जैसे कि समावेशी जो अपना हमारा दर्शन है, उस दर्शन का जब आप ये मान लेते हैं कि मैं अहम ब्रह्मास्मि, या आप ये कहते हैं कि जो कुछ भी इस विश्व में है, चाहे वो सजीव है, निर्जीव है, किसी भी रूप में है, तो निश्चित रूप से जिसे क्या कहते हैं, आपके अंदर अपने आप ही एक समावेशी भाव उत्पन्न होने लगेगा. आप इसकी प्रैक्टिस कीजिए. आप कुछ दिन तक आप अपने व्यवहारिक जीवन में देखिए करके कि आप सबको इस नजरिए से देखिए कि मैं ब्रह्म हूं, हम ब्रह्मास्मि। आप अपने साथ में जो भी पशु पक्षी चारों तरफ, जब ये भाव आप 1 महीने यदि प्रैक्टिस करके देखेंगे तो आपके विचारों में परिवर्तन आने लगेगा। ये खुद मैंने भी प्रैक्टिस करके इसको देखा है, निश्चित रूप से परिवर्तन होता है। तो हमारी जो पूरी परंपरा है, ये जो मूल सिद्धांत है हमारा एकात्मवाद, और इसी एकात्मवाद सिद्धांत के बाद जो है सारे हम सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिना, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, ये जो हमारे पूरे के पूरे जो विचार हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं प्रत्येक उसको अपने अंदर समाहित करते हैं और वहीं से ये सारे भाव आपको आते हैं। लेकिन जो आपने कहा कि यदि समाज में हम ऐसा देख रहे हैं तत्त्वम नास्ति, ये जो भाव है कहीं ना कहीं व्यक्ति का जो अपना, जब हमारे ऊपर स्वार्थ कह लीजिए, हमारे जो शास्त्र हैं सिद्धांत हैं उनमें समझेंगे इस बात को, लेकिन जब व्यक्ति स्वार्थ के वशीभूत हो जाता है तो कहीं ना कहीं वो इन चीज़ों को इग्नोर करके, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं जब उसको ये चीज़ें समझ में आती हैं तब तक गाड़ी जो है वो बहुत आगे निकल जाती है।
नो, बिकॉज आई टेल यू लार्जली लॉट ऑफ दिस इज कंट्रोल्ड बाय कस्टोडियंस। नो, सी समाज में अगर सब ज्ञानी होते तो फिर वो समझ भी रखते। Not a lot of people and a lot of our own knowledge systems have been simplified because largely most people could not understand the complexities. Somewhere this has gotten corrupted. You would accept, because this uchkul, nichkul, okay, even within the lower current OBCs, backward castes, etc., there is this creamy layer. You create reservation, there is a creamy layer, and everybody wants to create distance, create gaps and layers. So then how can we be inclusive if we continue to have these gaps and layers? And point is, nobody wants to know your first name. Today everybody wants to know your second surname. Surname क्या है? मेरा नाम, surname क्या है? कहाँ से हो? ब्राह्मण कुल से? These are questions which are asked. That itself wants you to discriminate, right? So how are we inclusive then?
Yeah. So,
and it's not just with the Vedic way of life, if I were to say. Even in Islam, the same thing is there. Sayyidi hai, Pathan hai, Shia hai, Sunni hai, Ahmadi hai. So there will be discrimination. There is discrimination even in Christianity. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, as a society, are we conditioned to discriminate?
So you can discriminate because of two reasons. One is because you want to gain advantage before the other, with respect to the other person. And unfortunately, a lot of people try to do that across the societies, across continents, across traditions and all that. The other source of discrimination is if it is ingrained in the ideological system itself. So either you are with us or you are against us. If you are with us, then you are on the right side, and if you are against us, or if you are not with us, then you are on the wrong side.
So you either need to be eradicated or you need to be converted.
Right. I'll give you a very simple example. So I was in the United States doing my PhD. This is, I'm talking about early 1990s, and I was having a very good conversation with my friend in the department. He was an American. And he said that, Nachiketa, did you see the football game today? Football is a big thing in the United States. Whose team you are supporting?
Which side are you on?
So I said, well, actually, I am not really into football. I was new to that country.
के रामनाथपुरम जिले में स्थित है। ये हिंद महासागर और बंगाल की खाड़ी से घिरा हुआ एक खूबसूरत आइलैंड है। और क्योंकि आप जब रामेश्वरम नाम सुनते हैं तो देखिए कितना खूबसूरत और अनूठा रिश्ता ये है कि रामेश्वरम का अर्थ होता है भगवान राम, और इसलिए स्थान का नाम भी रामेश्वरम के तौर पर रखा गया है। और ये जिस तरह से प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ पर पूजा अर्चना कर रहे हैं, और हमने देखा कि पिछले कुछ दिनों में प्रधानमंत्री ने कई मंदिरों की यात्रा की है, और इस प्रथा को जारी रखते हुए हमने देखा कि कुछ देर पहले प्रधानमंत्री श्री रामनाथ स्वामी मंदिर में गए थे, रंगनाथ स्वामी मंदिर में, और अब प्रधानमंत्री श्री रामनाथ स्वामी मंदिर में मौजूद हैं। और यहाँ पर इसी प्रथा को जारी रखते हुए प्रधानमंत्री श्री रामायण पारायण कार्यक्रम में भी भाग लेंगे। इस कार्यक्रम में 8 अलग अलग पारंपरिक मंडलियां संस्कृत, अवधी, कश्मीरी, गुरुमुखी, असमिया, बांग्ला, मैथिली और गुजराती में राम कथा यानी श्री राम की अयोध्या का जो वापसी का प्रसंग है उसका वर्णन, उसका पाठ किया जाएगा। भारतीय सांस्कृतिक लोकाचार और भावनाओं के अनुरूप जो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत के मूल भावना को आत्मसात करता है। और कुछ देर बाद प्रधानमंत्री यहां पर भजन संध्या में भी शामिल होंगे। बेहद खास मेहमान, क्योंकि प्रधानमंत्री का ये दौरा अपने आप में बेहद खास है, खास मेहमान हमारे साथ स्टूडियो में मौजूद है। हमारे साथ मौजूद है
latest visuals coming in of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Rameshwaram. This is Prime Minister Modi's grand outreach to southern India today. As we all know, he's in Tamil Nadu. He's been in Tamil Nadu since yesterday. And for more details, let's quickly go across to Purnima. Purnima, 3 days, three temples in the build up to the grand Ram Mandir's consecration ceremony on 22nd. Take us through the significance of the Ramanathan Swami temple today.
Well, the 3 temples in Tamil Nadu that Prime Minister is visiting over a period of 2 days is going to have an Ayodhya connect. The first stop was in Srirangam, Sri Ranganatha Swami temple, where in fact, the belief is that the image of Vishnu was worshipped by Lord Rama as well as his ancestor, and that was a gift to Vibhishana, Ravana's brother. And Vibhishana was all set to take the Vishnu idol or the deity to Sri Lanka, and to perform a puja in the evening, he placed it in Srirangam. After that, they were not able to lift, and that's where the temple has been built around the deity, and that's called the Sri Ranganatha Swami temple. And it's also famous for Kanda Ramayana because it was first presented by poet Kamban in Srirangam, and that's the significance of the Sri Ranganatha Swami temple that Prime Minister had visited. And the visuals on your screen comes from Ramanatha Swami temple in Rameshwaram.
Right.
Here, the idol was in fact built by or installed by Sita and worshipped by Lord Rama. That's the significance here, and that's the visuals on your screen where Ram Katha is being chanted in 8 different languages. And after that, there will be bhajans in praise of Lord Rama. After that, Prime Minister will stay in Rameshwaram and tomorrow head to Dhanushkodi, which is about 25 kilometers from here, where Ram Setu is being built.
Absolutely, and very interestingly, you pointed out how Prime Minister, in fact, will be visiting tomorrow that particular place, that location where Ram Setu was also built. We've always seen Lord Ram as a figure who's always been associated with the cultural ethos of northern India. Important to also highlight how Prime Minister's visit now to these temples only goes on to unify the entire nation. As we all know, yes, his visit to the other temple today earlier in Trichy was also the first by any Prime Minister post-independence.
Absolutely. That's why people have been excited. Apart from the excitement around the grand ceremony that's planned on the 22nd, the fact that in Tamil Nadu there are 3 temples and now people are knowing about the significance and the Ramayana connect of these temples is what makes people residing in Srirangam and Rameshwaram very happy, because as you said, it's not the only temple that Prime Minister is visiting. Prime Minister has Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and there are temples that have a Ramayana connect, and now the entire country will now know the significance and the history of all these temples that Prime Minister is visiting. And in Tamil Nadu, 3 such temples which have a Ramayana connect is being covered by Prime Minister ahead of the Yatra. And here at Rameshwaram, the holy water will be carried.
Sorry to interrupt you there. In fact, I'm also joined in by Mr. Rahul Ishwar, who's joining me on the phone line. Mr. Ishwar, as we can see, it's a historic day already. You know, I know this is in the build-up to the grand consecration ceremony of the Ram Mandir on 22nd. But take our viewers through how significant is Prime Minister's visit to these 3 temples in Tamil Nadu.
This is absolutely spiritually and culturally significant. Rameshwaram, as you know, is a place where Lord Sri Ram himself worshipped the deity of Shiva before he crossed over to Sri Lanka to rescue Sita Mata. So this is an absolutely important place, and Modi ji is selecting many significant, important temples, culturally significant and spiritually important temples. For example, in Kerala, he came to Tripura. Right now, he is going to Rameshwaram, and he is having these temples because, especially the big build-up to Prana Pratishta is there. As in Ayodhya right now. There is an excitement building up. Modi ji is expected in 2 days. So it's a spiritual penance, a vrata, a kind of vrata and anushtana our PM Modi ji is taking up, and that's absolutely fabulous and a great thing to watch. This is a cultural rejuvenation of India. This is a civilizational rejuvenation of India, and that's absolutely great thing to see.
Rahul, in the last fortnight, we've seen Prime Minister Modi offer prayers, not just in temples in Tamil Nadu, but also Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, even Maharashtra. You remember, he visited a temple in Nasik, which is also the Lepakshi, for instance, is the place where the Jatayu, the mythical bird, falls after being injured by Ravan. So, do shed light on how Prime Minister is also, through these visits to these temples, bringing out the Ramayan connect or the connect of Lord Ram, now with the temple of Ayodhya. He in fact is making conscious efforts to highlight the fact that Lord Ram is not just a figure associated with the people north of the Vindhyas, but also south of the Vindhyas.
That's absolutely true. See, Sri Ram is, in a very spiritual way, significant in every place across India. For example, even the name of Shabarimala comes from Sri Rama, and the Shabari, the tribal woman, she went to offer flowers to Sri Ram. So this is absolutely spiritually significant, and he has also visited Ranganatha Swami temple in Tirupalli, as you know, Ramayana were recited. So many people artificially create this north-south divide, saying that Ram only belongs to North India. Ram belongs to everyone, and everyone belongs to Ram. That's the reason why Mahatma Gandhi told about Rama Rajya, which is a harmonious, plural, inclusive space. So, and he has also visited Kodanda Ramaswamy temple at Dhanushkodi. So this is extremely important. And when Britishers, not even Indians, Britishers started the geographical survey of India, they named it Asetu Himachal. Asetu Himachal means from Himalayas to Ramasetu is the spread and geography of India, and Asetu Himachalam, Sri Ram is present, and that cultural contribution is present. And please remember, also not in India, even in the largest Muslim majority, Indonesia, Sri Ram is a very important cultural icon. Our Muslim brothers, their Ram Muhammad is a very common name. Garuda, Indonesia is a flight. So Sri Ram is a cultural legacy of Asia, South Asia, and we need to celebrate it in an inclusive, in a very positive way. I hope PM Modi is rejuvenating that Ramayana root, which has been forgotten for many decades for many reasons. Let us not get into negativity and controversy, but it has been forgotten. So right now it is time to revive it back in a very cultural sense, and it is an absolute marvel to see all that happening now.
And how deeply symbolic is it when the Prime Minister listens to the Ramayan recitals in 8 languages, not to forget the recital of the Kamba Ramayana in Tamil?
Yes, absolutely. And PM Modi has always highlighted Tamil. Many people doesn't know, especially in North, that Tamil is an older language than Sanskrit. And PM Modi has highlighted it at least thrice. Kamba Ramayana is a beautiful, rendition of the entire Valmiki Ramayana too. So there is a cultural connect in India, a civilizational in India that is very multifaceted, that is very manifold, and that is being rejuvenated. When Sri Lanka can create their satellite and name Ravan and Pushpaka Vimana, why can't India celebrate Ram? So it is time to reclaim that heritage in a very inclusive, positive and pluralistic way and celebrate it so that, it belongs to everyone. Everyone can celebrate that. And that is the common fountainhead of culture. Sri Ram, Sri Krishna, Shiva, Devi, these all, or Ayyappa, these all signify different cultural marma points, as we can call it. So that cultural point should be rejuvenated, and PM is on a very spiritual trip too. It is not only social, let alone political. He is saying he is having that 11-day particular Vrata and Anushtana so that he can be a part of Prana Pratishtha, which also will be a very significant step.
Rahul, till some years back or till some months ago, India was a country known for the Taj Mahal, for the Lal Killa. Do you think that now, under the aegis of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India will also be known for Lord Ram? Is he not taking Ram Mandir now to a global level?
Absolutely, and just like Holy Mecca and Holy Vatican and Holy Mecca, we should have our own global spiritual centers which should be celebrated. Yes, India is home to many things. Taj Mahal is beautiful, nobody is saying so. Agra Fort is beautiful, everybody is saying so. But at the same point of time, this land has culture that is more than 5,000 years old. Many times in the past 70 years, it has not been invoked enough. It has been forgotten. And we had a PM like Modi ji who is rightfully invoking it, rekindling the spirit, celebrating that, and this is all done in a very inclusive manner too. That's the reason why we are seeing Kashi Tamil Sangam. That's the reason we are seeing many communities being reached out. That's the reason why we are seeing this harmonious coexistence. That harmony is important, and PM Modi is doing it right. He's doing the right things and he's doing it right. And that is the beauty of this particular occasion.
Rahul, during the last Lok Sabha polls, we've seen that the BJP could not perform as well in the states of Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, even Kerala. Do you think now Prime Minister Modi, through these temple runs, is now going to manage a stronger foothold in a year which is very significant?
As an admirer of Modi ji beyond politics, I am absolutely sure Modi ji is not doing it for politics. There may be political undertones, let us be honest about it. There may be political subtext. But he is a proud practicing Hindu. See, when he told about Tamil being older than Sanskrit, the BJP hardly has any seats in Tamil Nadu. He is stating a civilizational fact. When he is loading Tamil Nadu, where it is a Dravidian ideology reigning in full-fledged, PM Modi ji is doing it beyond politics as an Indian. So, yes, there may be positive attraction towards Modi ji in a political sense, but I am absolutely sure Modi ji will only give it second preference, because his most important preference is rejuvenating that culture. Otherwise, why will he come to Kerala twice in 2 weeks when he doesn't even have one MLA there?
All right. Many thanks to you, Rahul Ishwar, for sharing those precious insights and for so beautifully breaking down Prime Minister's visit to Tamil Nadu for us. I'm also joined in by Mr. Raj Gopalan, who is a senior journalist, and joining me on the phone line, Mr. Gopalan. Indeed, a very significant day for all of India, as we see that Prime Minister is making this inclusive outreach to all those even belonging to southern India, bringing out the true significance of Lord Ram, how Lord Ram is a god not just for Ayodhya but for all of India to celebrate.
The day before the Ram Mandir inauguration, Prime Minister staying in Rameswaram has a political significance, has a religious significance, has an emotional significance. But from the point of view of Tamil Nadu, why Prime Minister Narendra Modi is having 3-day stay there? Apart from that, in July 2022, the National Executive of BJP passed a resolution in Hyderabad, look south policy, Telangana first, Tamil Nadu next. So keeping that and synchronizing that, Prime Minister is having 3-day stay in Tamil Nadu. And moreover, DMK, Dravidian ideology, is now fading away. Dravidian ideology is slowly decimating. So Mr. Narendra Modi wants to encash that. After Madam Jayalalitha's demise, Mr. Narendra Modi wants to encash that nationalistic tendency in Tamil Nadu and also ensure that, Dravidian separatist, secessionist ideas are significantly reduced. That is why Hindutva is now having a high upper hand in Tamil Nadu. Dravidian movement is fading away. That is the political significance. I would see that.
All right, Mr. Rajgopalan, I'm going to request you to continue staying with us. In fact, let's also listen into what's happening at the Sri Ramanatha Swami temple. We're at the Sri Ramanatha Swami temple, also being welcomed by a host of rituals. Right now, as you could see, he was listening to some spiritual bhajans and all that were being played out. For more details, let's quickly go. All right, let's also listen in to some more. Prime Minister over there, part of all the rituals taking place in the Sri Ramanatha Swami temple in Rameshwaram. Earlier during the day, Prime Minister also visited the Sri Ramanatha Swami temple in Kochi, in Trichy earlier. I beg your pardon. And we'll keep bringing you all the live news and updates of Prime Minister Modi's temple run in southern India. Remember, it's part of his grand outreach as part of the build-up to the grand consecration ceremony that will be taking place on 22nd of January. And with that, we slip into a quick break. We'll be back with the latest. Stay tuned to CNN News 18's mega coverage on the Ram Mandir.
Co-presented by हर तन में हर मन में राम, प्रणाम सिया राम, प्रणाम सिया राम।
ये जो आपने प्रणाम कहा ना, ये प्रणाम कहा था जनकपुर ने जब ससुरारी में आए राम। हम उसी धरती के एक वासी, मेरे तो पहुना है श्री राम। हम हंसते हंसते पहुना को कुछ हंसी सुना भी देते हैं। हमसे बखान के करी भैया, हम राम जी को कभी कभी गरिया भी देते हैं। हम तो जनकपुर वाले हैं ना भैया। प्रणाम प्रणाम राम, ये सुंदर भाव है, बहुत अच्छा भाव।
मैं आपसे पूछने ही वाला था कि मिथिलांचल में राम जी को कैसे उनका स्वागत, उनको
मंगल न तोनो भयो राम के बियाह नियर, सुनली नहीं कान से न नैना निहारी हैं। हमसे बखान के करी हो राम रघुवर के, हम तो राम पहुना के रोज देत गारी हैं। हम तो बसिंदा हैं जी राम के ससुरारी के, सिया जी हमार बहिना राम पहुना हमारे हैं जी सरकार। हम तो पहुना भाव में रहते हैं।
पर अब थोड़ा सा एक सियासी रंग इसमें मैं क्योंकि आप बीजेपी से भी जुड़े हैं, तो आस्था का तो विषय राम है, पर राम राज की अगर हम परिकल्पना करते हैं तो उसमें विकास, हर किसी को, किसी के घर में अंधकार ना हो, किसी को भी रोटी की दरकार ना हो, इस तरीके का राम राज्य की परिकल्पना हम कहते हैं, मानते हैं। तो क्या वो हो रहा है? पिछले 9 साल में ऐसा दिख रहा है?
नहीं, थोड़ी सी नजर घुमा लीजिए। आज आपके कार्यक्रम का नाम है अयोध्या पर्व राम युग। राम जी की ज्योति स्थापित होने जा रही है। 11 दिन का एक अद्भुत यम नियम के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी तैयारी कर रहे हैं। जमीन पे सो रहे हैं, अपने खाने से पहले गौ माता को खिला रहे हैं, मंदिर मंदिर जा रहे हैं, यम नियम का कठिन पालन कर रहे हैं। और याद रखिए, मैं तो न्यूज 18 के कार्यक्रम में कहूंगा, ये जो राम ज्योति है ना, केवल घी और दिया से नहीं जली है। ये राम ज्योति इस देश के 52 करोड़ लोगों को पहली बार बैंकों से जोड़ करके जली है। ये राम ज्योति मेरे भैया 4.25 करोड़ बेघर को उनको छत दे करके तो जली है। ये राम ज्योति 13 करोड़ लोगों के घर में पहली बार शौचालय बना करके, इज्जत घर दे करके जली है। ये राम ज्योति 55 करोड़ लोगों को 5 लाख रुपया सालाना इलाज।
रघुपति आव्या गोपुरदास जी जी से ये जी मूर्ति सरस्वती गणेश जी
Prime Minister being part of all the rituals taking place right now in the Sri Ramanatha Swami temple that is located in Rameshwaram. This is Prime Minister's grand southern outreach. He is in Tamil Nadu. For more details, let's quickly go across to Purnima, who's joining me on the phone line. Purnima, we know that Prime Minister is also going to be attending these recitals of various parts of the Ramayana, which will be recited in various languages. We can see some bhajans are also taking place. Take us through the significance of all these rituals that are happening.
Well, currently we are outside the Ramanatha Swami temple. This is where Prime Minister is now listening to Ram Katha, and this will be followed by bhajans. Before this, Prime Minister took a holy dip before entering the temple. And the history and the Ramayana connect that Ramanatha Swami temple has is that Sita had installed or made lingam, which is a form of Lord Shiva idol, and that was worshipped by Lord Rama, while Hanuman was trying to go to the Himalayas to come back with a shivling. The auspicious time was getting over, and they worshipped the linga that Sita built, and that was worshipped by Rama. That's why, interestingly, here there are two lingas, one that was built by Sita and the other that was brought by Hanuman. So there are two lingas here, and that's the significance, and that's why Prime Minister is here. And currently, Ram Katha will be narrated in 8 different languages. After that, there will be a bhajan session in praise of Lord Ram. After that, the Prime Minister will stay here, and tomorrow morning will be leaving for Dhanushkodi to see the Ram Setu that was built. So that's the plan of action for the Prime Minister. And earlier today, before coming here, Prime Minister visited the Sri Ranganatha Swami temple in Sri Rangam.
Absolutely. In fact, for the benefit of all our viewers, let us also inform them that Prime Minister is currently part of the Bhajan Sandhya that is taking place, where multiple devotional songs are being sung at the temple complex of the Ramanatha Swami temple that is located in Rameshwaram. Purnima, if I could bring you in on the Bharatiya cultural ethos and bonding that is being displayed at the moment. We know at the core of this cultural ethos is the theme of Ek Bharat, Shresht Bharat, and how significant and inclusive is it at a point where we know this is part of the grand build-up to the Pran Pratishtha on 22nd of January.
Well, 3 temples in Tamil Nadu and the temples that Prime Minister had visited in Kerala and Andhra Pradesh are significant because all these temples have the Ramayana connect, the Ayodhya connect, and whenever people is visiting these places, for instance in Sri Rangam, people were excited and they were proud that yes, finally after 500 years the Ram Mandir is being constructed, and they are also proud of the fact that now all these temples and their significance and history will be known not just to the people in the country but across the globe, and it would eventually promote spiritual tourism. Many people will now know about the significance of the temples, not just in the northern part of India, but also in the south, where Prime Minister had visited temples in these places. It is going to be quite significant.
So just like Ayodhya, Prime Minister's visit to these temples are also going to push greater tourism, as was being highlighted by Purnima over there. Not to forget that the Sri Ranganatha Swami temple in Trichy is the first temple to be visited by any sitting Prime Minister post India's independence. Having said that, Purnima, let's also talk about the parallel outreach that's being attempted by the Bharatiya Janata Party government as well, because we've seen the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra also being undertaken by the Prime Minister, where he's also launched a host of infrastructural development projects in states like Kerala, Maharashtra. We've seen all those projects that are taking place, and the Prime Minister has also gone ahead with the housing scheme in Ayodhya. That's also a huge upliftment for the lower stratas of the society. Take us through this kind of outreach, which is a parallel outreach along with the spiritual sajat. All right, we'll. Purnima, did you get my question? We've lost Purnima's line, but over there, as we were highlighting, Prime Minister making a parallel outreach with infrastructural projects as well. We'll keep bringing to you all the latest that's taking place as far as Prime Minister Modi's Southern Temple run is concerned. But for now, let's also bring you the latest that's taking place in Ayodhya. Remember, several people are now flocking at the temple in Ayodhya, which is all set for the grand consecration ceremony on 22nd of January. Let's now shift focus over to Ayodhya.
पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। पल पल में युग युग में हर क्षण में राम, हर तन में हर मन में कण कण में राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम। राम सिया राम किया विश्व कल्याण बड़ा, राम सिया राम सिया राम।
And just before the Pran Pratishtha ceremony with golden bow and arrow, Ram Lalla's first complete look has finally been revealed. The original idols of Ram Lalla Virajman and his brothers will be installed in front of the new idol inside the Garbhagriha or the sanctum sanctorum. On Monday, a floral ceremony is scheduled at the newly built Ram Temple. Uttar Pradesh is formulating a 6-month plan for the post-January 22nd period, anticipating a significant influx of daily pilgrims to Ayodhya. High alert in Ayodhya has also been issued in view of the ceremony. All entry routes of Ayodhya have been sealed. A ban has also been imposed on entry of vehicles of Ram devotees in Ayodhya from today. CNN News 18 continues to bring you ground reports from the Ram Nagri. Let's have a quick look.
The entire mood in Ayodhya is Ram sabke hai aur sabke liye Ram hai, and everybody is trying to bring in whatever they can to contribute to this big Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is coming here on the 22nd of January, but before that, his home state is already here. There are 550 volunteers who have come in from Baroda, from where Prime Minister Narendra Modi was elected to Parliament in 2014. And what they brought with them is something very, very landmarkish. They brought flowers from various states as well. They have bought about 25,000 kgs of flowers, and these flowers have been sourced from as many as 7 to 8 states. And what they plan to do is they plan to decorate the whole of Ayodhya as well. A very, very well coordinated effort that you can see. Actually, there is a lot of people around, youth there. They've come in from Baroda. They want to actually decorate the whole town of Ayodhya, in a way make their own contribution as far as this Ram Mandir push is concerned.
This is a beautiful Kar Sevak Puram. In fact, they have also built tent city here to accommodate people from Sadhu Samaj, those who will be coming for the inauguration. So right now I'm going to show something very unique to our viewers. So this is a laddu. This is the laddu of 1265 kgs, and this laddu has arrived from Hyderabad. It has taken 3 days for the creator of this laddu to take laddu to Ayodhya from Hyderabad, and this laddu is for Lord Rama, and I'm being joined by the person who is responsible for this fabulous job. Sir, ये बताइए कि कितने दिन लगे इस लड्डू को बनाने में, और इसके पीछे का जो थॉट था वो क्या था?
हम लोग 2000 में श्री राम कैटरिंग बोल के हैदराबाद में स्टार्ट किया। करने का टाइम में हम संकल्प करा, अगर राम जन्मभूमि जब बनता, जब तक 1 किलो का हिसाब में, जब तक 1 किलो का हिसाब में इतना बड़ा लड्डू बना के भगवान को समर्पण करना बोल के सोचा था, इसलिए राम मंदिर बन गया। बनने के बाद इसलिए वो बात का ऊपर वो लड्डू बना के इधर लेके आया।
तो ये क्या इसमें प्रोडक्ट क्या यूज हुए, इंग्रेडिएंट्स क्या है लड्डू के?
इसके अंदर 350 किलो आटा है, बॉम्बे आटा है, और 700 किलो शुगर है, 40 किलो काजू है, 35 किलो बादाम है, और 5 किलो किशमिश है, 5 किलो अपना जीडिपप्पू काजू है, और अपना शुगर है, घी है 40 किलो, जाफरान है।
So we are starting in this electric bus from the Ram Temple premises, and this electric bus will take us right till the Lata Mangeshkar Chowk. This is the bus which the devotees are using to travel in Ayodhya because other restrictions have come up, so everybody is traveling in these buses. तो एक बार पहले हो जाए जय श्री राम। तो राम लल्ला के मंदिर से हम शुरू हुए हैं और हम आगे जा रहे हैं। अभी लेफ्ट पे हमारे यहाँ हनुमानगढ़ी आएंगे। तो भाई साहब कैसा माहौल है अयोध्या में?
बहुत सुंदर लग रहा है भाई साहब। और हम लोग माँ विंध्यवासिनी के धाम से आए हुए हैं और हमारे यहाँ से देवराह हंस बाबा की तरफ से 1111 मन लड्डू का परसों रामलला को भोग लगेगा।
बहुत ही रमणीक और बहुत ही मनमोहक उनकी मूर्त को देख के ऐसा लगता है कि सारे कष्ट और सारे जो है कि भाव व्याधा दूर हो जाते हैं।
बहुत ही सुंदर लग रहा है, बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है और हम राजस्थान से हैं
जी। दूर दूर से लोग आए हैं, तो क्या 23 तारीख तक रुकेंगे रामलला के दर्शन के लिए? 23 तारीख
आदेश राम जी का
27 तक है। हम यहाँ पे मुंबई से आए हैं, तो 17 को आ गए। भगवद गीता हम बांट रहे हैं, इस्कॉन की तरफ से आ रहे हैं, फ्री में भगवद गीता बांट रहे सबको।
अब ये खबर आ रही है कि शिफ्टिंग नहीं हो रही है, क्या खबर है?
जी हाँ, पहले शाम के ये तय हुआ था कि सवेरे 7 बजे पूजा वूजा होने के बाद में दर्शन बंद रहेगा, लेकिन पूजा होने के बाद में ये चारों भाइयों रामलला को उस जगह में रखा जाएगा जहाँ की गर्भगृह नया बन गया है,
जो बड़ी मूर्ति लगी है,
जहाँ बड़ी मूर्ति लग चुकी है।
हाँ।
तो यही रहा, लेकिन फिर रात में ही सूचना मिली कि नहीं आज नहीं होगा, लेकिन कारण नहीं है कि क्यों
ट्रस्ट ने सूचना दी आपको?
हाँ, ट्रस्ट।
अच्छा, क्या अनुष्ठान ये हो रहे हैं? अब ये मूर्तियां कहाँ रखी जाएंगी? जो 4 आप जिनकी सेवा कर रहे हैं वहाँ पर गर्भगृह में क्या अलग से कोई जगह दी गई है या वहीं नीचे रखी जाएंगी?
नहीं, जैसे इतने बड़े कमरे हैं।
अच्छा, जैसे मान लीजिए
हाँ,
ये जगह है।
हाँ, यहाँ अस्पातित हो गए कौन? रामलला नए वाले।
हाँ।
और उसके बाद जगह बची,
हाँ।
तो वहाँ सिंहासन पर ही सब हैं।
हाँ।
जितने हैं।
हाँ।
वो सिंहासन जाएगा और सिंहासन के बाद चारों भाइयों
अच्छा,
को
पूरा
बैठा।
सिंहासन उठ के चला जाएगा?
हाँ, वो तो जाएगा, वो चांदी का सिंहासन है।
हाँ।
और ये राजा साहब ने दिया था, तो वो वहाँ सिंहासन जाएगा, उसी पर ये रामलला चारों भाई को स्थापना हो जाएगी। उसके अगल बगल शालिग्राम हो जाएंगे।
So from Ayodhya to Rameshwaram, all of India and the world is looking at